All right. Good morning, everybody. Today's date is October 9th, 2024. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in our New York City office with video conferencing to our offices in Albany and Buffalo. This meeting is also being live streamed on the authority's YouTube channel, where you can also find the recordings of our past meetings. Present today are Chair Lily Fan, Commissioner Edgar De Leon, and Commissioner John Maya. Staff in attendance, General Counsel Shannon Kearney-Sarfo, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Maureen Hughes, and myself, Secretary Roper. The next regular meeting dates are October 30th, November 20th, and December 11th. While in the meeting room, please silence your mobile phones and take any phone calls or conversations outside. Please do not touch the microphones when you approach. And there's been some changes in how the items will be called due to the number of package store applications. So first, the package stores applications will be called first in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo and Albany, and then New York City. We will not start calling remaining items until all package store applications that are here are complete, and not until at least 12:30. So if we finish the package stores first, then we'll take a recess and start the other matters at 12:30, but sometimes the package stores application may go past the 12:30 mark. And then those items will also be called as they are in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then New York City. We do have an interpreter. The interpreter will not be here till 1 o'clock, so that way they can accommodate both package stores and non-package stores matters. Each speaker, please, we will limit 3 minutes for each speaker. So please, members do have the materials that you submitted. When your item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. Representatives should also identify their clients who are present. Chair, do you have any announcements?
No, I do not. We, however, are hearing a lot of package stores applications later on. And for those, we are going to limit each speaker to 3 minutes.
All right. So first, again, we're doing the package stores in Buffalo. With the first one is 27585 Wine Spirits LLC.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Jong. I am here with 585 Liquor, and the principal, Shannon Smith, is here with me as well. I believe we may have opposition present. Do you want to hear from them first?
Sure, please.
Do we have opposition to 585 Wine Spirits LLC in Buffalo?
I apologize. There is no opposition here. I thought I heard people here, so apparently there are none.
Oh, that's great. Okay, so go ahead.
All right, so we're here.
Just for the record, there are 3 protests on the that was sent in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. We're here on a new liquor store that we're proposing in Gates, New York. It's at a major thoroughfare and a new retail area. The package store will be about 3,400 square feet total, with around 3,000 square feet of retail space. We note that the opposition, is from the closer liquor stores, and they're making the, argument that Gates is declining. But we've put in some things from the counties, a letter from the deputy supervisor to say that no, this is one of the highest growing areas in all of Monroe County, both for commercial development and for residential. So we've tried to provide the commission with information to show not only why this location would be good from a traffic standpoint, but also why there's new demand and growth in Gates, and in particular near this location. The other locations are out closer to more residential areas. This is near old Kodak facilities, and it's large industrial with a lot of new growth, a lot of new jobs, and new housing developments nearby. You know, there was a major Amazon facility that went in, a couple new apartment complexes. There certainly is a lot of new demand in terms of new businesses, new employers, and whatnot. So we believe that there is space for another liquor store in the area. And I think we have a few minutes, the principal would like to make a statement.
Yeah, Tracy covered it perfectly, and I'm Shannon Smith, by the way, and my son Zach. Lived in the area my entire life, 54 years, know the area extremely well, plan on living there the rest of our lives. So the only thing I'm going to comment further on is a New York State traffic study that was done, and shockingly, it was done right in front of our store. And in summary, there's about 19,414 passenger vehicles per day, with heavy commute times between 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. And if you look at competitors, they're getting, a competitor to the north is getting 17,811 ADT flow per day. A competitor to the east is getting 12,373 ADT flow per day. And the best part is they're displaying the future ADT in front of the proposed store at 24,462 passenger vehicles per day. And, you know, so the conclusion is there's plenty of traffic for everyone, and an independent government entity is forecasting traffic growth in front of the store's location. So I know there's opposition out there. You know, I know they're saying that, you know, that it's actually a declining town. That's not the case. And if I would point you to, you know, the deputy director of Gates and his statement saying that there is substantial growth in the area. And I just want to thank you for your time. Happy to take any questions.
So, you're Shannon,
Yes,
right?
I am Shane.
And you are the licensee, and you are going to stay with your current employment.
Yeah, at this short term, probably. Yes.
And is your son going to run the store?
So my son Zachary just graduated at the top of his class with a marketing degree. In addition, we're
With a
poaching.
what degree? I'm sorry, with your what degree, you said?
Marketing degree.
Oh, wow,
Yeah.
okay.
Yep, so he's at the top of his class, correct, and we're poaching a competitor's top inventory individual. So we will have that expert on staff as well. So, and I'm definitely going to be deeply involved with this each and every day.
So who's running the operations?
So I will be running the operations. A little bit of background on myself. I'm a CEO for 25 plus years, management consultant. I go into small businesses. I focus on revenue growth and operational efficiencies. So I will take that lead. And Zachary will be the lead on the ground each and every day.
Okay. Got it. And you own the building or you are renting?
We are renting.
Okay. All right. Do you guys have questions?
No.
All right, we're good.
All right,
Go ahead.
we're ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, first I want to note that you have support from the town supervisor, numerous businesses and residents. I saw the petitions that you had in support. There were also a lot of petitions that were signed against opposition. So we have I would agree with you, looking at the numbers, and I'm looking at 2023 and projections into 2024. I think that, we would all like to, it's natural to want to see the numbers from COVID remain and to look at those numbers, but they, as we acknowledge, are an anomaly. For me, I think 2023, how we're doing now, 2023, and how we're projected to do in the future is a better guide as to how that area is doing. I see nothing but numbers going up. So I am going to vote in support of your application.
Commissioner Maya
Or
and Chair.
Rochester is definitely, continuing to build upon its successes. So I'm gonna vote in the positive. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm gonna go off script here, and I apologize because I didn't expect this person to show up. So number 39 is PEEKSKILL Food Mart Corp. This isn't a package store, but I did receive an email asking to adjourn to December 11th because the licensee is out of the country, but I think the rep is here. Is that correct, or Nikki? Is the rep still here? That's 39 PEEKSKILL Food Mart Corp. She had sent in an email, but she also appeared. I didn't expect that.
So what's the problem?
No, so you asked to adjourn, correct?
Yes,
Yep, to December 11th because the licensee's out of the country.
yes.
Okay.
Where is the licensee? In where?
Can you
In
actually,
Yemen?
can you actually stand up and introduce yourself?
Mr. Gassi, my name is Berkey Rivera. I am Representative Gassi, PEEKSKILL Food Mart Corp. Mr. Gassi Al-Nugar, he's out of the country on Yemen, and he cannot find a flight for to return it.
So who's running the business right now?
His father,
Okay. He's there until December?
yes.
How long has he been there?
He been there for 4 months.
All right. He's been there for 4 months already.
No, only since September 4,
Why is he there for 4 months?
because his family, his wife family has problem, and he go to help his wife.
Okay. All right, December 11.
Okay.
Mr. DeLeon
That's fine.
and Commissioner Maya. Okay, December 11th, you'll get another email.
Thank you.
All right, so back to the package stores in Buffalo. It's number 6. Wait, sorry. Wait, did I accidentally grab one? Out of order. Yep, no, number 6, Bev Boy LLC.
Good morning again, Tracy John from Evans Fox. I'm here on behalf of Beverly. The sole principal, Pravin Patel, is also here. This again is a package store going in Fredonia. And one of the things that we're pointing out, we do realize there was one competitor that's in Fredonia that put in an opposition. But where we're located is near the retail commercial center. It's along the main road in the town and near the exchange to the thruway. This area, as you can see from some of what we put in, has a tremendous consumer demand. We listed about 20 national retailers there. You know, we're showing that there's, 3 coffee shops, there's, 5 fast food shops, there's 3 grocery stores right here in this area. So there definitely is enough consumer demand to add a second retail store, and especially one that is located in the commercial and retail district of this town. The other one is down closer to the college at the other end of town. It's maybe 5 minutes there and back, for somebody, but this is right in the area where people generally will be trafficking when they come to do any of their shopping. The restaurants, the grocery stores, the other retailers, the Walmart, the Home Depot, I think we put in a diagram and we explained that there's a couple hotels near this location. So this location is, taking over what used to be a large value retailer that left a hardware store, and they repurposed the plaza. The town itself has been doing a lot of development. We pointed out that a few years ago there was a project where they redid most of the retailers in the Main Street area. So the town itself has been doing a tremendous amount of commercial development, to support the college. There's a new hospital going in with it. And so with the additional jobs coming in and the additional traffic coming to town, it definitely can support having a second liquor store. And again, especially one that's located in the commercial retail district and along the main thoroughfare for the town, rather than down further closer to the college.
The applicant also owns a hotel?
Correct.
And how far is that from this location?
About 1.5 miles. You know, he has a history. He successfully held other retail businesses with retail liquor licenses over the past several decades. He's never had a violation or any disciplinary hearing.
Okay. All right, so you've had multiple licenses at the same time, so you're aware that your retail businesses cannot buy from your liquor store for, you know, okay, great.
Yes. Yes, he is aware of that. He currently doesn't have any other licenses. I was just pointing out that in the past, he's an experienced liquor license holder and has experience operating retail businesses.
Okay, got it.
Do the members have any other questions?
I see that there's a $250,000 investment that comes from a joint family account, and it looked to me in the paperwork like numerous family members. Do they all have an interest in this business?
No, not at all. There's only one owner of it. I think they may have had some money in a larger family trust that he took some money out of for himself personally. But no, the trust and none of the other members have any interest in this business.
Question.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, I just have 2 questions, or maybe only one. Does the applicant or any of his family members have a relationship with the landlord Runway Development?
No.
Any relationship?
He indicates no.
No, okay. I have nothing else.
Opposition.
There's opposition there?
I apologize.
I'm sorry, I didn't know she was in opposition to this.
I didn't think there was.
Okay, yeah, if they can come up.
Excuse me. Good morning, members of the authority. Sean McKenzie, McGavran Grimm. I'm here on behalf of East Main Liquor and Wine Incorporated, which is the second closest liquor store, Ms. Cower, its owner and operator. I did put in a written submission, but I received an email from the liquor authority that it wasn't received, and then it was, but so you perhaps might not have my written submission, so I'll briefly go through it. Being very familiar with the Fredonia area, because that's where I went to school, it's my alma mater. They talked about being a second store in Fredonia. Really, the Fredonia-Dunkirk area should be looked at as one single area. And as the members, you could probably see from the report, of the 4 closest stores, one is O'Malley's is technically in Dunkirk, East Main is technically in Fredonia. However, they're only about 1 mile apart from each other. So I think it appropriate to view the area together. In speaking just briefly about the area, there has been, according to U.S. Census figures, a 17% decrease in population over the last 40 years. Also, although COVID may have been a boon for the liquor store industry, it certainly has not been for in-person learning nor for staff at SUNY Fredonia. SUNY Fredonia is the #1 employer and driver of the economics in the area. And employment in the community's education field has decreased from 854 in 2013 to 600 10 years later. So there's a decrease in population, there's a decrease in the #1 economic driver in the area. Now, with reference to the other stores in the area, the closest is O'Malley's, which is 1.4 miles from the proposed location. O'Malley's has 2,600 square foot retail. In O'Malley's sales have decreased nearly 250% over the last 3 years. The figure, according to the gross sales reports in 2022, it was about 2.3 million. In 23, 1.8. This year, it's on pace to do less than $1 million in business. East Main Liquor, whom I represent, has about 1,250 square foot retail. Its sales have increased. Its first year of operation was 21. There was a partial, which was a COVID year, so we don't really look at that anyways. In 23, it did about 1.2 million. In 24, it's on pace to bump up slightly higher to 1.3. I think the best way to look at this, at least from our perspective, is this. Of the 4 closest stores that reported gross sales, in 2023, the aggregate sales were 5,341,000. This year, the projected sales, using the formula that the authority has come to rely upon, where you divide the number of months and then times by 14, the projected total gross sales for these stores is 5,093,000, which is more than a 5% decrease in total sales just in 1 year. Now, the fact that sales are falling in totality is exacerbated or amplified by the fact that, as everybody knows, operating costs have increased dramatically, specifically labor costs. But when you have decreasing gross sales and increasing costs, what you have is a squeezing out of the market. If this store were to open, I can't see how O'Malley's, which has seen a decrease of over 240% in the past 2 years, can possibly survive it being the closest store. So granting this application would in essence be trading one store for another. And frankly, O'Malley's has been in business, I believe, because it was in business when I went to school there 30 years ago, that changing out one for another doesn't.
Let me just clarify, but you're not representing O'Malley, right? You're representing East Main. So it would be okay for your client if this new store replaces O'Malley's. It seems like O'Malley's perhaps going down because they are been around for a while and maybe, you know, they're not actually represented here today, right?
Not that I'm aware. No.
Okay, so your client is doing significant, you know, not significant, but, you know, she's doing good. She's showing growth. And
as a new story,
everybody else is holding their own. So,
well, I would disagree with everybody holding their own when overall sales have decreased significantly when you take the 4 stores together. But in speaking geographically, to your point, is that if you look at it geographically, the proposed location would be here, my client's store here, and O'Malley is here. So there's a greater distance between O'Malley's and my client's store than there is between the proposed location and either of the other 2.
okay. But I just want to clarify for the record. Sheridan's, which is the 4th closest store, actually is the 3rd closest store. It's improving numbers, even if you compare 2020 and 21 with 23. So that's healthy growth. The next one over has slightly decreased, but that's 2.5 miles away.
Yeah,
right.
So we've got 2 decrease and 2 increase. But the closest store has decreased tremendously.
All right.
I get that. Okay.
Thank you.
Members have any questions?
Ms. Zhang, do you have any response to that?
I
Is
think
there something that your client is going to be doing differently to, you know, going with what counsel was saying? Perhaps you want to make an argument about why you should replace O'Malley's.
I think it's that we're a newer store with, you know, newer layout. You know, the older store has been there kind of just doing what it's been doing all these years, not really doing any marketing or doing anything to grow, versus, you know, newer, more modern stores, you know, are looking to do more marketing, offer more services, you know, whether it be education, curbside delivery, you know, just newer things that the older stores are not doing. But what's that?
Convenient location.
Yeah, and it's in a much more convenient location. But I think there's one point that we tried to put in our written submission. I do understand the population going down, and we have 2 stores, you know, that are making a little more, 2 a little less. But we say, you know, let's look at the obvious as to whether there's demand. Look at all of the national retailers that are right here in this location. We wouldn't have that many grocery stores, a Walmart, a Home Depot. They wouldn't be locating and multiples in the same industry. It's not like there's only one grocery store. There's only one, you know, pizza shop. There are multiples of national retailers that have located near here. They wouldn't be locating here if there wasn't enough consumer demand.
When you say near here, is that like in the same parking lot or just on that same street?
On the vicinity.
In the vicinity, along that same street or within a couple mile radius. You know, so it is true that it's a bedroom community and there may be a decreasing population, but we're saying that's not telling the picture. This is a commuter town where everybody comes in. We gave a list of a lot of the employers that are in there. So a lot of the traffic is coming from people coming into town for work and or for business, or coming from the smaller towns to come in to go shopping. So looking at the population alone isn't the right way to look at it. It's all of the new traffic and new demand, which again comes from employees coming in and shoppers coming in from the nearby towns. You know, so we're, you know, kind of making the argument, you know, all the other businesses that are here are coming in and more are opening all of the time. That says there's enough demand for more than one retailer in the same industry in this area.
All right,
A question.
go ahead.
Okay, one more question for the applicant. Are you paying, you're not paying your rent in a yearly basis, you're paying it monthly, correct?
That is correct.
How much is the monthly rent?
It's probably in the vicinity of 3,000. We still haven't negotiated with the landlord.
Okay, you say 3,000?
Yes, per month.
Okay, and the reason why I'm asking you that then is on, I believe there's a rent amount showing at $93,000 for the first year. And then it's increasing 2% annually. Is that accurate or not accurate?
Yes, with the build out.
With the build out, yes, correct.
It's what?
So that number includes the build out
Okay.
as well as the monthly rent.
Okay, so there's a build out into that. Okay, so the rent itself is approximately $3,000 something, right?
Correct. The rest of it is reimbursement for the build out that is being done by the landlord.
Okay, thank you.
Are the members ready to vote?
I'm ready.
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
Okay. Well, first of all, we have someone here with experience who's making an application. As I look at the figures, the 4 stores that we have, O'Malley's significantly down. I don't know what's going on with them, but they are significantly down. But even the protest store here, as acknowledged by council, is projected to do better in 2024 than in 2023. I would say by almost about 300,000. Sheridan by about 250,000, and Maine also about maybe 250,000. So I see numbers going up, 3 out of the 4. With all that said, I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya.
And as well on the East Main Street liquor protest, I believe their numbers are also going up by my own calculations. And I vote to approve.
And Chair.
The closest store is 1.5 miles away. I think there is public convenience advantage. I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next in Buffalo is number 1716 Inc.
Number 1.
And there is a lot of protests for this one, or there are a few protesters.
Number 1.
Oh, okay.
The 1. The 1.
Are you the applicant?
Yes. Hi, good morning. My name is Matt Rivers. I'm the applicant of 7166 Inc., located at 912 Elmwood Avenue in the city of Buffalo.
My name is Mo Santiba. I'm a co-applicant for 716 Inc., located in 912 Elmwood Avenue, Buffalo.
And there is opposition, correct?
There is,
was.
yes. Yep.
Yep, if they can come
So-
up, and
Okay, sure.
that's normally how it's done, sorry.
No, that's okay.
Good morning, Justin White on behalf of Golden Land Incorporated. I have with me Sue M.O.N., the principal of the, hiding behind me. She's standing to my left, and we submitted a protest against the application, and we have a few things to emphasize in connection with our protest. First and foremost, we have a question, I guess it's a rhetorical question. How can the applicant ask for a licensed package store when there's a package store within almost 50 feet of it? In other words, Funk and Fermentation is around the corner from the applicant's proposed premises. You could walk from one to the other in a matter of 20 seconds, and it's probably less than 100 feet. So we're really scratching our head there, but we're not Funk and Fermentation, we're Golden Land. Golden Land is less than a third of a mile down this Elmwood Avenue. It's about 1,587 steps to get from from Golden Land to the proposed.
In my record, it's 0.7 miles away. You're saying that it's 0.3 miles away?
I have it at 1,584 feet.
Okay.
And it's about a 5-minute walk. The proximity is unbelievable. Not only that, but in connection with the store's location, Elmwood Avenue has 0 to no parking. The congestion that this would bring about as the result of a store on virtually the corner of Elmwood and Delaware would be unbelievable. And there's no parking lot for any of the proposed premises, so that's a problem that we foresee. Secondly, or thirdly rather, our volume has been static, and then if you amortize our 24 sales, we're down about 15%. Because in June of 24, we were 271. I multiply that out by 542, that's 15% lower than what our sales were in 2023. So there's nothing, the arc is going the wrong way, the pointer is going in the wrong way. We're a modest store, we've been there, my client works there day and night, she works very hard and diligently to keep herself above water. Her gross sales are relatively modest, moreover, her margins are low. She has realized gross profits of $157,000 in 2023. That's without taking the cost of employees, etc. That's gross profit. So nothing. We believe that there's nothing to justify this store under the circumstances presented. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Do you guys have questions?
Thank you.
Maybe for the applicant.
Okay.
We have one more person for opposition.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, if they want to speak, they can too, yeah.
Did you want to speak?
No, I'm no.
Okay.
I'm good right now.
Do you want to put
Okay.
your name on the record at least, that you're in opposition, or you're all right?
As a matter of fact,
Yes,
that's
sir.
the husband of
My
my,
first name is Zay, last name is Tom. I already give it a name.
it's my client's husband. You can have a seat.
Oh, okay, okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay.
Okay, is it okay to speak?
Sure.
Okay, so originally we wanted to kind of focus on what we were planning to do, but considering the volume of the opposition and addressing the concerns of Golden Land Inc. So I just want to point out a couple things that they mentioned. So that is correct. Elmwood Avenue does not have parking lots, which is why, the foot traffic that goes through there, that's what we depend on for sales. So we're a very small store. We're proposing 390 square feet of retail space. So we are not trying to attract a large volume of people. The types of products we're going to focus on are high-end wines and liquors. So if you know, if we were just going to be opening another package store, not to say that their store is basic by any means, but if we were just going to open up another store, I could see the argument that they would be a little concerned that this would cut into their profit margin. But in my opinion, because of the type of business we're trying to operate, it would almost be a beneficial thing to them, as if there were a new applicant trying to copy their business model in the future, they have less to worry about because we would already be licensed and in that area. The other protests, we did the research on them. I didn't ask to see what their protest was because I already know what it is. They're concerned about, you know, their income and the bottom line, and I can respect that. But 4 out of the 5 protests are from stores over half a mile away. 3 out of the 5 are over a 20-minute walk. And as I mentioned, Elmwood is a walking destination. We just had the recent $280 million AKG art museum put in, which is attracting more and more volume of people visiting our city. With respect to my neighbor, Justine from Funk and Fermentation, they did bring that point up. So one thing I would like to point out is there are 2 package stores with different license classes on Elmwood Avenue, right next to each other, same street frontage. That would be Elmwood Discount Wine and Liquor, and also Elmwood, it's a convenience beer store, and they are side by side, same with us. And I would like to point out that Funk and Fermentation.
I'm sorry, one of them is a package store, another is a beverage center?
Correct,
That sells beer?
Yes,
Okay.
correct, and they are neighbors, same as us. So
No, but
with
those are
respect-
not in conflict with each other because they sell different products. I just want to put that on the record.
Correct, correct. And they are correct with saying that she's right next door to us, you know, within 50 feet, that's correct. But there's a reason she's not here protesting, and that's because we've spoken, and she has a completely different business model than what we propose. So in fact, if anything, you know, I'm a member of the community, you know, I want to see Buffalo businesses thrive. We plan to basically direct traffic to her if we have something that, you know, we don't carry that a customer is looking for. And we would do that for any business that happens to be selling, you know, alcohol as well. If we don't have it, we're not going to say, let us order it in for you. We're going to send them out. We want everybody to do well. That's our goal. You know, again, I'm a businessman. I would not be investing this kind of money and time into something if it was just going to be another store where I wouldn't see a good return on my investment. So that's kind of where I stand on that.
I'm sorry, you're an investor in the store?
I'm the applicant. Yes, myself and my spouse, Mohsen, we both live above the store. We own the property that it's on.
Okay, got it. And then, so do you have a list of products that you plan to sell or?
Well, we don't have access to that, but I did, we did do some research. When I say I don't have access, I don't know what the pricing is, what the price points are, because we haven't spoken to any distributors yet. But I can tell you that 90% of the products we sell will be over $20, and the average per item ticket price will be $30. So this is not going to be a place where you can come in and get a bottle of, you know, Tito's vodka or Smirnoff or Canadian Club. Like, this is going to be higher end bottles of wine and higher end liquors that are kind of hard to get, niche products. Because we only have 390 square feet of retail space. It's very limited. So the stuff we do have, we want to bring in customers that wouldn't be able to find things at the other stores.
Can I ask you a question? The entire space is 2,480 square feet. How come only 300? How come only 390 for retail?
So the proposed space includes the basement storage, which is the 1,190 approximately. So that part is out of the question for retail. Then the main floor portion where the retail will take place, only 390 of it, because of the way that the building is constructed, is suitable for the retail space. The rest will be storage and office. So unless we did some heavy reconstruction of the building, we're limited to that small space.
So is it your part? I believe you said you were married, your husband. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's my spouse,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay, your spouse. Are you the bail bondsman?
I am, yes, sir.
You're the bail bondsman. Okay.
Yes.
So neither one of you have any experience in this industry. Is that correct?
I do, sir, and that's the reason why I want to do this. You know, I'm into quite a few different types of businesses, but this one in particular kind of holds strong to me. I managed and operated a wine and liquor store for over 5 years down in New Orleans, Louisiana. I started there after Katrina, and I kind of came together with the community and learned a lot about wine and managing retail. And I just, when I moved back to Buffalo to be with my son, it was always a dream of mine to, get back into that business.
So essentially, the only thing that's going to distinguish your store from the store that's really very close to you is that you're going to be selling higher end products.
Yes, sir, correct. $30 and above would be the average price.
Can I just point out that the store, Funk and Fermentation, is just a wine store?
Okay. May I ask a question?
Yes.
Are you done? Okay. I don't want to be too far off base, but is this the area of Elmwood where is there like a Mr. Good Bar? Is that the area of Elmwood that you're on?
So yes, that is
How
fairly
far
close.
is that? I'm just trying to get in my brain the traffic. How far is that away?
Probably about if Golden Land Inc. is 1,500 feet away, then I would say they're probably about 700, 750, halfway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I know. I'm familiar. Thank you.
Yes.
Are you aware of the products that Funk sells?
I am. It's all natural wine. Yes, we've frequented her business and we've supported her. Absolutely.
All wine, no liquor?
She is all wine. We are liquor and wine.
Okay.
Are the members ready to vote? Do you have any further questions?
I'm ready.
Commissioner De Leon? if you're-
Yeah. Okay. The applicants indicated some experience in New Orleans. As I look at the figures here, I see Golden projected to maybe make 125,000 more in 2024. Hodge, maybe 200,000 more. PKB, roughly 20,000 more. Paradise would be projected to make less, but it's only by about 20,000. 1363 projected to make less, only by about 8,000. And the store adjacent right around the corner is essentially a wine store, and you're going to be selling wine and liquor. You will be in competition with them, but it's a little different. And I'm going to also note that you have the support of the City of Buffalo Common Council, and you have a special use permit that you've received. So I'm going to vote to approve based on those factors.
Commissioner Maya?
Okay. My own calculations match Commissioner De Leon's as to Golden in particular. I note that there's no protest from Funk and Fermentation, and they're also a wine store. And I'm also, based upon my last question, that is I believe it's a heavy foot traffic area. So I vote yes as well.
And Chair?
I'm gonna find public convenience and advantage due to the different business model. I'm going to put a condition that bottles are $30 plus and vote to approve. The other two commissioners have to vote on the condition.
Commissioner De Leon for the condition,
I concur with the condition.
and Commissioner Maya?
I will remain with my,
Okay. All right, but the condition stands with 2 votes.
yes.
Yep. All right. So you've been approved with the condition that the bottles is $30 per bottle in the store. You're limited to that. You can't go below it.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yep. All right, next, I believe, is that the last package store, Nicole, in Buffalo?
I don't know what you mean by that. We have the VAGA property. It's number 8 on the calendar.
Number 8. So that is an on-premises liquor. So we are only calling package stores first.
I mean, let's just, if they're in the room, we can just do it. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Sure. Number 8, VAGA Properties LLC.
Good morning, Maureen Warner from Shuman Warner, representing the sole proprietor, Mr. Dix. For this application, this is an on-premises liquor license. The premises is owned by Mr. Dix. He is the sole proprietor. The premises is a freestanding building with a first and second floor. The first floor consists of dining rooms, kitchens, customers bar, 2 restrooms, coolers, and a dartboard. Second floor consists of a storage room, a restroom, utility room, ATM, closet, and office, and the basement is a storage area. Mr. Dix has been running the restaurant now for approximately a year. He has been under a temporary license, and there have been no problems or any reprimands since he has been running the restaurant.
All right, I just have a couple of questions. There's residents upstairs?
No.
Okay. There is a problem with the deed?
There's no problem with the deed, Your Honor. Or, I'm sorry, not in court. The deed, you have had dealings with the prior owners. The name of the company was spelled wrong. I did change it, hand wrote it in. It is spelled correctly on the deed now.
Okay, great.
Is that, is that a corrective deed, or you just did it when you filed the deed?
I did it when I filed the original.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
Great. Who holds the mortgage?
The mortgage is held by the previous owner, Mr. Kashan, and that is a security mortgage on the assets only. Mr. Dix did also assume the mortgage from the Fagianos. And so the Fagianos own the large mortgage on the property, and Mr. Kashan owns the smaller $255,000 security chattel mortgage on the assets of the property.
Okay.
And this is the only dealings with the prior owners. Mr. Dix is the sole owner of this. He runs it. I can personally say that he is there every day running this business.
Okay, but he has no relationship with the mortgage holders, right?
No.
Okay. How did he find this place?
I'll answer for him. His brother actually lives 3 houses down? 2 houses down, and used to go to the restaurant a lot. Found out that the previous owner was ready to sell because he lost his liquor license, and he told his brother about it. His brother was interested in starting or running a restaurant, and that's how we came to this point.
Okay. Your hours are until what time, sir?
We open at 11 a.m., we close at midnight.
Okay. And it's recorded music only?
We have bands there occasionally.
So you have live bands?
Occasionally.
Do you have a stage?
No stage.
Do you have a backyard?
There's a patio, yeah.
And
yes, there is a patio.
Does the band perform outside?
One time over the summer, we had them outside.
And I want to caveat that with the town of Greece has to approve that. He would have to go to the town of Greece to get approval for anything outside.
Okay.
That is on our permit with the town.
There's service. They have tables outside to serve dinner outside, but there is no bar outside, and there will be no bar outside.
Okay. It's midnight, okay?
Yeah, we have had no issues with that.
Okay.
But I have a question.
Yep.
Okay, just a couple quick questions. Who is the mortgagee now on the 805,000?
The mortgagee is
Yeah.
Josephine. She still holds that mortgage. And Mr. Dix is the mortgagor.
Okay, and that's Josephine Fagiano, right?
Correct.
And what is her relation, if you know, with Braddock land or PNR land?
To my knowledge, there was none. I know that you have in your memo that she was a previous spouse of Mr. Cascian.
Yeah.
I have no knowledge of that, and I know people who know Mrs. Fagiano, and they've said she's never been married.
All right,
So I don't know.
But is that a brand new mortgage, or is that a mortgage that he assumed, or what's the story?
It is assumed. Mr. Dix assumed the mortgage, yes.
And the original mortgagee was Fagiano?
No, the original mortgagee was Mr. Cascian, Peter Cascian, the previous owner.
Okay. And when did Cascia transfer his mortgagee interest to Fagiano?
On August 31st, we did everything
Okay. all
of
right.
2023.
23, okay, thank you.
Mhm.
You good, John? Can I ask?
I'm good, I'm sorry, yes.
I want to let you know what I have and give you an opportunity to address it. What I have is that the previous application at this premises was disapproved for cause because there was a veiling of the previous license. The principal of the previous license is the spouse of one of the principals in this application. Is that correct?
No, it's not.
Okay. I have here that the original application that was submitted had missing or false information regarding the lease, the financing, and employment. Is that correct?
Is this Mr. Dix's application
Yes.
or Mr. Cascian's?
Mr. Cascian.
Mr. Cascias.
We have no knowledge that you're, sir. We had nothing to do with that application.
Okay, but the previous licensee is the mortgage holder of
For
800.
No, of the 255. It is only for the chattel, the personal property in the building.
Wait. I'm sorry. You're saying on the equipment, is it like a UCC financing statement type of security, or what are you talking about, the building? Or the land?
It is. It's
Okay.
what we call a security mortgage on the chattel.
Okay,
Chattel is what we call for personal property. The refrigerators, the stoves, the ovens, things like that.
Okay, and the previous licensee has that mortgage.
Correct. And that is all he has. We're just making payments to him.
Okay, so the $805,000 mortgage, there is such a mortgage, right?
There is, and that is on the real property, and that is to the Fagianos, or to Josephine.
Were the Fagianos the previous licensees?
They were not. Mr. Cascian was.
Okay.
The Fagianos were prior to Mr. Cascian, and there was no problem with their license.
Okay. Is that the fire alarm?
Might be the announcement. It's talking about fire meeting.
Who's the fire safety team? Who's that? Better going there.
For the members, do you have any other questions?
No, I mean, I'm okay with voting if everybody else is.
I'm okay.
Yep.
Okay, I appreciate the council's presentation and the answers that you gave. I'll note that you have been operating with the temp and no problems. So you've clarified some of the concerns that I have, and I will vote to approve with the conditions specified by the chair or previously placed on the record.
Commissioner Meyer?
Yes, and I appreciate your responses as well, so I vote yes, subject to the chair's any stipulations that she stated.
All right, thank you. You've been operating under a temp with no complaints and no problems, so thanks for doing that. Council was well prepared, and I really appreciate that. So I'm gonna vote in the affirmative as well. Midnight across the board. Recorded music, live band as approved by the town. Thank
Okay,
you.
is there, if we wanted to stay up until 1 AM, is that a problem? I mean, we're just basing it off business, but as we grow, you know, sometimes it does go later.
All right, so how about you serve until 12:30 and close your doors by 1?
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Last call, 12:30, Commissioner.
Yeah, I approve with those conditions.
And Maya.
Approve.
There's no fire safety officer? Is that what they're saying? A meeting of the fire
No,
safety?
don't worry about it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
One more in Buffalo is, it's 2-002. It's 2-002, Good Neighbors Convenience Inc. The non-package store, so it's.
Good morning. My name is Miguel Reyes. I'm an attorney in Rochester, New York, and I represent the applicant. The applicant had retained the services of a document preparer who prepared the application on his behalf. And there were a couple of errors that were pointed out at the last meeting. Corrections have been made, amended documents have been submitted. I would indicate that the applicant had no intent to deceive. In fact, when these discrepancies came to light at the last hearing, he readily disclosed the fact that his brother-in-law had made a very short-term loan to him. This was a family accommodation. The brother-in-law does not have any permanent interest in the store. The short-term loan was evidenced by the promissory note. That promissory note has been fully paid. The licensee holds a license in another location in the city of Rochester. He has operated that location for 10 years. He has no record of violations at that location. He's very respectful and obedient to the law. And he apologizes for the prior mistakes that made in the preparation. He indicates that it was simply a misunderstanding between himself and the preparer. Sometimes preparers that have done these applications before do them quickly. Perhaps the intention of the applicant is not fully captured.
You can ask for one, but we don't have one. He
You don't- I didn't
says,
think so.
so the applicant principal says that he will now manage the premises.
Oh, he's changed,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So the principal is now going to manage?
Yes. He is
Okay.
right here next.
All right. Okay. So, I'm okay if everybody else is.
So this is a request for reconsideration. So on the request for reconsideration, Commissioner De Leon,
Granted.
Commissioner Maya,
Granted.
and Chair.
Yes, I'm gonna be okay with reconsideration.
On the actual application, are you ready to vote?
I'm ready to vote. I vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya?
Approve.
And Chair.
Yep, I vote to approve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Yep, thank you.
So Nicole, that's it, correct?
That is it for Buffalo.
So I did send out, Nicole, just to give you a heads up. So the original plan was to have non-liquor stores, application and cases come in at 12:30. So a notice was sent out. So just to give you a heads up, in case someone shows up at 12:30 asking about the meeting, you may have to log back on, but you should be good.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Nicole.
All right, moving to Albany. is first is number 26, Angel Share Wine and Spirits LLC.
Can they see me? Hello.
Say number 26.
26.
Yep.
Hi, my name's Daniela Egan. This is my husband, Adam Egan. We are proposing a store in Clay, New York. We've both been residents of the area for a very long time. We live 10 to 15 minutes from the store location, and Clay has approximately 60,000 people within their population. We're very excited for Micron, which is hopefully coming in the near future. We're approximately 1 mile from Micron, which we feel will be a great opportunity for the community and other wine and liquor stores in the area to prosper, including ours. Do you have any questions?
Are there any protests there?
There are not any protests.
All right, just for the record, there are 3 written submissions in protest from neighboring stores.
We requested the letters of opposition in advance and didn't receive any notification.
Okay. So any questions? No, you're good. All right. We're ready.
The members are ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, thank you. I've reviewed the submission. I'll note that you have the support of the county legislator, Cody Kelly. Both of you are experienced in the industry. The sales that I've looked at for the number of stores that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stores, 5 out of the 7 show or projected to show an increase in sales for 2024. I also looked on the map and I see that the liquor stores that responded are pretty much spread out. So with all that said, I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya.
I approve.
And Chair.
Jesus. Yes, so the Syracuse area obviously is getting a huge influx with Micron and other supporting businesses that are going to move into the area. So I find public convenience an advantage for the store, and the neighboring stores are showing healthy growth. The closest one, it's more than 2 miles away. And so with the county legislators' support, I will vote to approve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna go off the record and take a brief recess. We'll be back shortly.
Thank you.
All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. Next item is number 4. CORP.
Good morning to the full board. Mayor Fakori, attorney for SAIMIT Corp, J&H Liquor Express. To my left is Mrs. Rohibian Patel, the applicant.
Good morning.
I don't know if there's any opposition for this application.
Sullivan? One protest. Nobody there?
No, no one is here to protest.
Okay.
We submitted letters of approvals from the town supervisor, letters of support from the town supervisor, the building department, the sheriff's office, 68 signatures from the community wanting this location to be approved. I'm just wondering if the board did receive those from our office.
Yes, we got a lot of letters from the town building department. Very interestingly, from the highway organization, which you would think is not going to be supportive, but they are. And the county sheriff is supporting your application.
Correct.
Let me ask you a question. The protest came from whom? Stanley. Okay, so it's the closest store. So you are very close to this one store, then the next one is 4.2 miles away. The store that is very close to you is seasonal and kosher?
Correct. Correct.
What does that mean? What does seasonal mean?
So to our knowledge, and I asked the same question when we did the application, and I saw how close the store is, it's never open. They're very busy there in the summer, and that's when they're pretty much open those couple months in the summer. I don't know what their application consisted of when they applied for this, but they're pretty much closed most of the year. This is the reason why we got so many letters of support, because this little town of Swan Lake does not have any liquor stores that is a public convenience in that area. The one store that's there is closed most of the year. So we don't know how they applied for the license, if it was a seasonal license or just a full year license, but it's pretty much just open just in the summer when most of the people go up there in the summertime. That's why there were so many people in the community who signed this petition, wanting the store in the town super, and something from Assemblywoman Eileen Gutner's office, also in full support of this application. This area is actually growing in population according to our numbers, World Population Review. It's up about 7.4%, and we also got a detailed breakdown from Nancy Levine, who works in Swan Lake, and there's a lot of development going on in this area. So given the development, given the one store that's there that's pretty much closed most of the year, public convenience would be greatly appreciated if this store is approved.
The applicant here is a software engineer?
She is.
She is, okay. And your spouse has a grocery store that is going to be the manager of this business, is that correct?
That's correct.
How's that going to work?
So I discussed this with my client because we do a lot of applications, and her goal is to be here full time. So she works from home as an engineer, a software engineer. And this location, they're very involved, given the letters of support, they're very involved in this town. Her husband has been a local volunteer fireman. Everybody loves him. So this opportunity fell on her lap. He said, listen, if you want to do this and move on into this business, and she was very interested. She does want to obviously go away from her current job and run her own business and not work for somebody. That's her end goal. But again, she's a little nervous about it. She doesn't know how it's going to work. So she asked her husband to help and assist managing it. He's literally right next door. so he can oversee it, but she's gonna have 2 employees also running the store, and she's gonna be very hands-on. Again, her job is work from home, so she doesn't travel for her current job. And again, for the record, the town supervisor also submitted the letter of support. So I think this is one of the few applications that I got so many letters of support. So it's the town definitely is in need of this, and they definitely showed interest in wanting something like this for the community.
Can I just let the members know that the liquor store, Stanley First and Leah First, it's a year-round business. It's not a seasonal business. And there's no indication when they were approved back in 2016 that they would be seasonal. They don't have a seasonal license for a liquor store. They would be required, when they're not operating for more than 2 weeks, they're required to place their license in safekeeping.
And again, it's our applicants' first-hand knowledge that this location is pretty much closed most of the time.
Are the members ready to vote?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Commissioner De Leon?
Okay, with the extensive amount of support that you have from the community, with 6 out of the, was it 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, excuse me. 4 out of the 6 adjacent stores projected to increase sales in 2024. I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya?
I vote to approve.
And Chair?
I'm gonna find public convenience and advantage with the information that the closest store within 1 mile serves a very specific population, and also perhaps it's not open year-round. The next store is 4.2 miles away, so I'm gonna find public convenience and advantage. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next in Albany is number 25, Village Wine and Liquor LLC. 25.
Hi, good morning. I'm Michelle Brody. I'm the applicant for Village Wine and Liquor of Boston Spa, 230 Church Ave.
And there is opposition, correct?
Yes,
Yes.
that's correct.
All right. So if they can come up and speak.
Where would like to go first?
Hello, I'm Gerard Moser with Saratoga Wine and Spirits. I had moved my store less than a year ago to the Boston Spa area. I'm looking at the areas as being saturated at this point, and it's going to take probably looking at between the saturation of liquor stores and the increase of cannabis stores moving into the area, and the pending licenses and the impact that cannabis has on liquor sales, as they have shown in many states as a decrease. We're looking at probably a 4 to 5 year stabilization rate on the stores that are in that location. At least that's what I'm looking at my store, before I get to a stabilization rate, bounce back up. It's just the cannabis and the amount of stores in the area, and having myself, and I know one of the other stores has only been slightly over a year. So we're in that stabilization point.
Sir, your store was further from this proposed location from before?
No, I'm actually probably not as close as Sage, but I'm the next closest in that area.
I know, but I'm comparing this current proposed location to your old store.
My old location was further away.
Was further away. Okay, so you
Correct.
moved into this area
Correct.
specifically. Okay.
Yes.
Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What is your store, sir? I'm sorry.
It's Saratoga Wine and Spirits.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
yes. All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Jessica Rich. I have Sage Wine and Spirits in downtown Boston Spa. I would be the closest to this proposed store. Thank you. And I would like to kind of echo Gerard's points about being saturated. Boston Spa is a very small community, and my store is just off of the main road, but this new proposed site would make 4 liquor stores on the same road going through the village. And I think that we're all up in this area finding that the proliferation of cannabis shops has definitely hit our industry hard. Even some of the biggest, sort of most successful stores have been having sales impacted. So it seems unreasonable to add another store in a small community like this.
Can you talk about, because you are 1 mile away from this proposed location, who's in a more convenient location?
What, between me and this store, this proposed store? I don't know how to answer that question. What do you mean by convenient? Like parking or?
Yeah, like who's closer to all the shopping? Who's closer to describe the area?
So the downtown part of the village is basically there's the main road, Milton Ave, and so there are shops, different kinds of shops and businesses on that, and then there are 2 side roads, Front Street, which is where my store is, and Washington Street. And Front Street has kind of all of the most popular shops and restaurants, so it's kind of a well-traveled little area. But you know, this I don't know what the village. Do you know the village kind of square mileage? It's tiny.
Yeah, a couple miles.
Yeah, it's a really small village.
And this particular store is in the shopping center, right? It's in a strip mall type building?
The proposed store?
Yes.
Yeah, is that what we call it?
Yeah, it's a brand new plaza. That's my location would be attached to the same plaza next door to a gas station, the Sunoco.
Got it. All right, thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Ron Murphy. I'm one of the owners of High Rock Wine and Spirits. My store is located about 400 yards north of Saratoga Wine and Spirits. We recently received our license approximately a year ago. Just celebrated our 1st year anniversary. I just want to say that of the 7 stores located within a 4.5 mile radius of this proposed location, all the sales are either stagnant or decreasing. A couple of the stores I think are seeing 10 to 15% decreases. We haven't even established a clientele yet. One thing that you guys know as well is that of Gerard's store and my store are both located on Route 50, as is the proposed location, which basically runs from Schenectady County up into Saratoga. I just think that the issuance of another license would totally saturate this market. The market's already saturated, and I don't believe it provides any public advantage or convenience.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now the applicant, if there's no other opposition.
There is no other opposition.
Hi, I believe you received a letter of support from the Senator's office as well as Mary Beth Walsh, Assemblyman of Ballston Spa. They are in support of this location. I have 3 entrances, 2 on Church Avenue, also an entrance on the back side of West High, which is attached to the Sunoco gas station. I'm on the corner up farther of Route 50 and 67, where it's more south. Most traffic heads west that way. It's a very convenient location.
heavy traffic flow, good for tourist attractions, highly trafficked areas, supporting local homes and businesses. And it's just been a dream of mine to own my own business. Looking to be hands-on owner, charity work, like to be a pillar of the community of Ballston Spa. I plan on offering tastings. I've been in the industry myself for the past few years with doing tastings with the companies. So I'd be grateful for the opportunity of owning a business.
Ma'am, is there a school across the street from the proposed location?
There is, but it's beyond the distance, beyond the 500 feet. Yes.
Grammar school, high
It's
school?
200 feet. The
High
rule
school.
is 200 feet.
And it's a 200-foot rule, as the chair has noted. Okay, I'm ready when you guys are.
Let me just ask one question.
Yes.
So, coming in from, on 67, where it intersects with the main street in Ballston Spa, you would turn left for your place, right?
Left, yes.
Right, you'd go, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Ascertain your location.
I'm sorry. What is that? I apologize.
No, nothing. I just wanted to be sure of where you're located.
Okay.
Have any other questions, members? All right, if you're ready to vote, Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, we did receive the letter of support from the senator and the assembly member. What my information is that 2 new stores will open within the year, close by, in close proximity. The liquor stores, when you look on the map, almost form a line here. They appear to be pretty close to each other on a map, even though the figures will tell us they go from 1.2 to about 4.5 miles. But out of the 8 stores, that we received numbers for, 7 show decreases. And the only one that shows a marginal increase is literally only about $40,000 projected for 2024. So unfortunately, I just don't see that there is support for another store in that location. And for those reasons, I have to respectfully vote to deny.
Commissioner Maya?
All right. When I look at the locations of the various stores, I'm familiar with the line that runs from Ballston Spa to Saratoga. And there's a lot of traffic on those roads from Ballston Spa to Saratoga. You seem to be south of the village, what I call the village, or what I know to be the village. So you're kind of in the frontier, in a southerly direction, I would say, which is, I believe, a bit off of the traffic pattern. And it's a new location, rather it's a relatively new developed area, so I vote to approve.
And Chair.
As Commissioner De Leon said, 7 of the 8 stores are showing lowering numbers, and as everybody said, there are 2 new stores, so I think we need to see this area stabilized a little bit before. I appreciate the support from the elected officials, but I think that the numbers do not support public convenience and advantage, so I'm going to vote to deny.
All right, so the application's been denied. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next in Albany is number 3, Vintage Finds Liquor Company, LLC.
Hello, my name is Rashia Turner, Wallace Turner Law, and I represent Vintage Wines LLC. It's my understanding there hasn't been any oppositions filed.
You are the attorney or the applicant?
I am the attorney.
Okay. The applicant here is a school psychologist who says she will continue to work and will only be at the business on the weekends after 2 p.m. And that she's going to manage. She's going to have 0 employees and then later on amended to say 2 employees. What's the story?
So she is currently a school psychologist. This is a field she got into because of personal experiences. Her goal is to eventually, once the business is established and making enough money to support her and her son, is to transition full-time because she wants to be a business. Oh, because she wants to be a business owner. At this time, she recognizes she needs to maintain her full-time employment. What we submitted was stating that she plans to be there every day once school is over at 2 p.m. That is her plan right now, and she doesn't plan to operate the business after 7 p.m. She's looking to open approximately between the hours of 10 and 7 at this time. In addition, she has been speaking to different individuals, and she does intend to hire 2 employees when she initially opens up the business.
She works for the school district up there?
Yes, she does.
And how many years does she have vested with the school district?
She doesn't have any years vested. She's very new. She just received her degree, and this is her second assignment outside of that, so I believe about 1.5 years.
She's a school psychologist intern.
She is no longer an intern anymore. She recently was offered a position at Albany High School.
Okay.
So I don't know. I think she needs to come.
Yeah. Essentially, she's only going to be at the store from 2 to 7. And then at her regular job from what, 8 to 2 or something like that?
Yes.
Okay.
If she works at Albany High School, Donald, why don't you make it 3 o'clock for 10:30?
Again, I'm sorry.
She said she has to work until 2 o'clock.
Yep.
So ask her to come next time on the 30th, but maybe at 2:30, 2:45, and we will probably still be here. You understand what I mean?
Yeah. Do you think that would be okay?
Are we talking the 30th of this month?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you just give me 1 second to grab you? That works.
Okay, so I don't know what you need to do, but maybe you try to pick her up at 2 o'clock from school and hustle downtown
So we're saying the 30th at 3 o'clock?
at 2:30.
At 2:30, she's right around the corner. That's
Yeah,
fine.
like as soon as you can get here, come in. Paula, can you just make a note to keep it open until 2:30 on the 30th?
Yes.
Okay, and when you come in, just ask for Paula at the front desk and she will set up and we can hear your case at that time.
Okay, thank you. Thank
All right,
you.
thank you.
Next in Albany is a non-package store application, but it's number 24, Old Soul Design Shop, Inc. It's a change in method of operation.
Hi, my name is Catherine Tini, and I'm the owner and CEO of Old Soul Design Shop, Inc. We are here to discuss my closing time that was put in a parameter when I first applied for my alcohol license 2 years ago. There was a few businesses that were in the location at which my business is located that had some bad merit in the State Liquor Authority. And so there was a lot of reluctancy letting me open my business in the first place. And now it's been 2 years and I just applied and was given my new alcohol license, my tavern license for beer, cider, and wine. And I'm just working to try to relieve myself from some of the parameters that, wouldn't really change my business, but are some rights that I believe would be maybe helpful if I didn't have on my license.
Shannon?
Oh,
Okay, then we're having a lot of fun in the Albany office.
Apparently.
It's good.
Sorry.
For the members, do you have any questions, or are you ready?
So I just want to
What's the situation with selling bottles of wine to go?
It's few and far between, and I have sold them to go in the past, but closed, not open. There's no open and then sell. They would walk out with the bottle of wine, but it's not something that I think I've done. And there was like 2 customers that would do it occasionally at the end of a time there, but it's not something that's frequent.
All right, are you aware that your license type does not allow for that?
No, I was not aware, and I will not do it again. I was not aware.
Okay, that was a COVID special arrangement that on-premise licensees were allowed to do, but the law has since changed back to no bottles. You are, however, allowed to sell drinks to go, and you can put wine in a lit cup to take with them, but you can't sell the bottle, unopened bottle, okay?
Okay, yep.
That needs food, and there has to be a food order.
Right, and you have to sell drinks to go with a food order.
Noted.
So you want 2 a.m. across the board?
Yeah, I mean, my business, it does close at 11, but having the stipulation, only 11 on Friday and Saturdays, but having the no serve after 11 p.m. stipulation, there's just been a couple of times as a new business where I've had to push a room full of people out the door at 11 p.m. because of that. And it would be really lovely if I could sort of let it fizzle out and make a few more dollars to help my business rather than that. And then on New Year's Eve this past year, I had to apply for a single use permit to do an all night stay open, just to be open to watch the ball drop at midnight because of somebody else's bad behavior back in 2016. I'm not even sure, to be honest. I've been managing a bar in Plattsburgh for about 7 or 8 years. It's the Monopole, and it's the oldest running bar and business in upstate New York with no bad merit. I've also now owned this business for 2 years with no bad merit or police involvement. And I'm just looking to have all of the rights that everybody else with a tavern license is given, showing that my behavior is not equal to the physical location of my business.
The members ready to vote?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner De Leon,
I vote to approve 2 a.m.
Commissioner Maya,
I appreciate your candor, and I vote to approve 2 a.m.
and Chair.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve because she has no complaints and a letter of no objection from the mayor, 2 a.m.
All right, you've been approved.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
All right, Paula, so there's no one else, correct?
There is no one else, Tom.
All right, so again, as you know, we told people that were non-package stores that they can arrive at 12:30, so just, keep that in mind in case someone shows up.
Will
You
do.
need you need to reconnect, so thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so moving to New York City. First item is number 34, Wine on the Hills Corp. Number 34.
Okay.
Four.
Mike Palutis for the applicant. It looks like there's protest. Would you hear them first, or should I open?
We usually do protests first, so they can come up. Again, we are limiting to 3 minutes each speaker.
My name is Guy Parisi. I'm representative for the protester Liquorland. I would ask that of the 3 minutes, if I can reserve 1 minute for rebuttal, if I deem it necessary. I'll limit myself to 2 on this. And
Go ahead, just keep going.
First, I'd like to point out that in the protest letter, there is an error. I was retained after the letter was written. The error says it's 0.5 miles from, the applicant is 0.5 miles from the Liquorland. And my checking Google is 0.3. I'd like to point out also that Liquorland's been there for 18 years. However, the last, at least 18 years, my client here is the successor in interest of, he purchased the business and he's had it for 18 years. However, in the last couple of years, there's been a problem.
I'm confused.
What's the corporate name? What's the corporate name that you're representing?
I'm sorry?
The corporate name.
What is corporate?
Is it KD
RB King.
There is no Liquorland here.
RVK Inc.
So I actually have you, Ms. Parisi, signed in for 16. That's YAYIN LLC.
Excuse me?
So
I
you
don't think
signed in
this
for
is
number
your
16.
matter, sir.
YAYIN LLC. We're Rockland County for you guys, right?
Yes, that's the one.
Okay, yours hasn't been called up yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ethan Sullivan.
I thought this one was it.
Nope.
No, you're fine.
So we'll call you.
I get confused all the time.
Oh,
too.
I'm sorry.
We are doing a lot of liquor stores, but thank you for.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. There is no protest on this. All right, go
Can I
ahead.
start? Thank you. Good afternoon. Good morning. Mike Palutis for the applicant. I'm representing Wine on the Hills, Inc. I'm here today with Joseph Honig, the applicant's sole owner and principal. Mr. Honig is a seasoned operator in the kosher wine and spirit space. He has spent the last 7 years working at a kosher-focused store in Brooklyn that does about 50% kosher product. Before that, he was an employee of Royal Wines, which is one of the state's largest kosher wine distributors.
Where's that? Oh, it's a distributor.
It's a distributor.
Got
it. This is an application for a location at Center One Plaza in Woodridge, New York, which is a overwhelmingly Orthodox community. Not surprisingly, this application is for a store that will sell exclusively kosher wine and spirits.
Okay.
The store is relatively small in size. It's about 470 square feet of retail. We have submitted a lengthy sample of inventory attached as exhibits A and B. The New York products that he will carry at various times are highlighted in red. I'll speak just briefly to the closest stores. Katie Perrick, of course, hasn't opposed. They're not here. It is the closest store. It stocks almost no kosher product. And it is, for the reasons set forth in Section 2 and in the affidavit that we attached, it's not a bona fide store. Yagdil Corp, also not opposing, is a completely...
Wait, who's not a bona fide store?
So Katie Perrick, which is the closest store, we submitted an affidavit. It's Exhibit D to the submission. It is not open to the public. You have to enter the IGA next door and have one of the IGA's employees exit the store. And
There's a supermarket next door, right?
Yeah, so the store is
You can't walk
closed.
into the liquor
You cannot
store.
walk
You have
into
to
the
go to
liquor store. No.
Someone from the,
You
you
have-
go to the supermarket, somebody from the supermarket lets you into the liquor store.
You got to knock on a neighboring business. You got to go into the neighboring business, get their employee to come out and open the liquor store up. Mr. Honig submitted an affidavit which details his attempts to access the store. Yagdil Corp., which is the next closest store, again, has not opposed. It is a completely kosher store, but it services the town of Fallsburg, which is some distance away. In the busy months, it's about a 20-minute drive.
So the neighboring non-bona fide store, alleged non-bona fide, do you know how big it is?
So it's interesting. Based on what we received from the liquor authority, it says that it is 1,000 square feet. But Mr. Honig, when he was able to access the store, says that it's maybe 80 square feet.
80 square feet?
In total. He indicated there's a great discrepancy between the actual size of the store and what's being reported in the gross sales number report that we received back.
So I actually think that under the law, a liquor store is allowed to be inside of a grocery store if that was disclosed in their application. So I just want to get that out there. However, it's not accessible.
I don't believe it's in the grocery store, correct? It's next to the grocery store?
It's next to the grocery store, but you have to go into the IGA?
No. You have to go get the people from the IGA to open the liquor store so that you can access it and shop.
Are they owned by the same people?
Yes.
The IGA owns the liquor store.
It's a small town. It's an IGA that does hardware and groceries. So it's not an IGA that maybe that you'd be that you might be picturing.
I don't know. Is IGA a franchise? I don't even know.
Yeah, it's a grocery
IGA is a
store
franchise?
from many years
Oh,
back. It's small.
It's a conglomeration
Northern
of
IGA,
grocers.
okay, I
Anybody can buy from IGA, actually. Any local grocery store can become a part of the
Oh, you
IGA
could just call
organization.
yourself an IGA?
Well, you have to belong to the food buying co-op. But once you do, you can put IGA up and advertise that way.
Learn something every day.
In any event, it's not a competitive store because it's not offering kosher product. But it is the closest, so
That store is not offering kosher
not
products?
not meaningful SKUs.
Okay.
No. So Yagdil.
I'm okay.
Yeah, all right, go ahead.
Yagdil Corp. is the next closest. No?
The members are ready to vote.
Okay.
I think we're actually good. I mean, I did have some concern with the numbers that we received. Out of the 5 stores, only one was showing an increase, a moderate increase at that, but the other stores are very far away. And this store sounds like it essentially might be replacing KD at some point. I don't know what's going to happen there, but and I also note the significant amount of support, although a lot of the petitions weren't completely filled out. There were some signatures, but that kind of stuff. I'm going to lean in favor of the applicant and vote to approve.
Approve.
Maya, Commissioner Maya?
Approve.
Yep, and Chair.
All right, sir, we're going to support your application, but I just want to clarify that you work at a vineyard right now?
It's a liquor store.
It's a liquor store, okay. And you have previously worked for a distributor, right? But this ownership is separate from the distributor, right? You were an employee there. You're not related to the people
Owned by the
that,
HERSHA family.
it's your family that owns the distributor?
The distributor is owned by the
No,
HERSHA
it's okay.
family.
Do
Royal
we have
Wine owned by the
another
HERSHA. I was just employee. of HERSHA.
Oh, okay, so you're not related to them. Okay, so I mean, you're obviously allowed to work with them, but there cannot be cross-tier ownership. I just want to clarify that, okay?
Distributor, no, he can't work for a distributor.
No,
Is that
he
what
can't
he's
work,
saying?
no.
Sorry.
I'm saying that he can buy from them, but they cannot own the liquor store.
Got it.
That's all.
Okay.
Presumably, you don't work for them anymore. You now work for a liquor store, right? Okay, so knowledge is good, commingle is not good. So you can't.
He understands.
Anyway, I think he
I'll have the discussion again with him afterwards, but he hasn't worked for Royal Wine in 7 years. He's been working at a package store in Brooklyn for that period of time.
Okay, great. I just want to clarify.
I understand.
And you're going to do wine education classes for the community?
Yes.
Okay. How often do you plan to do those?
In the past, I'm in the industry already for 26 years. I did hundreds of wine events and tastings in my past 26 years.
Okay, all right.
So-
Tasting small cups, not like
course.
the whole bottle, right? Okay, all right. I'm going to vote to approve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So now is number 16. YAYIN LLC.
Okay.
You need an interpreter.
I needed.
The one for number 5 needs an interpreter. That's why you're waiting. I saw you. Now, Mr. Parisi, this is what you're opposing. There we go.
Morning, Robert Lewis for the applicant.
And that's the applicant?
As the applicant,
Yep.
yes.
Can you put his name on the record?
Yes, absolutely.
Hi, my name is Asher Semanowitz. I'm the owner of the store.
Now the opposition.
Okay.
Guy Parisi, and I'm representing, I'll give you the corporate name here, is RVK Inc. And present here also is the principal of RVK, and please state your name.
Rankit Vijay Kumar.
As I requested earlier, may I reserve 1 minute of my 3 minutes for rebuttal, should it be necessary?
Oh, you don't need to do that. You can take your 3 minutes, and then if you respond again, it's fine.
All right.
I appreciate you asking that, but you don't need to do that.
Thank you, Chairman. As I said earlier, I was retained
Now
after.
it's liquor land, okay.
Yes. I was retained after the protest letter was sent in, and I found an error in it. The applicant is 0.3 miles from the existing store, not 0.5 as stated in the letter of protest.
Okay, got it. But that's not your client's. No, your client is Liquorland.
Yes.
RVK, okay.
RVK.
Got it.
RVK, my client's had RVK for 18 years, and he purchased that, so that store has been there for more than 18 years. It's in a shopping mall with a ShopRite. There was a ShopRite until 2 years ago, and 2 years ago the ShopRite went out of business, and a kosher supermarket opened up. In reaction to the kosher supermarket, my client brought in a line of kosher wines, but that kosher supermarket only lasted to a short period of time, and they've since gone out of business. RVK's sales have gone down since ShopRite has closed, and RVK is in the village of Airmont with a population of a little over 10,100, and there's already 2 other liquor stores there, I believe, counting RVK. I believe the public would not be in the public convenience to issue another license for on-premise, off-premises package store. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, Robert Lewis again for the applicant. What distinguishes my client's establishment, the proposed establishment, from all the others is this will be 100% kosher. Therefore, the impact upon those selling non-kosher items would be minimal. Of course, people who, anyone could buy a kosher item.
Are any of the neighboring stores also kosher?
No, not as far as we know. And
Not exclusively. How many kosher products do you sell?
We have a big section of all kosher products. We've been carrying that for almost 18 years. Before, when I bought it, the previous gentleman also.
When you say one section, how many SKUs is that?
We have almost most of the SKUs we have. Exact SKU number I don't remember, but we have a whole big.
Like
section.
rough it. Is it 50? Is it 100? Is it 200?
More than 500.
More than 500.
Like different SKUs, yes.
Okay.
Liquor and wine.
Okay.
Again, my client also visited the store. He found most of the shelves empty. They're on COD.
I believe that
What store? The Liquorland?
RVK.
Okay.
Yeah, all these other, again, we are 100% kosher. There's nothing within that's all kosher within this 4 miles. That's Sly, which I also represented. And they're out
Okay,
of
I know
Muncie.
he told you not to move it, but
did I
I
move it?
can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The mic.
Oh, the mic,
so-
I didn't touch it.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. In any event, there's no other 100% kosher store except for Sly Management, which is in Muncie. I represent them as well. And they're, I think, 4.7 miles away. So
Okay.
based on that, I believe it would be clearly, and incidentally, this serves a different segment of that community. Sly serves Muncie. This is in Airmont. So it'll serve Airmont, Tallman, Suffern. And there's no kosher stores in that area.
What's the size of the Orthodox or kosher population in this area? Do you know?
I don't know, but it's large. It is, actually, sorry?
It's over 50%.
Over 50% of the
Over 50%.
population. Yeah, oh yeah.
And of a town
Absolutely.
of what size?
It's
The town is
round,
150.
150,000
It's the
people.
biggest, no, it's the biggest town population.
in Rockland.
After Long Island, yes. Town of
After
Long
Long Island.
Yeah. The biggest town population, yes.
There's no question, it's about 50%.
What
if not
about
more.
Brooklyn? It's
Uh,
after Brooklyn?
It's probably after, I assume it's after Brooklyn, yes.
Okay, but it's 150,000.
147, yes, in 2021, I believe, yeah,
Okay.
yes.
There's a retail store next door?
So the closest, I'm sorry, so the retail store, yeah, it's a shopping mall, shopping strip mall.
Well,
And
what
there's
I
a lot
have
of,
here is there's some commitment that the door between your proposed location and this retail store will remain locked.
yeah, so basically it's, when we rent the place, it was built for 2 units and then the landlord only wanted to rent it out for 1 person. So basically we subdivided and like the lease, and
What's the retail store?
it's a food store, kosher deli.
Kosher Deli?
Yes.
Any connection with your business?
No,
None?
no.
So you are Asher or you're Zev?
I'm Asher.
You're Asher. And
Yeah.
so where's your partner?
He's right there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it. So
let me
you're
fir-
working at the store
Yes.
and he's sitting in the back because
Yeah.
he's sitting in the back.
He has the money.
Okay, got it.
Let me
All right.
first, can I say something? I moved to the area actually. I live half a mile from my location
Yeah.
over 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. And I used to buy actually a lot in that store because this is the closest Liquorland.
Yeah.
And they used to have I mean, I don't know what he says, 500 items, kosher items. He has, I don't know how many, but it's like, I would say it's less than 5% of his store. Like he has 2 shelves and it's half of them are, most of them is not kosher. And I used to buy there a lot and I used to tell them, bring in this, and no one to talk to. And lately they stopped bringing in the stuff that I used to buy. So basically, I understood from distributor that he's not selling them anymore. He has problems with financials. So he's bringing in only for one distributor, one wine distributor, but most he's not selling any. I know he said he has 500.
So you're taking matter into your own hands.
Yes, I live in the area, and from my house to the closest liquor store, it's 1.6 miles from my location. It's about, I would say, sometimes 15, 20 minutes drive. It's a very big, it's a very busy road, Route 59, and it's, I mean, you can see the numbers of that store. They make over $8 million sales a year. A store of 1,300 square feet. The one after 2 miles from there is doing over 5 million. I mean, there's obviously that we needed, the kosher community needs it. And regarding the ShopRite that it says, the reason why ShopRite closes, what I understood, is because the Jewish population was growing and there was one investor that wanted to open a kosher store, so he convinced a ShopRite to sell him the lease. And it was open for actually less than a year. So basically, obviously, it was the problem with the management place. And then right now, after the holiday, like after, in a month from now, it's reopening again, but the biggest Evergreen Kosher. They have actually 2 locations already in Rockland County. There's gonna be the 3rd location. So obviously shows that it is a busy, the community needs it. They're gonna reopen in a month from now.
Members have any questions?
I'm sorry, you said the location of what? Like 2 other kosher stores?
No, he said that opposition claims that it was like a ShopRite, they closed down.
Oh,
And then after the ShopRite was a kosher supermarket, they were open only for a year.
Okay.
And they
got it.
closed down, that promised the management. Now they're reopening it.
Reopening.
Yes, a 3rd location
Okay.
somewhere from that area.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Almost get a pic, no, yeah.
That's the store, right?
And one more thing, he said, I just checked, the Google Map, I know where he's checking the distance, I don't know if it makes a difference, but Google Map shows 0.5 of a mile from our location to a store.
So you have to explain something to me.
Yeah.
Looking at this location online, I see your store, I see the adjacent store, I see a door, and then I see an urgent care. Is that correct?
Correct, there is one store in between the
Your
agent,
store
correct.
and the store next to you appear to have the exact same logo.
Again?
They appear to have the exact same logo. Signage.
Oh, you're talking about right now, what's right now? So basically, the store is divided the front and the back. So the retail store, they're going from the back. There's 2 storefronts from the front. When you go on the street, there's one, it's gonna be the wine store. Then there's the other side, on the parking lot, there's another
So are
storefront.
you telling me that if you look directly at the building, you're not going to see the food store?
Correct,
I got it.
right. It's from, when you drive by I mean, you can see it, but from Route 59, but not from North Hammond Road, the main road, you don't see the food store, correct. So he asked me to put a sign now. So he has a temporary banner. It's not like even a
To your
sign.
knowledge, do they sell beer? Do they sell
No,
other
no,
licenses?
there's no, it's only open in the weekends, like Thursday, Friday, it's Shabbos food. So it's not like a busy, it's a small place. He has a kitchen, the guy has a kitchen, he brings ready food and he sells it there,
Okay.
yes. So. Yeah.
Yeah, he's talking about the space in the back. That's why you can't see it.
Yep.
The members have any other questions?
I've not.
Members ready to vote?
I am ready. Yeah.
Would you like to hear from the opposition?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
A couple of things. Firstly, they appear to be using the town of Ramapo and Armonk interchangeably. The town of Ramapo includes the village of Armonk, which we're located in, as well as the village of Muncie. And it's, if you're going to expand the comparison, you have to expand. There are more stores, more liquor stores in the
When
town.
they're talking about the population?
Yes, population as well as the number of stores. Yes. All right. Secondly,
So what's the response? If we widen it, do you know?
well, let's
how many
compare
stores
apples to apples and oranges to oranges in terms of the number of stores and the population. If we're going to just be talking, we're just focusing on the village of Airmont, which has a population of 10,000. All right, as opposed to the town, which offhand I don't know, but it's probably, there are 3 villages within the town and probably some unincorporated area of the town as well. So, and I'm just saying there are more stores in the town than there are in the village.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but if I look at my list, when you get to 2.7 miles, we're already in Muncie. So I point taken, but I think it's all in there.
All right, and secondly, as I pointed out earlier, there was a kosher supermarket that closed, and there wasn't enough demand for to support a supermarket at that location.
Well, he's saying that they're going to reopen.
And he's also arguing that it had poor management. There's no reason to draw an inference because the store closes that it had poor management. ShopRite, I don't think had poor management and they closed. I think it goes to the population. There's been a population decline there.
My brother was.
Yeah, no, I understand. Look, you know, if the liquor store can bring back the grocery store, I actually think that creates, you know, food safety for the community, and I think that's a positive.
Finally, if you do determine that it would be in the public convenience, I ask you to impose a restriction of only kosher products in the store.
You read my mind. Okay, fine. That's fine.
All right. All right, thank you.
Are the members ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner De Leon?
Okay, with the stipulation that the door to the adjoining retail space will always be maintained locked. As I look at the figures that we did receive, the closest one, RBK, does show a significant decrease projected for 2024. But the next two figures that we got show increases, even though they're 1.6 and 2.7 miles away. Also, the uniqueness of the products that are going to be sold, I think support the applicant in my view. So I will vote to approve with the caveat that only kosher products be sold.
Commissioner Meyer?
I'll approve, and I don't require any stipulation.
And Chair?
I'm going to vote to approve, agreeing with Commissioner De Leon to keep the products 100% kosher, please.
Okay, thank you
And I
very
guess
much.
The
just,
door is being locked to the adjoining store.
Yes,
That's-
I agree with that.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Just one thing, I mean, obviously wine as like a supervision, but a lot of whiskeys and bourbons doesn't have actually a supervision on it, but it is kosher to drink. So just want to make sure that I'll be able to sell those stuff.
It's kosher according to
Yes.
what your community can
Correct,
consume.
correct, right.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
we're only gonna.
It does not need to be labeled kosher.
Okay,
It
okay.
just needs to be consumable by
Great.
people who practice kosher.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Next is number 2, Prestige Palace Liquor Store, LLC.
Prestige Palace.
Good morning, good afternoon. Tejal Shah, Law Office of Tejal Shah, on behalf of the applicant, Prestige Palace Liquor Store, LLC.
Mark Clark, Prestige Palace Liquor Store.
Okay, do we have any protests?
Is anyone here protesting Prestige Palace Liquor Store, LLC? Nope. All right, if you want to go ahead and make an up.
Okay. The two members of the liquor store, Prestige Palace Liquor Store LLC, are a father and son team. They plan to open this liquor store in Freeport. They're very knowledgeable about the liquor industry. The father is a business owner currently in Freeport itself, engaging in liquor sales.
Are you the father or the son?
Father.
You're the father, okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, and the father is also a retired police officer, is an upstanding individual in the community. He also currently owns a on-premises establishment in the community with no current violations or any code of conduct, any kind of police involvement at all in his store. He's also in the community itself, in Freeport itself. It's been defined in Wikipedia as the second biggest village in the state of New York, and the population is booming. It's a very diverse community. It is based on the nautical mile, and the applicant has knowledge from the mayor of Freeport that there's currently 5 hotels that will be opening in the area. So we will have more tourists and more people who don't reside in Freeport who will also be coming into the community, who will also be accessing this liquor store. We have also submitted before this meeting 10 letters of recommendation, including the president of the Freeport Chamber of Commerce. He as well is endorsed the applicant, the store. The other 9 letters are from business owners, neighboring business owners who feel that this store will also increase the foot traffic, increase the economic opportunity of the other businesses as well in the area. We only had 1 letter of protest, Boopy Wines and Liquor, but as you can see from their gross sales, their sales have been increasing, and we're talking about a $4 million liquor store. I mean, they're objecting, but they're close, not that close to my client's liquor store. We had no other objections. You see all the gross sales letters of the neighboring liquor stores. All of their sales have been increasing over the years. So there is room for another additional liquor store in this area, which would be, of public convenience and advantage for the community members, the residents of Freeport itself. My client is also, he lives in Baldwin, which is a neighboring town, so he's like a resident very close to Freeport itself. So, we have a lot of, and he's also going to speak as to the unique offerings he will be offering in this liquor store. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, my pleasure. It's like a dream come true. I'm standing here. I waited 9 months to be here, and Freeport is a very diverse community who needs products of differentiality for ethnicity background. For example, Caribbean rum I'm going to be offering is not transparent in different liquor store I frequently visited. Sister Winery is very affordable as far as for the community. I'm very hands-on in the community, spend all my hours there. I coach basketball teams. It's like I'm trying to be a pillar to the community. I did 21 years NYPD, retired in good standings. My mom and pops owned a liquor store in Jamaica. So I grew up in the business, and they're going to be on board. They're going to be helping me also. My son, we're just going to make this work for Freeport, and Freeport needs it with the projected hotels. That's based on the meetings I have with the mayor and the community, is going to be in the area. And other surrounding, other neighboring businesses, as indicated, they welcome me as outstanding citizen. And I think I will, not think, I know I will do well, because I'm always working, and with all respect,
Where's your son?
He's sick. He's under the weather. He tried to be here, but he's under the weather right now.
Okay. You guys have questions?
No, I don't. I'm ready.
Ready to vote? Yes. Commissioner De Leon?
Okay, there was, you were right about Boopy in terms of showing growth. There was one other protest from Freeport Spirits, and they do show a decline. But out of the 4 stores that we got, 3 show that they're projected to increase sales going into 2024. I note all of the support that you got, from various businesses, from diners, the Mexican Grill, Glitzy Nails, let's not forget them, and the Chamber of Commerce, So with all that said, I wish you the best in your endeavor, and I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you.
Commissioner Maya?
Approve.
And Chair?
The applicant, I don't know if it's worth for council or the applicant, that you got a lot of community support, which is rare to see. And you're obviously an exemplary citizen, and we see your NYPD discharge papers. I respect that, your son lives on the same address, and maybe
Yes.
this can help him move him along
Yes.
here in life. And since you have knowledge in the industry, I'm going to vote to approve.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you, Brett.
Okay, thank you.
of course, we had the easiest package store applications for the package store.
I know.
application day.
I know. Well,
We have 2 more package stores that have signed in, but they're waiting for an interpreter and
Okay.
the interpreter won't be here till 1.
So
We
let's
expect
go
it.
to, we can break and then we can go to other things that are in the room.
All right, we're gonna go on a brief recess. I did say we would start again at 12:30 in the email. I don't know if you want to wait until 12:30.
No.
All right.
I mean, people are here.
Well, we're on a recess. We're back on the record after a brief recess. So I do understand that certain attorneys have signed in and aren't here. So I am going based on who I know is here. 29, 105, 20 Bar and Grill Inc. I thought it was here,
29.
29.
but he's not here. He was here. All right. 19 JDC's Tailgaters Inc.
Said 19?
19.
Am I on the right one this time?
Yeah, you signed in for it.
Yes.
Yeah. Guy Parisi, the licensee, and the principal of the licensee is here. State your name.
Doriel Bennett.
So, before you start, I just want to place on the record that in this instance, a security guard killed a patron. There was a stabbing in the parking lot.
No, I believe.
No, everything was in the parking.
It's two separate instances, right?
Yes,
There's a security guard that murdered a patron inside the establishment? No.
I'm sorry. There was some young kids that came over from another establishment that's down the road. And they came in and they were asked to leave and they had an altercation in the parking lot. That case was whatever they couldn't find, or I cooperated with the cops, gave them video feed. They really couldn't see anything because it was in the middle of the parking lot. And the police officer advised me that after COVID, there's been a lot of incidences. I should hire a security company. I then hired a Suffolk County contracted security company who does all of Suffolk County's security work on their beaches, the Tiki Joe's and all the Jones Beach theaters. I hired that company. And we had music that night and a patron was asked to leave. He left. He came back at 4 a.m. and the security guard and him got into the altercation outside. He was taken to the hospital and a month and a half later passed away. I cooperated with the district attorney. I testified against him. He's been incarcerated. I've also obviously, we tried to reach out to the family when it happened, but my lawyer said to please just leave them alone, which we did. We made a public apology. I know the person who passed. He was a regular patron in my establishment. And I did not know the security guard. It was a licensed and insured security company. Like I said, one of the biggest ones that was contracted through Suffolk County. That is why I chose them, because they were such a big company.
Are you still with the same company?
Oh, no, they were fired the very next day.
Okay.
And I do not have big events like that. I do have events, but not big ones like that anymore. I haven't for a long time.
And do you currently have security?
No,
You do not have security.
no.
So how are you protecting the premises?
Well, I haven't really been open. We try to close at 2 a.m. now. I'm bringing food in full time. And like I said, we do not do those kind of events where there's 5 or 6 music events at once. We do have karaoke and we do have music, but not like that. I won't allow it anymore because I don't want to ever take a chance that something ever happens.
What do you mean you bring food in?
Well, I'm looking to bring food into the establishment full time. I'm working on that now.
Oh, I see. So you want to become a restaurant?
Yes,
I see.
that is the goal, and I've been working on it.
License at a tavern?
Right now, yes, until I
Okay.
just got a Board of Health approval for some stuff, and I'm working with the Board of Health
Do you have a
now.
full kitchen?
No,
Okay.
I'd like to point something out, that not only, as she said, she fired the company the next day, but since the incident, there've been several inspections by the liquor authority, police, and there've been no instances of anything since that day.
Okay.
I'm ready to vote if my colleagues are. I don't have to, stress to you the gravity of what happened, but I do appreciate your statement, your testimony. I feel that you are sincere and very truthful. There were 12 service calls from September 21 to August of 2022 that involved physical altercations, but the record indicates that there have been no problems since 2022. And I was curious about whether or not the security guard was licensed. I'm glad you let me know about that. So, and I like the idea that you have to change over into a restaurant. So with all that said, I will accept the $5,000 offer that you made. That's my finding.
Thank you.
Commissioner Maya
Accept 5,000.
and Chair.
I'm gonna accept 5,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners.
I'm not going to hold you to 2 a.m., but try to keep at 2 a.m. for the foreseeable future until, things really show improvement. Thank you.
All right, so again, I'm pulling things that I know are here and have no opposition since it's before 12:30. 50D, JREY Restaurant Incorporated.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Nofe for JREY Restaurant in CORP.
I don't know if you came through, so I could barely hear you. Could you say it again?
How you doing? My name is
Pull that
Anthony.
up if you need to.
lift it up.
You can lift
You
it
can-
up.
you can lift the
I
mic.
can lift it up.
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank
How
you.
you doing? My name is Anthony Inofe for JREY Restaurant Inc.
Okay.
All right.
Plan on hiring a manager, sir? Do you plan on having a manager?
I'm the owner and I'm going to be the manager.
And you're gonna
I'm
be
the
the
owner
manager?
and the manager.
Okay, are you aware of the history of this location?
Yes, I was born and raised in that area. I'm 23 years of age, and I decided to open this business because my mom owned a business, and I finished from college, and I just wanted to own a business of mine. So I ended up going to the food business, and I just wanted to do something for the community because ever since the last owners who owned it was a deli, and it was bringing a very negative to the community. So since I got older in age, I just wanted to open something for the community that they can, as a family, they can come eat and enjoy themselves.
I see that you plan to have 3 employees and 2 security guards?
Yes.
All right, with the history of the location and with you being so young, that's a natural concern for me.
Yes.
But I appreciate the fact that you are gonna have security
Yes.
guards.
I mean, I also work as security. I work as security at MSG.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do. I work at MSG in Barclays, so I do have my license, but I'm not gonna be doing security as my job. But I do know contractors with security companies, and like I said, like the area was way worse growing up and previously, but now it has become way much better. So everything has kind of minimized, and we do plan to install security, of course, because of people's safety, and we want to give people the best time of their life and make sure of the safety too as well.
Okay.
Is this a 500-foot case? Okay. Okay.
No.
All right.
What about this 2-year prescription on the location?
From the grocery store that was revoked.
Oh.
It was a different type. When it was revoked.
All right. Yeah, so the prescription kicks it over here. It really doesn't mean that we can't license it. And if it's a grocery store revocation, likely it's serious availing or something like that. And it's for 2 years, so 2020 would be, 2 years ago that it expired already. But who's doing the renovation?
I'm doing the renovation.
You're doing the renovation?
Yes, I am doing the renovation and everything.
Okay, and you're doing this business on your own?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. This is only for a temporary retail permit. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah, this is my temporary. I also
So,
applied for the.
Get the business started but just so you know that the item is going to come back to full board again.
Okay.
And so just make sure that you're in compliance on all fronts and, avoid incidents.
Okay.
And we will see you again here, hopefully within the year.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Do we vote, Commissioner De Leon?
I vote to approve.
Thank
And
you.
Commissioner Maya?
I vote to approve.
Thank you.
And I just want to explain to you that you're not here because there's anything on you. It's really because of the location.
Yes.
So, all right, and I vote to approve.
Thank you so much.
So I know that some of you just got in and some of you are doing check-in meetings with your clients. Can you please take it outside? Thank you.
The main license is to go to the full board, correct, for that?
Yes,
now?
please.
All right. Next is 43 and 44, AASA Group LLC. Yeah, ZULA.
Good afternoon, Robert Romano for AASA Group LLC. I know we set up it was adjourned in order for us to supply additional information, which we did. And it was also assumed and everything was planned to get Mr. Elanini to appear today. He did send me a map screenshot of where he was yesterday at 4 p.m., which was waiting to get out of Miami Beach. And he is still there and could not attend.
Held up by Milton.
Yep.
All right.
I mean,
Yeah, so let's, I think we need to have a meeting with council.
All right, we're going to go off the record for a brief conference with council. We'll be back shortly.
thank you. If you need proof of the screenshot.
No, we don't need that.
Okay.
Having catastrophic natural disaster does not exempt. Does not exempt. Not exempt from a civil adjournment. Sir.
$36. Okay. I did. I went back to my home, back to my apartment. And
So
right, we're back on the record after a conference with council.
All right, Mr. Romano.
Oh, so the number is 43 and 44.
Right.
ASA Group LLC.
ASA.
ASA?
ASA.
All right.
Members have any questions or?
Did you ever ask about the longer hours? Did you ever get to the bottom of that there was a request for longer hours? That was denied, but no one knows who asked for them?
They did not recall asking for it, and they're not seeking.
But you agree with us that there was a denial from Community Board 13 that denied the longer hours, right?
If you're telling me they did, I have no reason to believe they didn't.
So you agree or
I will agree.
Don't object? You agree?
I will agree to that.
Okay. All right. You guys ready to vote? You have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
All right, go ahead.
Commissioner De Leon?
All right, we had a council we had a conference with council, and based on everything that we've discussed to date on numerous occasions, I'm going to respectfully vote to deny.
Commissioner Maya?
And I'm also going to vote to deny.
And Chair?
I'm going to vote to deny as well. This location is a huge capacity. For now, the board is not feeling confident that it's to be managed properly and in compliance. And so we vote to deny.
All right. Next is 49 and 50, Ireland Corners Gas and Convenience Inc.
This is
59?
49 and
49.
50.
There is no 59.
This is a conditional no contest plea in the amount of $7,500 for the two violations.
So this is to sell to minor. I'm at 9,000.
Well, if I may, this was, the reason this offer was given with the knowledge of council's office direction was the second incident did not occur subsequent to their being notified of the first incident. So the bad action that took place on day one, the amount that you're giving would be just if they served a minor and then
No,
paid
I
a
think
fine.
get a credit if it happened like within the same week or on the same day. This is 6 months after, so you're telling me the gas station didn't have notice that 6 months ago they made a sale?
No, they didn't. How would they have known?
Then it's hugely mismanaged.
No.
And-
The authority never charged them until after the second sale. Pardon?
Yeah, so they know that someone was arrested there. That's not a sound argument, sir. I appreciate what you're saying, but this is not that situation. I'm at 9,000.
Okay.
It's a counter.
Oh, no. Yes, I'm noting the two arrests. There seems to be notice, so I'll go with 9,000.
And Commissioner De Leon, sorry.
I also go with 9,000.
Okay.
So next is 36, Coffee Mob Coffee Roasters LLC.
Robert Romano again. I'm here with Joseph Burke, who's the principal of Coffee Mob Coffee Roasters LLC. It's a conditional no contest plea. You'll note that I made the plea in the amount of $4,500. Mr. Burke is here today because he wanted to express himself to the board as to not only while that fine should be accepted, he's seeking a reduction for reasons which I believe he wants to explain. So, Mr. Burke?
Wait, you offered the CNC though, right?
Correct.
Was that a request from our counsel's office for that
Yes.
amount?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Go ahead.
Thank you, everybody, for your time. I really appreciate it. I've actually written a statement, and I appreciate your patience as I read through it because it may take a few minutes. I really wanted to kind of give you guys an idea about what my business is all about. So I took the time to write this. Can I move this down? Microphone.
What you can, we've been
Go
touching
ahead.
it all day. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
All right, well, listen, about 12 years ago, we opened up Coffee Mob, the first specialty coffee shop of its kind in an underserved area of Ditmas Park, a Brooklyn neighborhood where I also live and have raised a family. I'd like to mention that in the special coffee industry, there's a great belief in transparency, and I have taken the time to write some of my experiences as a local small business owner. By honestly providing everyone here with some background information about Coffee Mob, I hope to come to a fair resolution regarding our working
Okay, do you have a
relationship
partner
with the
in
New
this
York State
business?
Liquor Authority. No,
You don't have a partner?
no.
Okay, sorry, you say we, so I assume there is someone else.
No, I just say we because, you know, my family's involved. This is
I
kind of a-
understand. I get it.
All right.
Okay.
You may ask why the name Coffee Mob. Well, we always envisioned our shop as a place for people to gather, a mob or a large gathering of people to enjoy a common love, coffee. We pride ourselves in knowing that our business, Coffee Mob, is here for the coffee masses. What this translates to from a business perspective is that our model is open-doored, meaning whether you are old or young, this color or that, or identify as any particular gender, we're here to welcome everyone in and have always found a way to serve every individual, no matter their appearance or financial struggles. This simple belief also translates to our employees. We understand the importance of inclusiveness and have always had a diverse staff. As time passed, this passion for coffee, this belief in the coffee masses began to spawn and grow incredible relationships in our community. We began to experience firsthand the good things could happen when small businesses work and collaborate with its community. Coffee Mob has always been a safe haven for people to express freely their ideas and thoughts about our great city and all that happens around the world. Our little corner coffee shop has been a place for couples on their first date, friends that now have children that we have been lucky to witness grow to say their first words. Coffee Mob has sponsored a Brooklyn recreational baseball team for 10 years. Coffee Mob has donated coffee and food to churches and places of need during natural disasters. Coffee Mob has employed and supported students that are receiving an education at nearby Brooklyn College. Coffee Mob is involved with our local public schools and has made donations for special functions to raise money. Coffee Mob has cooperated and worked with local police precincts and has provided footage from our security cameras facing the streets. Coffee Mob has provided personal work info when background checks were needed for former employees who entered work fields that required vetting and security clearance. During the quarantine at the beginning of the pandemic, Coffee Mob remained open as an essential business and was proud to be a beacon of hope for first responders. Pretty much the only customers coming in at that time were nurses, doctors, firemen, and police officers. For safety reasons, our staff was furloughed and I worked on my own. Whilst I had no employees, I created a virtual tip jar and collected gratuity for months that I then gifted to all our staff equally. As time went on and people were returning to work, some of our employees did not, as the pandemic had changed their circumstances. But a small amount did, and we have always been so proud to have not closed down due to immense financial loss and the fact that our work environment has been a place of financial security, which in turn has allowed us the benefits of employees who have dedicated years to working at Coffee Mob, some of which still do. Toward the end of the pandemic, a larger retail space became available directly across the street on the opposite corner. The owners of this space approached me thinking logically that it would be good for our coffee shop to move into a larger, more accommodating space. But we were proud of our flagship location and never imagined that we would change anything about it. It was where it all started more than 10 years ago, and it had become a real anchor, strongly set into the community. It was operating smoothly. However, after a couple of weeks of contemplating, I decided I would try to acquire the location, but instead of moving our flagship Coffee Mob across the street, I would open up a new business, as you know, as Coffee Mob Coffee Roasters, LLC, at 1602 Newkirk Avenue. I believe that through our positive, longstanding relationship with the community, that opening up a wine and beer bar would be successful, and it was something that I had thought to add to my original business, but the owner of that building did not have it in his beliefs that he should accommodate a liquor license. Technically, we were still in pandemic stages, and I won't go into great detail about all the changes of opening up a new business whilst coming out of a pandemic, but it was costly as the price of building materials was high and the logistics of everything and everyone involved was stretched, causing great delays. It took 6 months of negotiating just to acquire the new lease and 2 years all together before officially opening. I had to take out personal loans and use government assistance to accumulate enough money to pay for the build out of the new business. And even though I was incurring substantial debt, I was excited for the new business and was courageous and believed that through hard work and the continual support of our community, everything would eventually iron out monetarily, and that over time I would begin to pay off my investments for Coffee Mob Wine and Beer Bar. At the time, we decided to work with a liquor license lawyer. I was inexperienced with the handling of these technical New York State liquor matters, and it seemed appropriate to hire a lawyer to help facilitate the application process. It all seems straightforward, and we provided all the necessary documents and info, etc., that was needed to submit the application. I was unfamiliar with what a method of operation meant, and at no time did my lawyer question me as to whether I was going to have any other type of music playing besides recorded music. If he had asked why, I would have told him that yes, we might have some small jazz events, in which case I now understand would have meant more music categories should have been acknowledged and checked off on the original application. We officially opened up on St. Patrick's Day 2023, and we had live jazz to celebrate. It was a successful opening weekend, and did it not take long for our community, which is full of incredible artists of all kinds, to approach and inquire if this new business was one where they can showcase their talents. Visual artists wanted to hang and sell paintings, writing clubs wanted to have social gatherings, and musicians wanted to play music. It quickly became apparent to me the importance of providing an outlet for our artistic community, and from a business perspective, these artists, when showcasing their work, brought extra people, which translated to extra revenue. People were buying our wine and beer, and it seemed our new business was on its way. Specifically, the success musicians brought was unexpected, and having live music ended up being a crucial revenue acquiring component to our business. So I did what I could do to plan and to have live music regularly. The summer was upon us, and in an effort to get some fresh air, we would open the doors. The sound of the music would trickle out onto the sidewalk, and this is when the police would show up, stating that someone had called complaining about the noise and kindly asking if we could turn it down. It happened regularly, and we were surprised because we knew the volume was not offensive, and I would go out at times and even walk across the street and up the block to see how far the music might be carrying. The hours were not late, for example, 7 or 8 p.m., a time in the summer when there is still light out, and these complaints came when one might think most people would be going about their normal daily activities. These complaints were not during hours where some people would be sleeping, such as 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. or beyond. We were surprised. We've personally known many homeowners and people who rented apartments nearby for many years, and it was hard to comprehend why a neighbor would not simply approach and simply explain that the noise was bothering them. We work really hard alongside our community to improve our neighborhood, and I would have surely tried to resolve the issue personally with our neighbor. Then winter was upon us, and we kept our doors closed because it was cold and the sound complaints stopped. At the time, we were still operating our first business, the coffee shop across the street, and after 6 months of running 2 businesses across from one another, it became clear that it was not sustainable. So we decided to close the first business down and to move over all the coffee equipment, in doing so consolidating 2 different business models into one in the new location. The consolidation was expensive, and the cost of it added further financial burden, but we accomplished the move and took a sigh of relief as our projections showed financial easing in the future. We continue supporting artists having all types of events through the winter, and when the spring and warm weather arrived, we opened up our doors again. And this is when the sound complaints started again. I personally took it upon myself to visit my local community board 14 to see what could be done to help our situation. I received good advice, such as utilizing a decibel reader and installing some type of sound curtain. I also had a meeting with the community division associated with our local precinct. And this was when it was brought to my attention that according to my wine and beer license, I was not allowed to have live music. I again spoke with my local community board, and I learned and understood that I would have to make adjustments to my license. I was worried about the cost of lawyer fees to accomplish this, so I thought to try and accomplish the change on my own. I called the New York State Liquor Authority, and they kindly walked me through the steps over the phone on how to download the change of purpose method operation application. I began to work on the application, but within a couple of days, I received notices from the New York State Liquor Authority citing the violations. I then reached out to many people for help and advice as to what steps I would have to take. I was advised to halt all live music until the issue was resolved, which I did. I spoke with several lawyers too, and because of the way my original lawyer handled my original license application, and because of their lack of clarity in submitting my application, coupled with the general consensus on the best way to plead moving forward, I decided to take a new highly recommended lawyer on, Robert Romano. He explained to me his costs for handling the violations with the state, and I explained to him the dire situation our business was now in financially.
All right, sir. Can you wrap it up?
Yeah, I'm literally coming to the end.
I understand, if you wanted to fight the charges, you can take it to hearing. You can provide the story on the context in this scenario, but
Well,
We're
I'm getting.
hoping you would counter with something he can live with.
I mean, the 4,500 comes from somewhere, from counsel's office, right?
See that it was.
Would it be possible for me to finish what I'm saying, because the end has a lot to do with the change of purpose?
I get that, but what you just told me is that you knew that you don't have live music, you continue to use live music.
I don't think.
There's a neighbor who thinks that you're allowed, and you continue to keep your door open, thinking that they should not be sleeping at 7 p.m. That may be unfair to the neighbor. I'm just saying, just playing devil's advocate.
No, okay,
Because
if I
the
can.
neighbor may be working night shift and need to be asleep during 7 p.m. We don't know the facts, right? So, and it's hard to invite a complaining neighbor for a confrontation. That's just not how this all works. So,
I absolutely agree with what you just said. I don't know. Of course, anyone could be disturbed at any hour of the day, but what you said in the beginning of your comment about me knowing that I can't remember what you said exactly, doing something wrong is not true. I didn't realize I was doing anything wrong until like over a year later, when I started communicating with the community board and the local precinct because of the sound complaints. That's when
right, but the police came to your door and said you were too loud, right?
Right.
And so you knew that.
Oh, that.
Yes.
Well,
That should be noticed.
yeah, and I made an effort to, and I always made an effort to control the sound when the police came. Obviously, to be honest with you, a lot of times when they came, there was no sound. The music was over, or if something was playing, we would just keep the volume down. And a lot of times when the police came, it was kind of like a joke, because really there was like the music was not loud.
Sir, have you filed an amended method of
He's beginning
operation?
the process.
You're in the process.
I have that application with me. If you're talking about the change of method of operation, I actually have it with me.
This penalty was negotiated. This penalty of 4,500 was already negotiated.
Yeah, I know that Robert negotiated that on my behalf, but it's a tremendous amount of money for me to have to come up with right now. So I'm trying to get that lowered, obviously.
Well, this was a referral that came from the community board. The PD says they responded numerous times to 311 complaints. They do say that you were cooperative, but that you continue to violate the license restrictions.
I have a letter on hand from the community board, a stamped 30-day notice application, as well as a letter, like a waiver for that 30 days. I have that all in hand with me. I have a really good relationship with my community board. They've been trying to help me the whole time.
I certainly appreciate your statement and your sincerity, but this was a negotiated plea, and I'm going to stand by the 4,500. That's going to be my vote.
Mr. Maya?
I'm noting the August letter of Attorney Romano, so 4,500.
And Chair?
4,500. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any way, I didn't get to finish what I wanted to say because a lot of it has to do with the method of operation and the process and how long it's taking to get that approval.
We don't have an application on file yet for method of operation. You have to file the application with us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Yep. We're gonna take a brief recess. All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. Next is number 29, 10520 Bar and Grill, Inc. 29.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, what number?
29.
Good afternoon. Bruno Joffrey, attorney on behalf of 10520, excuse me, LLC. This is a disciplinary matter, offer of $15,000 CNC.
Why do we have so many people here?
Okay, so I thought it'd be appropriate. This was a circumstance where we have a person, Mitchell Dennis, who's currently on the license, who's been on the license the entire time. This was a situation that back in 2018, when they first filed, they received some advice from an attorney who doesn't really practice liquor license law. He's since more of a transactional attorney. They only put one person on the license. They've, when they received a complaint from the investigator came to the establishment, They hired myself. We provided all tax returns showing the members. Many of the members have other licenses. This isn't a circumstance where it's an availing where you have people that are unlicensable. Clearly, they have other businesses. They have no issues. They have no complaints. My understanding, they have clean records in terms of their disciplinary history. Specifically, this place, this is the first of its kind. So that's why we felt the 15,000 was appropriate. I asked the other people who, our plan is that if this is accepted in a monetary CNC, that a condition would be that we would file immediately a corporate change application to add them.
So all of you have been partners since 2018, since the license was issued?
Yes.
And the reason why we didn't file a corporate change application once this was brought to our attention was because it would be denied because there's pending disciplinary matter. You know, anytime you file a corporate change application, if there's pending disciplinary, it gets disapproved. So the goal was to get before you, hopefully work out, and then as a condition of the monetary penalty would be we immediately file a corporate change application. I have all their personal questionnaires. I have everything ready to go.
Right. But there's nothing disqualifying about all the other partners,
None of
right?
them. None of them.
I'm gonna go to 10,000. And the corporate change.
Yeah.
10,000 in corporate change. Commissioner De Leon
I'll accept 10,000 and the corporate change.
and Commissioner Meyer.
10,000 corporate change.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So for Pedro Sosa, do you know what percentage?
Yes. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 28, FELLINI SOHO Corp.
Good afternoon. Donald Bernstein from Bernstein, Rado, and Savitsky. On behalf of the applicant, FELLINI SOHO Corp., doing business as FELLINI Coffee Shop. With me is the sole owner, Franco Noriega, the principal of the applicant. This is a new application for a beer
I believe
and
we do have the
wine.
community board, right?
What's the number?
It's 28. So community board 2 is here, but Mr. Booth is on his way and he's not here. Hold it.
You have their submission and you have the chair of the committee, so.
I know, it's really whether he's willing to wait, because we call 12:30, so it's 12:30, past 12:30.
Mr. Booth, by the way, is just a community board member. He's not the chair. He's not the chair of the committee. You have the chair of the committee here. He's on the committee. He's not a chair of the committee or a chair of the community board. I'm not even sure how he speaks for the community board, but he regularly does.
How far is he?
I think he's basically walking here. Let's see.
Let's at least move on to the next one if you want to.
I don't know, they have to agree to it, it's their courtesy.
Well, I don't want to appear discourteous. If the community board was not here, I would wait, knowing that they would come, but we do have someone here who can speak for the board. Shall I proceed, or?
What do you guys want to do?
Well, community board is present, you know, and you can certainly start out speaking for the community board. If Mr. Booth appears, he can join in. You know.
All right.
I'm willing to proceed.
That would be my vote.
All right, go ahead then.
Okay, thank you. This is, as I mentioned, a new beer and wine license application. FELLINI has become an iconic coffee brand. This is the second coffee shop that Mr. Noriega has opened. The other one also has a license. Prior to that, he was licensed at Baby Brasa on 7th Avenue. He since has sold that business, right? That has been sold. So he's been licensed for a number of years. The community board has raised certain issues. Some of them relate to quality of life concerns. which, number one, are not applicable to a beer and wine license application, as you know. I also want to point out that we have with us a neighbor who lives directly above Fellini, who actually opposed the application initially, and is here in support of the application. I'd like to give him also a chance, once the business opens, some of the fears that neighbors had of whatever it was have not come to materialize, and he is now here in support of the application. The space is very small, it's tiny. It is 300 square feet. It has a total of 10 seats in the establishment. It has an open window. People can come up to on the sidewalk and from the open window take coffee. There are some people that gather there and line up, but they get their coffee and they move on. The hours are very reasonable. It's open from 7 a.m. until midnight, 7 days a week. We've attached a menu. There is only background recorded music indoors. There is nothing, no DJ live music or anything to that effect. The applicant's history, he does not have any liquor license violations for his other establishments other than one set of 3 charges issued during COVID, which are unfortunate, but unfortunately they were quite common at the time. Other than those, he has not received any liquor license violations, and he's currently operating under a temporary permit. He's been operating the premises for the past 9 months with a temporary beer and wine permit. And I think that's all I wanted to add. If you'd like to hear from the neighbor now, or
Counsel, I would add, because your letter referenced an Article 78 proceeding and a decision, Thayer versus SLA.
On a prior matter.
Could you give us just a very short summary why you think?
I just was trying to make the case that quality of life issues, as much as we all like to consider them, do not apply on a non-500-foot beer and wine matter. That particular case, this board had denied a beer and wine license application, and the applicant on quality of life issues, same community board, objections by residents, objections by the community board, concerns about noise, certain things. The applicant made a request for reconsideration. Upon reconsideration, the board said, we applied the wrong standard. We can't apply the public interest standard. We have to approve this absent good cause shown, and good cause shown cannot be based upon community opposition or quality of life issues. So the application was approved. The residents brought an Article 78 challenging that, and it was dismissed by the court. And the court agreed that the standard was, as I stated, good cause shown, and good cause shown is effectively the statutory issues. There's a 200-foot rule. The individual is disqualified from holding a license. They can't demonstrate their source of funds. Those sorts of objective qualifications, and of course, character and fitness is always a concern.
How many tables?
There's one table that has 3 seats, and there is a bar that has 7 stools.
I believe their photos that show more tables. Are you sure it's only one table?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we put the tables together. There's a banquette that goes on an L. So we show it as one table, but then we split it into 3 small tables. But it's a one big table.
One of the issues that the community board raised in their supplemental submission is that Mr. Noriega's other establishment on 7th Avenue, which is also a Fellini, it used to be Tivoli and Fellini, it's now just Fellini, also a coffee shop. He had made a physical change and he moved the bar without prior approval. We actually had noticed the community board of our intention to file an alteration application that was going to be heard. We withdrew it purely out of scheduling. We're going to renotice that alteration application and come before the community board in November on that. I understand that Mr. Noriega made the change prior to approval. He shouldn't have done that. Unfortunately, that's common. Operators often don't realize that they need to get approval before they make alterations. So by the time I knew about it, it was already done. So whatever the consequences of that are, but I don't think that's sufficient grounds to deny a license. Typically, if licensees make unapproved alterations, they may get a violation. They typically pay a civil penalty and have to correct it. We're going to correct that. We'll be going to the community board next month on that.
Maybe we can hear from the resident while we give Mr. Booth a little more time to show it. Hello. How are you?
Hi, my name is Mike Robinson. I live directly above Fellini,
Mhm.
and I lived in this location for probably 25 years. I worked in a store that was below the shop, below my apartment for probably 20 of those years. And when I initially heard that Fellini was opening a coffee shop, of course, all these alarms went off in my head. I was very nostalgic about the neighborhood. The idea of another coffee shop coming into the neighborhood didn't seem like such a great idea to me at the time. I was also worried about potential smells coming into my apartment, cigarette smoke, additional noise. And the truth of the matter is none of those things have actually happened. In fact, the opposite has happened. My feeling that Fellini coming in was going to be a negative thing for the neighborhood has actually been a very positive thing for the neighborhood. It draws a certain kind of crowd that is what I would say sophisticated, not loud. I can't really say much else. I look out my window, they have seating on the street, temporary seating. And I feel like I'm in a different country. It's almost like you're in Paris because the people are outside having coffee and, breakfast or whatever in the morning. And it's very quiet. I don't have any problems coming in and out of my building. If there was a line of people waiting for coffee, it doesn't ever seem to be a problem. The only thing I can really say is that I think they've been a real benefit for the neighborhood. It draws a lot of people. I think they offer a good product. They're offering a good product at a good price. And I don't really have any problem with them getting a liquor license. As I said, it's been very quiet. And I think the type of people they attract is a very sophisticated kind of crowd. So
That's really generous that you came, very few people come and sit all day to support another person's business, so.
Well, I feel very strongly about my
Do you
neighborhood.
know him, like personally?
I didn't know him prior to.
Prior to this, and your apartment is right
It's
upstairs?
directly above, yes.
Okay.
So every, initially.
But you're on the first floor if they're the ground floor?
Yes, I'm the person that would be affected the most by any
Okay.
noise, any smoke, anything else.
Okay.
But,
All right,
yeah.
and I just want to know for the record that this is a tavern wine application, and so it's a good cause standard. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I also wanted to note before Mr. Booth and Donna speak that we also have, I think, 4 or 5 letters in support that we attached to our submission.
Yes. And what's the outdoor plan here?
Well, an application has been filed for a DOT permit. I did not file this application. I was just recently engaged to appear here before you. The application as filed did not refer to outdoor space, so it's not part of this application. I think that we can only license now indoor space. So that's what we're asking for.
Okay. But you have a temp and you are serving outside?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. And if you got the temp before August and you filed that before August, you're allowed to be outside. I just want to clarify.
Well, let me address that because I don't want there to be any confusion. That's what Mr. Noriega thought. We discussed this because I wanted to know if he had a permit for the outdoor seating, and he believed that he did have a permit because he filed, I believe, in May. But the problem is that only applies if you had a prior COVID permit.
Okay,
He didn't
okay.
have that.
Okay,
So he was mistaken. He
Okay.
believed that if you file by August 4th, you can operate in the interim, and you
Right,
can't.
if you had the disclosure.
So
for
we
prior.
checked, and I want to be upfront about this. He does not have a permit yet, and he should not be using it. He didn't realize that. He thought
Okay.
that the date allowed him to then do it.
Okay, so he's currently not using it?
He's using it, but that's going to stop.
Okay. Thank you for the
And
transparency.
And when he does get the permit, we will come back on an alteration
On the
application,
alteration.
as you
Okay.
require.
Thank you. All right. Please go ahead, Donna.
Okay.
Thank you.
Donna Raftery, Chair of CB2's SLA Committee. So I'm going to start where you just left off with the outdoor seating. Mr. Noriega came to us in October of 2023. They stopped taking applications for the outdoor seating in August. He was told this at our meeting. So to say that he was not aware of the process of all of this, I know everybody's confused, but they were not taking applications for the outdoor seating at that time. And
no, I think that you have to file before August to
get the new
qualify for
program.
grandfathering, but they're still taking
No,
applications.
just to be clear, between August of 2023 and when they opened up the applications for the permanent program, which I believe was in March, they were not taking any
Oh, you mean
applications
this
at
last year.
all.
I'm sorry, I'm confused.
So when he
about
initially
24 and
came to
23.
us, this was discussed at our meeting, and he said he was not filing at that time for it. It was clear. All I'm pointing out here is that this was made aware to him at the time.
Okay.
He has a history of just not abiding by rules, and this is just one of them. He had seating in the amenity zone on the sidewalk, which has never been allowed by the curb. So everybody knows that. Everybody should know that. You're not allowed to put seating there. Then he built the outdoor shed, which extends, way past his premises. You're not supposed to do that, even if you were in the
That's
program.
at this location.
At this location.
Okay.
So it goes 2 storefronts down. It's there. It's being utilized. It is.
The outdoor shed is still there?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless it came down in the past 4 days, it's still there.
Okay.
We submitted pictures to you. Those pictures were
Yep.
taken October 1st. The outdoor shed is there.
Okay.
And being used. And
Okay.
there's A-frames all in the curbside of his, by that outdoor shed. And then there's the open window where the people get their coffee. So all of that causes congestion all on the sidewalk. But my main point is he's not following any of the rules. This is supposed to be, he's matured, that's what we were told. He's matured, he's turned over a new leaf, but the rules don't apply. The same thing with the alteration. That alteration application at the other location on 7th Avenue, we got notice of that on, I believe, in August. And then it was laid over in September. So we got it in August, scheduled for our September meeting. It was laid over in September for October. Before the October meeting, it was withdrawn. During that time, the alteration was done. He had already hired Mr. Bernstein. Mr. Bernstein put in the notice, and then this application and the upgrade were just withdrawn. I have emails from the community saying, how can something be withdrawn when the alteration has already been made? So this is just going to a pattern of still not abiding by the rules, which is the community board's concern here. And that's basically what I have to say.
Mr. Booth?
Carter Booth, just to address Mr. Bernstein's point, I am authorized by the chair of Community Board 2 to speak on behalf of the board before you. I was listening to the meeting on the live stream. So just to pick up where Donna had
How
left
you
off,
authorize? Is that in writing or is that just?
by the chair of the board is designated. I'm sure it's in writing. It's
I think we got it in writing
yeah,
a
it's in
couple
writing.
years ago,
Yeah,
but
some time ago.
certainly have it in writing.
Okay.
But irrespective, I just want to bring up a number of facts. One of the things here is I think that the liquor authority has a problem with Rule 48.3, which is gathering violations of local laws, because this applicant is a scofflaw. And,
Is a what?
is a scofflaw. I will give you a couple of examples. He was padlocked by the Department of Consumer Affairs, and because he was having a party, he cut the padlock at another location. But this is a continuing pattern where he benefits financially over and over from breaking the rules despite punishments that are put in place. He's also violated landmarks regulations at another location. As Donna had outlined at his current location, he went ahead and changed things without notifying the board in advance of making the changes. In March 2020, right before COVID, right before the lockdown, Mr. Noriega appeared before Community Board 2 to beg forgiveness, and we gave him another chance. And this was in respect to his new sidewalk cafe application for an outdoor area, which he was not licensed to serve in, yet during COVID, never filed an alteration to include it in the licensed premise. He had giant pink flamingos in the street, people sitting in them, bands. One of the top two offenders, along with the other application that's before you today, during COVID. I mean, this is pretty significant. And right now to say, oh, I don't know, didn't know the rules, and to benefit for over a year, or however long they've had the temporary license, may not be a year, but just selling alcohol in the sidewalk cafe that's not licensed. And this is just over and over and over. And I bring up Rule 48.3 because these are the things that we see, and is not what the authority sees, because there's not a mechanism that these violations get referred to the board. If you shut down a place and they reopened a week later and said, oh, I'm sorry, we scheduled a party, we had to open, that wouldn't go over very well. And that's essentially what happened. I've only seen 2 Department of Consumer Affairs padlocks in Community Board 2 since the mid-2000s. Those are extreme violations, and this was pre-COVID. So over and over, we have these issues, and it doesn't say that people don't enjoy his operations. These are the rules. And I went back in preparing for this, just reviewed one of the videos from what was happening at Baby Brasa. This was the places that were in the news, all the articles that prompted you guys to take action and come into New York City with all the various state investigators from all the agencies to come and take action because the city wasn't. This place is very small. It's the number of seats that you have in front of you. It's supposed to be that operation. If you look at the pictures that were submitted to you, you see that it's a significantly larger operation, significantly more seating. And the concern is that it's still going to be all over the sidewalk, out of the window, et cetera. And then when he has a street seating, eventually that it will be the same thing. So those are the concerns. We understand it's a very difficult case for you, but this is why we feel so strongly with respect to this application. And I think that about covers it. And I just want to go back to Mr. Bernstein said he believed he had a permit. As Donna pointed out, it was made clear there was no permit to operate outside. Thank you.
All right.
Answer any questions you have. The only thing I can say about the permitting is some of those regulations were confusing for lawyers.
I have a question about your service window that basically go onto the sidewalk, because the proposed business model is essentially serving onto the sidewalk. It's not a business that's inside.
It is inside. People sit inside and are served inside, or you can go to the service window, offer coffee.
So you're agreed to not serving through this French door that opens up? Because people are standing in a line outside, essentially.
Good afternoon. We have a window that is a takeout window. It's not like we don't serve people through that window to stay. It's for people to take out their drinks. And we only serve coffee through that window. So it's a service window for coffee. As far as the regular sitting, we have, if people want to sit down, then people go inside and they sit down inside the location.
Yeah, so. Is the outdoor structure removed?
Sorry?
Is the outdoor structure removed? The
It's
sidewalk
still there.
structure?
It's still there, but you're aware that you're not allowed to have that, and you have been aware, right?
I just recently became aware of that since we applied for the DOT permit.
When did you apply? In November?
We
When did you
applied in May.
Just to be clear on
So
that.
it's been 5 months, so what,
We paid for there was a payment that we did for the DOT, and if we need to remove it effective immediately, we will.
Didn't the community board make you aware of it?
I didn't even raise that into the community board because I was not even thinking about doing an outdoor structure. The place is very small, and I didn't know if I was able to do something outside. I was able to, the landlord is very happy with Fellini, and the neighbor next to me, her name is, it's a jewelry store. It's also a very small jewelry store. And I spoke to her to see if I could actually use her space in front, as we are like the frontage is around 10 feet on each location. So I was able to get the landlord's approval and her approval.
I get that, but you know that the city rules are that you are not entitled to serve in this space right now. Like,
Yes.
there is clear
That
knowledge
is
of
clear.
that, right?
Absolutely, but I just want to let you know the timing of this. I was going to help Mr. Noriega with his place on 7th Avenue. That's what Donna was referring to months ago. We haven't done anything yet. I was just asked very recently to get involved in this matter. And when I was getting my preparation done, I asked my client, I asked Franco, do you have a permit for the outdoor seating? He said, yes, I believe I'm permitted to do it. He also says he was visited by DOT and they didn't do anything.
Yeah, but
So
you know
let
the
me just finish.
permits
No,
have
I
been
understand.
issued.
I just want to let you
When
know.
this application was filed, the timing should tell you, Mr. Bernstein, that he doesn't have a permit because the timing wouldn't have worked out.
No, it's
If
6
they
to 8
just-
months. It's 6 to 8, DOT is taking 6 to 8 months.
No, but they haven't even started issuing one of them.
No, I understand that, but that's why, but I asked him,
You know that he doesn't have the permit. It doesn't matter what he told you.
he asked me and I wanted to confirm it. So, this was all recent. So I said to him yesterday, send me what you have. This all happened very recently. He sent me screenshots. I said, this does not look like a permit. We called DOT this morning because I needed to verify, because I didn't want to, I needed to know and I needed to tell you. We just found out this morning before I got here, DOT said, no, application's pending, he doesn't have it. I had a conversation with him. I said it has to come down.
Fraudulent document, I don't understand.
There's no fraudulent doc. He sent me the application with a copy of the check. It wasn't the permit.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, just based on the dates here, you know that there is no permit.
That's why I wanted to check and confirm that.
But
That's why I told him it has to come down.
that's their point.
I understand
Is
that.
that it doesn't matter. He knew that he didn't have a right, regardless of what the landlord said, regardless of what the jewelry store said. He doesn't have the right to build this thing since November.
Chair Fan, I agree with you completely.
And his
It should
neighbors
not
might
have
be
been
able-
there.
I know,
And it
but
has to
you're
come
asking
down.
us to trust him with more when I see in these pictures that basically the location is so small that all the service is on the sidewalk.
Well, I think we are all
So
agreed
that's-
that that has to be closed down now. And I
I
told,
don't know if I trust you because you know
Well, you
that
can make your
half of
approval
this-
conditional.
All of this is not compliant and he's got 3 sandwich boards taking up majority of the sidewalk.
you can make,
Walk here with a wheelchair, you can't even get through,
Actually,
literally.
I just, for that picture of the sandwich boards, 2 of them are not ours. There's just one of them.
No, they all have your business on it, sir.
No, there's one that says Gabriela Ceballos, which is the girl that is next to us.
The jewelry store?
The
The
jewelry
green one
store.
is not yours.
No, so the green one is not ours. And we only have the happy hour one that you can sell there like for.
I see 2 for you. I see the white one and the chalkboard.
On the chalkboard, yeah, and there's a third one that is not ours.
It's not for the jewelry store to say that you can build in front of her location. That is on
Well,
city
you're
property.
supposed to get permission.
Yeah.
You
So when
can-
when I applied
That was
to,
the old program, that's not now.
On the city street.
Yeah, that
Before
was
you-
during COVID, if you
right.
got permission
If
from
you
the
got permission
neighbor
from the
or business,
landlord.
you can
Yeah.
do it, but that's been
Right.
expired.
yes. My suggestion is that this can be approved, and one of the conditions is that those structures immediately come down and that the outdoor seating stop.
I know, but now you're asking me to go on blind trust when he's already proven to the community board that he's not, you know,
Well, let
doesn't
me,
have the fitness
then let me
or
propose
character
this.
to meet.
Can I propose?
What concerns me, council, is the outdoor area is so large and the indoor area is so small. It is clear to me that the majority of the income that this business is driving, is bringing in, is from this outdoor space. So his incentive and motivation to keep that outdoor space operating is great. Because
Yes.
the inside space is so small, it's gonna cut his revenues in half.
Yes, but it can be done properly, and here's what I would suggest. You can approve the application. A condition of approval can be photographs showing that it is taken down and that it's been dismantled and the outdoor seating terminated. We can provide those photographs to you as a condition to getting the license.
Yeah,
And
that's
then-
the problem number 1, right? What about problem number 2, where you essentially have a service takeaway window that is creating a line on the sidewalk. And I understand that that makes the neighbor feel good about it, but it blocks the sidewalk. Like, the purpose of doing a business is not to have a line formed outside of it.
Sure, Fan. So, I mean, I think Mike can be, can reply to this. He lives directly above from us, and he's always there. And he's never seen any blocking on the sidewalk. We have, because we get a crowd and people like the location. It's been featured in Vogue and in Sex and the City and all these TV shows. We have a thing that makes sure that we are always putting a line that is close to our location. And I'm not sure, Mike, if you've ever seen a problem with like blocking the sidewalk.
No, I've never seen a problem with it. I've never seen a problem with people blocking the sidewalk. In fact, the window is on the left side. As I come out of my building, the window's on the left. If people are lined up getting coffee, they're in a line on the left side. They're not standing in the middle of the sidewalk blocking the sidewalk. Anybody can walk down the sidewalk. They're not blocking anything.
How long have you had the outdoor space?
Since May.
Since May 20.
This year.
May of this year.
Last, Ms. Raftery.
Yeah.
Did I say your last name correctly?
Raftery, R-A-F-T-E-R-Y.
Raftery, I'm sorry. When did the board notify the applicant about the outdoor issue?
When they came to us with the initial application.
Okay. And is
So
that in your resolution?
that there was no outdoor because there was no way to apply for outdoor at that time.
Okay, okay.
While I'm up here, I also want to say,
Wait, let me just get my
Okay,
question.
yeah.
You spoke to that earlier though, correct?
yes,
Okay, I wanted to be clear. Okay.
When was that?
when they came to us initially,
November of '23?
that was in October of '23. So the program had ceased taking applications at that time. And they've been very clear with their guidelines that the only people that could stay with outdoor sheds were people that had it during the temporary program. So,
And applied before August.
right, exactly. And you also received from another neighbor that lives next door that says that due to their window service, the sidewalk is always blocked and inaccessible. Before they built or applied for outdoor dining, they established illegal sidewalk seating that abutted the curbs, making it hard for locals to enter their cars, and further blocked the already mentioned cramped sidewalk. So, that neighbor is not here, but submitted a letter to that effect also.
We also have like eight letters of neighbors that are supporting the application. I mean, I don't know if this makes sense or not, but we're also one of the cheapest coffees in the neighborhood, and we're also one of the cheapest wine places in the neighborhood. We charge $8.
I know, but both of the things you say can't be true, that you're going to be very popular, that you're in vogue, you're on TV shows, and that there's not going to be a line that formed, and you're also the cheapest prices, like,
But no, I'm
those
saying like
can't
we have,
work together.
we have a
right?
line.
Like,
I'm
either
not
you're
saying that
selling
we
the
don't.
cheapest so that there is a line. I assume that you're starting a business so that people do come, and is our job to manage that.
And we do have a line. I'm not saying we don't, because we are popular, but we manage the line just like
So
Mike, the
would
neighbor
you
here.
agree to taking everything inside and not have the takeaway window? Because that's the only way I would agree to this, because I think you've destroyed your own credibility here.
Look, I would agree to whatever you guys think that needs to be done in order not to lose my license. I do believe that, by us, the window really expedites the service and doesn't create more of a line, because the space is so small that if we ended up not doing the window, people would line up to try to go inside, and that would, I think, create more congestion. But I might be wrong, and if that's the only way that this license would be approved, we're okay to close the window. I just think that the window is
No,
something.
but do you understand that when you have a window, your business is essentially outside? It's not inside.
It is very much, this is a takeout window. So when people are like, let's say taking out like something, they just go to the window, the machine is right there, and they just take it. So if this is something that.
And you're selling wine to go?
No.
With a food item,
No.
or you're selling
We're-
just coffee?
We're only selling to coffee to go. The window is only for coffee. We have the espresso machine right on the window.
Is the line only in the morning or is it all day?
There's a line really only in the morning, and maybe on the weekends, not every day. It's not that much,
How soon could the outdoor areas be removed?
I would have to talk to a contractor. I don't think it would take that long, maybe
Oh,
like
look,
a week
I'm
or.
not being, okay, I mean, it seems like it's less than an 8-hour man-hour job.
All right, why don't we hold this over to 10:30? You show us pictures of it being removed.
Okay.
Hold it over till when?
10:30.
10:30, and you want us to bring pictures showing the outdoor seating's removed and the shed's removed.
Commissioners? Commissioner De Leon?
Yeah. Okay.
Commissioner Maya?
Yes, I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we have an interpreter, Mr. Theodore.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing? So,
Which number is this? I'm sorry.
first item that needs an interpreter is 5 A&B Liquor Store Corp.
Okay.
I don't know. Who needs the interpreter? Applicants?
The applicant.
Okay.
Mr. Rocky Rodriguez. Good afternoon. Jeanette.
So we're going to do number 5. So to kind of make this easier, I think what we need to do is, because we do have a virtual, so it's going to be a little more difficult when we're talking over each other. Just do short sentences, pauses, and
Who's the
wait for
interpreter?
it.
Appreciate that.
Can you ask the interpreter to directly interpret?
The words exactly.
So yeah.
Yes.
So
Oh, no.
interpret the words exactly that's
asking
being
you.
said.
If you could interpret exactly.
No, we're asking Donald.
Yes.
Oh, gotcha.
We do.
Thank you, Val.
It's looking at me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right,
Ready?
Go ahead.
Jean Anton for the applicant. Believe there's opposition by Mr. Lynn. We'll set aside and see what they have to say.
All right, go ahead.
And then Mr.
Okay,
Jose.
esta disposición por el señor Len, vamos a ver lo que tiene que decir.
Charles Lynn, in opposition to this application. With me today is Enrico Pierre. He's the sole principal of Gateway Wines and Liquors, which is the second closest store at 1007 Elton Street in Brooklyn.
All right, and then the interpreter.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, sí, tenemos aquí al señor Charles Wen dando oposición a este pedido y también tenemos al señor Enrico. Sorry, I didn't get the last name for Mr. Enrico.
Pierre, P-I-E-R-R-E.
And what store does he represent?
Gateway Wines and Liquors.
Gateway
He
Wine.
he has to interpret her questions too. Sorry.
Sí, y también tenemos al señor Enrico Pierre, que está representando a Gateway Wines and Liquor.
Okay, and are you the licensee, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
As,
¿Es usted la persona que tiene la licencia? Sí.
As far as proximity and saturation, there are 9 stores within 1.1 miles of the applicant.
En estos momentos hay 9 tiendas que están en un radio de una milla punto 1 de la persona que está aplicando para esta licencia.
These 9 stores are well servicing this community.
Sí, estas tiendas están dando el servicio adecuado para la comunidad.
Of the 5 closest stores, 4 of them are bulletproof and only 1, our store, is open.
Sí, sí, de las 5 tiendas que están más cerca, 4 tienen requerimientos contra balas y 1 está abierto.
And I do not believe that you need another bulletproof store in this community.
Y no pensamos que se necesita otra tienda que sea antibalas en esta comunidad.
What is also interesting, if you see my Schedule A, which is the survey of the premises.
Que está presentando el horario A de la tienda.
The applicant is in the very epicenter of the 5 closest stores. So it's like a radius, and they're close. As I said, the 9 stores are just 1.1 mile away from the applicant.
Y como se ve, la persona que está aplicando está en el epicentro de donde se está presentando este horario. Y como hemos dicho, hay 9 tiendas en un radio de 1.1 millas.
A second reason for disapproval would be the fitness and character of the principal.
Okay, la segunda razón por este caso es el carácter y cómo está la persona que está aplicando.
From the information supplied by the authority, it appears as though that he had had a grocery store which was canceled. And I would just like to point out that one of the charges was for an availing, and the other charge was for operating during the 35-day period of suspension, both serious conduct by the applicant.
I'm sorry, will you repeat the first reason? I didn't hear it.
It's for an availing, which means that they were allowing someone else to use their license, or the other way where he was using someone else's license. It could mean whichever one.
Okay.
Yeah, let him go.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm just going to translate this, please. Sí, las otras 2 razones que se están exponiendo es, primero, por haber utilizado una licencia que no le pertenecía y por haber operado en una otra tienda dentro de un periodo de suspensión de 35 días.
As far as gross sales, it would appear on initial review of the gross sales figures that the 4 stores were slightly decreasing or at best stagnant. When I tried to extrapolate at the 4 stores to the end of the year, being 2004, there wasn't enough information. So I did the best I could, but it just seems to me that, again, there was no great growth, even if you extrapolate the figures.
Sí, y dice que las ventas grosas de estas 4 tiendas están manteniendo la línea o van declinando.
But to be totally transparent, Gateway Wine and Liquors has a reason for the decrease in sales.
Okay, y para ser totalmente transparente, Gateway tiene una razón por la disminución de ventas.
Mr. Pierre has been sick, has not been at the store for full time, has not been able to operate the store successfully, and it's basically due to his inability to keep maintain the marketing of that store.
Okay. El señor Pierre ha estado enfermo y no ha podido llevar la tienda durante un periodo entero y debido a su inhabilidad, pues el marketing de la tienda ha sufrido.
However, there is a contract of sale for this store, which was entered into about 2 months ago.
Sin embargo, hay un contrato de ventas en la que se entró hace 2 meses.
I am the attorney for the buyer, and Martin Mailer is the attorney for the seller. But I was also requested to come here since I do a lot of protests and Mr. Martin does not.
Ok. Sí, también quiero decir que soy el abogado por hacer la protesta y el señor de Gateway pues tiene otro abogado que se llama señor Martin, pero él generalmente no hace las protestas y como yo soy el que hago las protestas, por eso estoy aquí.
We plan to close in about 2 or 3 weeks. We do have a temporary permit that was issued. Temporary permit was issued about a month ago, and that's why I say we're going to be closing probably in about 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay. Sí, vamos a completar el contrato de 2 a 3 semanas y por el momento pues tenemos una licencia temporaria.
Although the gross sales, at least the way that I foresee it, are somewhat stagnant or very minimal in growth, it's my suggestion that there could be one other reason for a moderation and increase in sales.
We lost him?
I'm sorry, you
right.
froze.
I'm
You
sorry.
froze. I could not hear anything for the last 15 seconds.
Can I just do this? So there is a issue that I would like to bring up with regards to the effect of the sales of this store on the other stores.
Okay, sí, hay una situación que quisiera exponer con esta tienda y otras tiendas.
May I interrupt, Mr.
Yes.
Lin? You're saying that Gateway is being sold?
Yes.
Just so I'm very clear.
Correct.
Okay.
And,
I think he needs to translate that.
oh, I'm sorry.
Sí,
Gateway-
queremos dejar claro que Gateway se está vendiendo.
And he's the buyer.
He is not the
So
buyer.
he's the seller.
He's the seller, yes.
Okay.
And then one more question.
And there's a temp, so someone else is operating it. Sorry.
No, until we have the closing.
Hold on.
Okay.
Been
He
conditionally
lost our,
approved, the temp.
Wait, this
New
guy's,
business.
Oh, so we don't have to catch up.
Sí, en este momento pues, se está operando con el mismo vendedor hasta que se cierre el contrato.
so, Mr., just because I am confused
No.
about one thing, Mr. Interpreter,
Yes, sir.
I'm confused about one thing. I'm directing this to Mr. Lin.
You have to translate that
Translate
part.
it, please.
Oh, I'm confused. I'm so sorry. Thought
Now
this was
he's
directed at
confused.
me. Sí, estoy confundido por una cosa, señor Lin.
Okay. Is your gentleman, he said he had an issue with being at the store. Is he ill? Just, I didn't get the story.
He's been ill after COVID and hasn't had the operation. The store has just been marginal because of that.
Okay, now wait for that.
Ok, sí, el dueño ha estado enfermo debido al COVID y ha estado pues operando la tienda marginalmente.
All right, so, okay. And I'm just going to later on remark about how I calculated the revenues based upon what you had as of April 30th, but I will wait till later to comment on that.
All right, so the only,
that works best if everybody goes one at a time.
Ok, se iba a hacer un repaso de los ingresos, pero lo vamos a hablar de esto más tarde.
one reasonable issue that I would just like to bring up
Sí, hay una situación razonable que quisiera exponer.
is that the operation of Gateway, which deteriorated because of his illness, those people went to the other closer stores. There's 9 stores with 1.1 miles.
También pues quiero indicar que la operación de Gateway se ha deteriorado y por la situación del dueño y estos clientes pues han ido a otras tiendas dentro de ese radio.
So Mr. Lin has spoken more than 3 minutes.
Well, that's not
Yeah,
fair.
I know,
No,
but
but
he's
I
an
mean-
interpreter.
Get 6.
I paused every time it's been way more than 3 minutes, but never
All
mind.
right, so let's just wrap it up, sir.
All right, so I'm just saying that the So some of the sales that would have been Gateway went in, people went to the other stores.
Get it, but I don't think that necessarily helps you to tell me why his numbers are going down. That actually maybe, it's counterproductive.
But we're gonna have a new store, a replacement store, which is gonna then probably hit the other sales figures that he had pre-COVID.
I understand. I think your best argument is that you are the only open store and they're applying for bulletproof.
Then that's what I will say.
We need the interpreter to try to disperse
Yes,
that back and forth.
I will try to translate that. Sí, se ha dicho que la venta de Gateway pues va a contribuir a que los clientes vayan a otros sitios, o sea que la nueva tienda pues reemplazaría la tienda que está ahora abriendo esta otra tienda.
And just the final thing, population, my exhibit D shows that the population from 2010 to 2020 is stagnant or very, very, very small increase in population.
Y la población, basada en lo que se está exhibiendo ahora con la exhibición D, se ha mirado que la población ha estado estagnando, así que ha habido poco movimiento en crecimiento de la población.
Thank you, Mr. Lin, pointing out the conflict of interest. As for the population that he just mentioned, actually it is increasing. It's been up about 3,000 people since 2020 to 2022.
Sir?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yep.
Sí, parece que ha habido un conflicto de la población desde el 2020 a 2022. Actualmente ha habido un incremento de población de 3,000 personas.
I think what also Mr. Lin has done is actually told us how Gateway is not serving the public convenience and advantage.
Sí, también lo que ha dicho el señor Lin es que Gateway no está sirviendo los intereses de los clientes.
But to address their sales according to what they submitted, they're on pace, or they were on pace for the first 4 months of the year, making $35,000 a year, which would bring them to an annual $417,000, which is 70% increase from 2023.
Sí, en lo que se refiere a los números que se han presentado, se ha observado que en el primer trimestre hubo una entrada de ingresos de $35,000, lo que significa que hay una entrada anual de $117,000, significando un incremento de $17,000 por el año 2023.
We don't have reliable numbers from the next closest store, which is 0.6 of a mile away. That would be Black Roses and Wine. They only provided something through the end of September 23. They're not protesting. With respect to King's.
The interpreter.
It's fine.
Yes, may I have the name of the other store, please?
I had mentioned Black Roses Wine and Spirits Inc.
Black Roses, thank you so much. Sí, también la otra tienda que está a unos 6 décimos de milla, pues no hemos podido conseguir números de ingreso hasta el septiembre del 2023.
I think we also have a protest from TJ Wine. It was a written submission.
Sí, también hay una protesta de vinos de TJ, de TJ, y se ha puesto por escrito.
I would suggest that this store I mean, it has marginally lower sales according to the extrapolation for 2024.
Sí, y también esta tienda, pues, dice que indica que tiene ventas marginables por el año del 2024.
But they are approximately a mile away. They're not within the vicinity. I don't think this is a store considering New York City and in particular, the density of this particular area to be relevant.
Sí, también hay que indicar que esta otra tienda está aproximadamente a 1 milla de distancia y basado en la densidad de la ciudad de Nueva York, pues esta tienda no es relevante.
Okay. We have another close store. It's called Del Liquors, Inc.
Sí, hay otra tienda cerca que se llama Del Liquors, Inc.
And if we extrapolate the 2024 numbers, they're looking at 428,000 in sales for 2024, which would be an increase from 2023.
I'm sorry, would you repeat the revenue number, please?
428,000.
Thank you so much. Sí, tenemos la tienda esta de The Liquor que ha indicado que tiene una cantidad de ingresos por el año pasado de $428,000.
Right, just for the record, then it would still be lower than the 2021 number. Even though it's higher than 23, it's still lower than 21 and significantly lower from 2020.
Okay, y estos números son más bajos que en el 2021 y significativamente más bajos comparados con el 2020.
But it's also been increasing for the last 3 years in a row.
Pero también se ha notado que ha habido un incremento en los últimos 3 años consecutivos.
And I would also suggest that 0.8 of a mile, again, wouldn't necessarily be relevant for this particular community.
Sí, también quisiera sugerir que 8 décimos de milla no son relevantes en esta comunidad en particular.
I would also like to point out that there are 1,441 units directly across the street on Ashford and Linden.
Sí, también quisiera mencionar que hay 441 unidades al otro lado de la calle.
1,400. I'm sorry, 1,441.
I'm sorry. 1,441 unidades al otro lado de la calle.
This establishment will also have 10 parking spaces.
Sí, esta tienda va a tener, este establecimiento va a tener también capacidad de 10 espacios de aparcamiento.
I pointed out in my submission, there's a parking lot in the back of the store. Okay. Yes.
Sí, y también he mencionado que hay un aparcamiento en la parte de atrás del edificio.
Sorry, who's the applicant?
Rocky Rodriguez.
Okay.
And this is his son. This is his son, Brian, who's going to help him run the store.
Okay.
Interpreter.
Okay, sí, tenemos la persona que está comprando esta tienda, se llama Rocky Rodríguez. Y tenemos aquí a su hijo Brian, que le va a ayudar a manejar la tienda.
There are also 4 bus lines directly in front of the store. One that comes in from Manhattan, 4 different bus lines. So they can get off the store, drop into the shop, and go to their residences.
Okay.
Sí, y también es importante mencionar que hay 4 líneas de autobuses.
Can I ask you a question? Yes, sir, go ahead. You done, sir?
No, I'm not. If I may just finish.
So,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Sí, quisiera mencionar que hay 4 líneas de autobuses, una de ellas que viene de la ciudad en sí, de la ciudad de Nueva York, y la gente que viene pues puede ir a la tienda y continuar hacia sus casas.
Ms. Fan, you had a question?
Oh, yes. So why are you applying for a bulletproof store?
So actually, they had told me that they wanted to do tastings. And I said, with tastings, you cannot have bulletproof. So we want to amend it because they want to have tastings on Fridays and Saturdays.
Right, interpreter.
So it's
En la aplicación anual se pidió que la tienda fuera antibalas, pero como queremos que la gente pueda probar los diferentes licores, pues quisiéramos remover esta aplicación para que la tienda sea antibalas.
I'm just waiting.
okay. You're good, right? Can we ask him the principal some questions about the history here?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, interpreter, if you can go ahead and just say what's
So
up.
you're sorry. Let me just back up.
Sí, vamos
So
a
you're
hacer unas
committing-
preguntas ahora.
You're committing that is not going to be bulletproof. 24/7,
Yes.
right? Okay, because this board has never approved a bulletproof store.
But they will also want to do tastings. I didn't do the application. I went through that with them. I said, you cannot have that, especially if you're going to be doing tastings.
Okay.
Interpreter.
Sí, entonces, pues esta corte nunca ha aprobado una tienda antibalas de 24/7 y lo que se mencionó después es que la aplicación pues se ha cambiado para que no sea antibalas.
I have 3 points that I want to make.
Hay 3 puntos que quisiera presentar.
One, that my projections for 2024 show Gateway, Del Liquors, and TJ all projected to make increase in sales.
Sí, el primer punto es que la proyección para el 2024 es que tanto como Gateway, como TJ, and there is another liquor store that I didn't get, but they all indicated an increase of sales.
But I have 2 concerns.
Hay 2 preocupaciones.
One is the significant history of the applicant.
La primera es la historia significativa de la persona que está aplicando.
We have a late renewal in 2010.
Sí, tenemos una renovación tardía en el 2010.
We have bad checks in 2013.
Tenemos cheques malos en el 2013.
We have a sale to a minor in 2018.
Tenemos una venta a un menor de edad en el 2018.
We have a veiling in 2019.
Sí, tenemos también un veiling en el 2019.
And we have sales during a suspension.
Y tenemos las ventas durante la suspensión.
And I also have a concern regarding the financing.
Y también hay una preocupación en referencia con el financiamiento.
The rent here is said to be $5,500, increasing to $6,300.
Que la renta está supuesta a comenzar a 5.500 al mes, con un incremento a 6.300 cada mes.
The investment is $35,600.
La inversión es de $35,600.
The investment is said to be coming from cash from income of $6,965.
I'm sorry, 6,600 and...
I mean, 64,965.
Ok. Sí, sí, entonces la inversión está supuesta a provenir de un ingreso de $64,000, $64,965.
That income, in my opinion, cannot support that investment.
Sí, este tipo de ingreso, pues pensamos que no puede apoyar este tipo de inversión.
If council can address those two issues, one being the history of the applicant and two being the financing.
Certainly.
If I may translate that, please. Sí, entonces hay dos puntos principales que queremos abordar. Primero es la historia, el historial del aplicante, y segundo es el financiamiento cómo se va a presentar.
Well, to address the finances, obviously, I don't think he considered how long it would take to get to this point. He is continuing to work. He's a independent contractor where he services grocery stores. He delivers the merchandise, et cetera, et cetera. So he's been working pretty much nonstop. Secondly, he sold his store. So he did have some money from the time that he sold the store, which in 2019, which brings us to the availing charge. So the reason he sold his store in 2019 was so he can take care of his mother. That's a lot, yes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Sí, entonces, primero, en el punto de las finanzas, hay que considerar que he continuado trabajando y como contratista independiente sirviendo tiendas. Y también el segundo punto es que cuando vendí la tienda en el 2019 fue para cuidar a mi madre.
Who unfortunately also passed away.
Quien desafortunadamente falleció.
He can attest that during this time period, the only thing on his mind is taking care of his mom. He didn't realize that the purchaser would be using his license. If he did, he would not have allowed it. And that's what happened with the availing charge. And they ended up paying the price for it.
Okay. Sí, entonces, durante este tiempo, su preocupación principal fue el cuidar de la madre. Y no estuvo al tanto que la persona que iba a comprar la tienda, pues iba a tener la situación con el bailing. Y por este cargo, pues si hubiese estado al tanto de ello, pues no lo hubiese permitido.
For the 15 years that he did own the store, you brought up there was one sale to minor in 2018. Obviously, that's a mishap. I don't know the circumstances for a late renewal in 2010. Documents get lost. And bad checks, I don't know if it was his bad check or if it was maybe the accountant or somebody who he hired to renew the license for him at the time. But for 15 years, he knows the business, he's been operating it, and
Sí, y este señor pues ha estado operando la tienda por 15 años y entonces tenemos la situación de que no sé lo que pasó con el menor de edad o la situación con el cheque que rebotó, el malo. pero he estado teniendo la tienda por 15 años, y es lo que quiero recalcar.
He is a very hardworking individual.
Es un individuo que trabaja muy duro
And lives in the community. He lives on Gates Avenue.
y vive en la comunidad.
I have a question. Interpreter, I have a question for the council.
Sí, tiene una pregunta para el abogado.
Has the applicant been paying $5,000 a month rent since July of 2022?
He has not. He's gotten some relief from the landlord.
Excuse me?
He's received some relief from the landlord because it's taking so long.
Okay. Sí, la pregunta ha sido que si el aplicante pues ha estado pagando la renta de $5,000 anualmente desde julio, y la respuesta ha sido que no, que ha habido pues ayuda del vendedor.
Who is the landlord by name? Who's the principal of the landlord?
Nombre del landlord.
Gotta interpret.
Sí, ¿quién es el dueño del edificio?
What's his name?
I forgot the name. The person you right now, I forgot the name. Sorry.
Salvatore?
Yeah. Salvatore Corrigi.
Do you know Miss Sal?
Yeah. Yeah. Sal.
The principal is Salvatore
Garicci.
Garicci.
And is that the person that your applicants deal with, Salvatore Garicci?
Y esa es la persona con la que ustedes están comunicándose, el señor Salvatore Garicci.
Sí. Do you know him?
Yes.
So there's no agent. They're dealing
Right.
directly with Garicci.
Right.
Okay.
O sea que no hay agente intermediario, están relacionándose directamente con Salvatore Garicci.
No agent. There's no agent. There was no real estate. Just straight up with the owner from the commercial building. He had a sign with his number. We contacted him. We saw a great opportunity. I told my dad about it. He said he was going to go for it. And now I think it's the best time.
Let him interpret.
Okay, see, there is no agent. And when I saw the building, I saw it was a
No, you
commercial
gotta do it
building.
in Spanish.
No, you have to do it in Spanish, en español.
En español.
He forgets.
I could do that.
Got it. Sí. So would you like me to do it in Spanish now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sí, dice que no hay agente, que cuando pasó por ahí observó que este es un edificio comercial y que entonces decidieron ponerse en contacto directamente con el dueño del edificio, y todas las comunicaciones posteriores han sido con el dueño, Salvatore Garicci. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. You're good. That's funny. All right.
Who is Felix Almonte?
Felix Almonte?
No contact.
Need the
That's what
interpreter.
my dad sold the store to.
That's
That's
Who is Felix Almonte? Interpret.
¿Quién es Felix Almonte?
The person
Ask the
that my dad sold the store to. You don't have no contact with that person, nothing. Just sold him the business while my grandma was sick.
Finish.
He sold the business to
No,
my
no, he heard you.
What?
Or maybe not.
He just sold the business to Felix Almonte. Él le vendió el negocio.
No. You speak in
Okay.
English, he speaks in Spanish. He translates.
Okay, sí.
No, actually, you have
Él
to speak. I mean, it
vendió,
doesn't matter. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he sold the business to Felix Almonte. Vendió el negocio al señor Felix Almonte.
This is way too funny. If you don't need an interpreter, don't ask for one. So that person was availing, right? And then you submitted cancellation because that person was availing your license.
Correct.
And you were not aware of that. I just want to clarify the record.
Correct.
Go ahead, sir.
Si quieren clarificar que esa persona estuvo utilizando su licencia sin que usted estuviera al tanto de ello, ¿correcto?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Members ready to vote?
And just for the record, again, it's not going to be bulletproof.
Correct.
The closest.
Sí, esto para para las notas que la tienda no va a ser
All
contra
right,
balas.
very quickly, please, Mr. Lim. This has gone on for 25 minutes.
I don't believe he has any experience in the operation of a liquor store.
Yeah, but he ran a grocery store.
Interpreter.
Sí, sí, está diciendo que no tiene experiencia en llevar este tipo de tiendas, pero que sí, que tenía experiencia en llevar una tienda.
Yeah, he was previously licensed, and he, for the most part, has a clean record except for the availing.
He hasn't stated whether he's going to be selling any items or lines of inventory that are different from the current stores in the entire area.
It's not a requirement. The next store is 0.4 miles away.
And I just, I'm sorry.
All right, sorry. Go ahead.
Sí, está diciendo pues que no tiene experiencia con este tipo de tienda y está pues mirando la parte del inventario a pesar de que la tienda más próxima pues está a una distancia relativamente cerca.
And $63,000 for the starting of a new liquor store.
Sí, y $63,000 para comenzar una tienda de licor.
Inventory sold on
is,
margin.
is ridiculous because you have to put up security, which is usually 3 months rent, which would be $15,000. You'd have to put up at least the first month's rent of $5,000. That gives you $20,000. You have to get an attorney. It usually runs about $5,000. So that's up to $25,000. And you need some working capital. It's true that we haven't talked about any construction, what he may be doing in the, I don't know whether it was just a box store.
Okay, let him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Sí, entonces creo que desde el punto de vista de finanzas esto es ridículo porque va a tener que poner una seguridad de 3 meses para rentar el edificio, va a tener que pagar una renta de $5,000 inicialmente, va a tener que pagar un abogado $5,000, va a tener capital activo para el trabajo y a pesar de que usted piensa que va a trabajar ahí, pues no parece que es suficiente dinero para abrir el negocio.
And in addition, there will have to be some money paid for inventory.
Sí, aparte de eso, pues se va a tener que pagar más dinero para el inventario.
Because Southern and Empire, the big wholesalers, will give you a limit, say 5,000, 10,000, especially if you're a new store and especially if you have no prior experience. So there'll have to be a substantial amount of inventory that's bought.
Okay, do you have any response to that?
I'd like to find out what his client or not client had when he submitted his application. Excuse me, you don't need to push me out of the way. You do not need to push me out of the way. Okay, don't physically touch me.
Okay.
Okay.
What's your response?
I will not translate the last few words. Okay.
All right.
Sí, se está diciendo que excuse me, que se van a necesitar un inventario sustancial.
He's deposited the requisite funds with the landlord. That's not an issue. What he's saying about Southern and Empire, we all know how they operate. They'll give him the credit. That's how all liquor stores operate. He has substantial experience. There's a red herring.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Interpreter, please.
Entonces, Southern Empire pues, se ha notado que tiene experiencia sustancial y no piensan que sea un problema eso.
When was the application made, Council? The date?
This application was submitted 2022.
Okay.
Long time ago.
When was the grocery store sold?
19.
Wait, this was filed on April 21 of 23.
Oh, so just right after 22.
Sí, la aplicación se presentó después del 2022.
So April of 2023, the application was filed.
Well, to the point is that that's the date of the receipt. So it could have been submitted back then. You know how things were back then.
When was the
Yeah, back then.
grocery store sold?
2019.
Interpret.
Sí, hay que notar que la aplicación se recibió en abril del 2023.
So why weren't the proceeds of the sale of the grocery store included as funds available for the financing of this business?
I mean, I don't see that as. Oh.
Ok, quieren saber que en el procedimiento de vender la otra tienda, que por qué no los fondos de esa tienda se utilizaron para la nueva tienda.
It looks like what they did was they submitted the financing based on what it's going to cost to rent, based on what it's cost to do some renovations to the store. This is a liquor store. It's not necessarily going to get a multi-million-dollar renovation like some restaurants. And based on the budget at the time, that's what they submitted what was appropriate. Obviously, since that time, it's gone so much. Now they've had to pay the additional rent and all this stuff. He's worked. He's had some additional funds, like I mentioned, from the sale of the premises. So if that needs to be recalibrated, of course it can be. But it's not like there's something else not going on over here.
Hello? I'm so sorry, you froze there. Couldn't hear anything.
Don't ask me to repeat that.
Let me tell you what the notes that I took, and then you tell me what I missed. Sí, dice que cuando se hizo la preparación del financiamiento para la renta, pues se tuvo esto en cuenta en la renovación. Es una renovación simple, no es como una renovación de mucho dinero, como sería un restaurante, y también se basó el presupuesto en las finanzas disponibles en aquel tiempo, ¿verdad? Naturalmente, pues los números han incrementado y es lo que tenemos hoy.
John, did you have any questions? Because
Yeah, I might have a question or two.
We do have
¿Quieres saber si
more items
tiene
that need
alguna
an
pregunta?
interpreter. We have 4 more items that need an interpreter, so.
You can ask them.
No, I don't, I've already got my answer.
Why are you not on the license? If you found the opportunity, why aren't you applying?
Because my dad had the funds and he's the main guy. So I told him about it. He said that he was gonna do it, and I said, I'm gonna be there and I'm gonna be the main employee to help you. Just like dad and son always wanted the opportunity, and I see myself, one day being a future entrepreneur.
Okay, la pregunta ha sido que porque el hijo no tiene la licencia y el hijo ha dicho que es porque el padre es responsable y él lleva la licencia y un día quizá la tenga.
No, the numbers are. Okay, go ahead.
Donald.
All right, members ready to vote? So if you let them know that the members are ready to vote.
Sí, los miembros están listos para votar.
Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, I do have concerns about the history.
Sí, el comisionado de León está diciendo que tiene preocupaciones por el historial.
But it does go back to 2019.
Pero va al 2018.
I accept council's representation about the financing.
Y acepta la representación del abogado sobre el financiamiento.
And the numbers that I have for all of the nearby stores show an increase, a projected increase in sales for 2024.
Okay, y los números que tiene en referencia a los ingresos de las tiendas que están de cerca para el 2024 representan un incremento en ventas.
I think that I want to give this father and son an opportunity, and I will vote to approve.
Thank you.
Pienso que quiero dar al padre y al hijo una oportunidad y voy a votar para que se apruebe.
Commissioner Maya.
Okay, well, I'll have to make some comment before I make my vote, and my comment is as follows. The history is concerning, even though it was in 2019, because when I look at the financing numbers, it's not quite making sense. A $5,500 rent or $5,000 rent plus. And I was a bit shocked that the person who's abating their rent and not making them pay the rent, the gentleman did not know the man's name. And on a follow-up question, I asked, is there an agent? Is there somebody else that they're dealing with? And they're dealing apparently only with the principal of the landlord, who's basically sounds like he's walking away from $60,000 a year in rent, and they don't know his name. So that invokes some curiosity about the financing of this entity. I don't have a problem with it being another liquor store in this area. If we look at the map, it's almost like a perfectly symmetrical map of liquor stores, and they kind of fit. I don't have a trouble with the area. And I agree with Commissioner De Leon that the numbers indeed are going up, and that would be the only time, or one of the things that the only thing I'll point out to Council Lynn is that I think his calculation as for his client gateway was a bit off, because I agree with Commissioner De Leon. I think things are going up there, but I'm having trouble absorbing not knowing who the man is who's letting you walk on $5,000 a month. So I'm going to deny.
Interpreter.
Okay.
Oh, that was very long. I broke my own rule. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yes. Entonces, el siguiente voto, hemos mirado al historial, volviendo al 2019 y mirando a la renta de $5,000, y la verdad que estoy un poco sorprendido de que ustedes no conocen a la persona con la que están tratando, a pesar de que les está perdonando pues $5,000 mensualmente, y ustedes no sabían su nombre. También pues no tengo problemas por la ubicación de la tienda de licor, porque todas las otras tiendas pues están indicando que van a tener un aumento de ingresos. Entonces también quiero indicar que el cálculo del abogado Lin está un poco incorrecto. Al final pues voy a denegar la aplicación.
Do you have a response to that? Who's the
¿Tiene
landlord?
alguna respuesta a ello?
The landlord is Salvatore Giacchi that we said.
Yeah.
We had covered the landlord was Salvatore Giacchi.
Let me go and then I'll say something. Interpreter.
Sí, dice que han cubierto eso, que el nombre del dueño es Salvatore Giaggi.
Okay, so for me to clarify for Chair Fan, her question, interpreter.
Sí, para clarificar la respuesta.
My commentary on my analysis was that at the time of the questions, translator,
Sí, dice que para clarificar fue esto el comentario que se hizo cuando se hicieron las preguntas.
the two gentlemen, including the applicant, could not readily answer who was letting them not pay $5,000 a month rent. That was my point. Thank you, translator.
Sí, entonces, los dos individuos que están aquí, pues no podían recordar que quién era la persona que les estaba perdonando $5,000 mensuales de renta.
But may I say, they're lay people. They're not used to this. They're nervous. They're up here starstruck. This is not something that they do every day.
Starstruck is your
Starstruck. You're great commissioners.
That's right.
Sí, dice que esto no es algo que hacen todos los días.
All right. I understand your concern, Commissioner. I'm going to find public convenience and advantage because the closest store is 0.4 miles away. I'm going to put it as a condition for you to fully disclose the amount of money that is spent if there is a need. I'm not saying there is a need. If there's a need to update the financials, I would do that before you get your license issued.
And you want it to be completely open, right? They haven't.
Yes, and that I'm going to change what you have on the application. It's going to be an open store. If there is a security issue, you can block off the cashier person if you're worried about protecting your cash register, but the store itself has to be open and products have to be reachable by customers. Okay?
Commissioner De Leon?
And I'm going to vote to approve.
I'm going to let the interpreter, that's a lot for the interpreter.
Okay, so the vote is now yes, with the condition.
We can hold
Yes.
on. I mean, I know there's a lot for you to
Let
say.
me translate all this, please. Sí, entonces lo que se está diciendo es que están de acuerdo con que la tienda de licor está bien situada a 1.4 millas de la tienda más cercana, pero como condición quieren que presenten su presupuesto financiero y que sean que estén abiertos en ello. También pues se va a cambiar la aplicación para que sea una tienda abierta donde los clientes tengan acceso al producto directamente. Al mismo tiempo pues quieren que los cajeros o las cajeras pues tengan protección, ¿no? Así que pues, pero el producto tiene que estar disponible directamente para el cliente.
I approve with the same conditions.
Okay. Y también aprueban lo aprueban con las mismas condiciones.
All right.
And Commissioner?
Well, he denied it.
You denied. I'm sticking with denial. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
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 All right.
Welcome.
We have more
Thank
items
you,
for
sir.
you.
You did a great job.
We still have more items for you. Are you able to stay?
More items for me? Yes, I will be
Yeah.
delighted to stay until I run out of voice.
Thank you. Next is 2-001 El Palo Liquor Corp.
Okay. What number?
2-001.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Miguel Acosta, members of the board, representing here El Palo Liquor. I have both applicants here, husband and wife, Adriano Sanchez, Lourdes Sanchez. I don't know if
You
there's-
understand
Yes.
what we have to do, right? You watched that.
It sounds to me like you don't need an interpreter.
They requested it though.
No, no, I'm kidding.
All
Ok,
right.
entonces tenemos aquí, excuse me, el Polo Licor, caso 2.001. Tenemos al abogado licenciado señor Miguel Acosta y tenemos presentes al señor y la señora Sánchez.
All right, so just for the record, this is a reconsideration, so we have to vote for reconsideration at first.
Este es un voto de reconsideración.
There is really no change in condition or anything. The representative is suggesting that the applicant and the representative did not receive notice that this was on the February
21st
full board.
That is correct.
But you realize that it's your responsibility to also look at the full board agenda, right? If
No,
you're emailing our staff and checking in just 1 week before, I'm surprised that you then didn't see it on the agenda, because that's your job.
No, that I understand. So when we communicated with the department on the 14th of February to find out any status of it, we were informed that it wasn't in the system yet.
We need the interpreter, so.
Okay, entonces lo que ocurrió fue que cuando se preguntó el 14 de febrero si este caso estaba en la agenda, pues se indicó que todavía no estaba, a pesar de que estaba en la agenda eventualmente el 21 de febrero. Y es la obligación del abogado el estar al tanto de ello.
Were emailed on 1/26/2024, the applicant and the representative. And I just want the.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you translate, please?
Okay.
Just so the record shows that the Secretary's office did notify the applicant and the representative of the full board date on 1/26/2024.
Okay. Esto es para el récord que la secretaria se comunicó con el representante y los aplicantes el 26 de enero.
Just one more thing, and licensing, we do not tell applicants when their item is going to the members. We only confirm that it has been forwarded to Secretary's office. We do not give dates and confirm that information.
Okay, y también pues que no se confirman fechas, simplemente pues que se ha mandado la información a otro departamento.
Yes, that is.
Sir, look, I don't want to penalize your clients, but I just want you to understand that you've been here long enough to understand how this works and who you need to ask for what.
Yes.
And also to check the agenda. We talk about that all the time here. The meetings were made, once every third week for this exact reason, so that you have enough time to find out your matter is on, submit supplemental documents, and then show up.
Yes, and that is clear, and I understand.
For you to get denied and then 6 weeks later ask for reconsideration, that's, not meeting your duty to your own clients.
No, yes, and I understand, and I did communicate with the department regarding the email. I was informed that there was an error on a typo on my email address, and that's the reason that I didn't receive. After that, I continued checking, and that was when I received the disapproval letter. So my apologies. Like I said, it was not something that I expected, being in communications with the community, with the liquor authority the week before. So from then on, I made sure that implemented that in.
All right, we need the interpreter.
Sí, queremos aclarar de que la obligación de saber las fechas cuando va a haber las reuniones es la obligación del abogado. Pues también se ha comentado de que había un error en el correo electrónico que se le mandó al abogado, y una vez que se corrigió, pues estuvo al tanto de los cambios.
Are the members ready to vote?
On reconsideration, yes.
Okay. On the request for reconsideration, Commissioner De Leon
I'll grant reconsideration.
and Commissioner Maya
Grant.
and Chair.
Yes, since this is about the applicant's due process to be heard, I will allow reconsideration.
Let me know that the request for reconsideration has been granted.
Thank you.
Okay. Sí, se ha aprobado el voto de reconsideración.
All right, go ahead.
So my client is here in front of the board to request for this application to be considered. This application was submitted in 2023 due to the situation that occurred with the email. We requested reconsideration and is now in front of the board.
Yeah, if the interpreter would like to.
Sí, entonces queremos hacer un pedido de que se aplique esta aplicación que se presentó en el 2023, pues no se presentó a tiempo debido al error con el correo electrónico, y queremos ahora presentar esta reconsideración en frente de la Junta.
During the time that my client, prior to applying and obtaining a lease at this premise, my client did a market analysis and scouted the area.
Que sí, dice que durante este tiempo el cliente tuvo oportunidad de hacer una inspección de la zona e inspeccionar la zona también.
He then realized that since 2010, East Harlem has been growing in excess of 20%, and has pointed out that since 2024, there has been multiple new developments in the area, one in 110th Street, one East Harlem, 5th Avenue, 112th Street. These new developments are going to be bringing increase in population. They're going to have retail space, residential tenants.
Okay. Sí, también sus clientes se han dado cuenta de que desde el 2010 ha habido un aumento en East Harlem de un 20% anual, y desde el 2024 ha habido nuevos desarrollos en la 110, en East Harlem, en la 112, la Quinta Avenida. Y estos enclaves pues están trayendo más residentes al área.
In addition to that, the 4 nearest liquor stores have also shown great increase in sales in the past year. The records that I have show up to 2023, basically reflects for all liquor stores an approximately increase of 10% or more per year.
Sí, y en la zona, en las 4 tiendas de licor existentes, pues han observado incrementos de ingresos desde el 2023, y este incremento ha sido en exceso incluso de un 10% en este año.
My clients both have 35 years of experience and noted that within 1st and 2nd Avenue, both liquor stores that are there are both bulletproof. And due to the fact he's also opened his application to apply for a bulletproof store, but is open to make changes to adjust to the community.
Okay. Sí, y también se ha observado que las 2 tiendas de licores, aparte de eso, que los dos dueños tienen una experiencia de 35 años en el negocio. Y las tiendas existentes, las dos tiendas existentes en la zona son antibalas, o sea, tienen unos cristales antibalas, perdón, y entonces también están dispuestos a hacer los cambios necesarios para la aplicación, para cambiar esto si es necesario.
The store is only 643 square feet total space, where only 300 square feet will be devoted to the total retail space, which aligns with, the community. If you know, the other stores are similar in size, some one that is double the size, and then there's
Sí, también pues la tienda va a tener una superficie de 643 pies cuadrados, de los cuales 300 se dedicarán a la venta directa, y esto está alineado con las otras tiendas de licores en el área, aunque una tiene el doble de espacios.
So basically, given the dynamics and the potential benefit of the new developments, I believe granting a license at this premise should not affect any financial.
Okay, can I ask you some questions?
Sure.
Have you been representing these clients since 93, or this is a new relationship?
Basically, yeah.
But you have been representing them since 93?
Yes.
So why have they been applying for stores and then selling them, applying for a store and then selling it? It looks like that has happened how many times?
Just once.
Okay, sí, la pregunta es que el abogado les está representando desde el 93, y la pregunta es por qué han estado los aplicantes vendiendo y comprando tiendas. Y la respuesta fue del abogado es que esto solamente ha ocurrido una vez.
His first store was in 25 Sherman Avenue. Lasted there about 20 years. 20 years. Then he surrendered the store. Entregó la tienda.
No, he moved it to the Bronx.
Yeah, because of the landlord. So basically, he surrendered it to the landlord and petitioned to remove his license to the Bronx location, where he was then approved there.
Yeah, okay.
Then my client became sick. He had a stroke. Was forced to sell the store back in 2021, right? 2021? Yeah. Yes, and since he's gotten better, he has the energy together with his wife now. He's basically semi-retired and is looking to have something to do.
We have the
What about the
interpreter.
other store? What about Yara Wines and Liquor?
We have the interpreter now.
¿Dónde estabas?
Sí, en la tienda que existía estaba en Sherman Avenue, estuvieron ahí 20 años. Entonces,
En la dirección es 22, 27.
You have to tell him that. Talk to him, because he's the one
Esa era-
interpreting.
Esa está en ese cuarto.
Walton
Cuarto,
Avenue in the
esquina
Bronx.
Giral.
Yeah, that's an
¿De qué está
application.
hablando? ¿De la primera tienda?
No de la primera, no de la segunda.
Ok, la segunda estaba en el Bronx, ¿verdad?
Sí. La dos, pues yo tengo 33 años trabajando esto. 33 years.
Okay, so I have been working in this business for 33 years, and the second store was in the Bronx. Preceding
Sorry, so
that,
there was a second store
So-
that was disapproved.
okay,
And then
is
he ultimately got that store? I'm just a little bit confused here.
Yeah, it seems like because I kind of like skipped that one, and I apologize because I did Sherman Liquors and I did the petition to remove, and then I think I did the first application for Jada, which was disapproved. So I wasn't aware.
And then he eventually got the Yara store.
Yes, that's the one he sold in 2021 when he became ill.
So he had sold 2 stores.
Yeah, just stop.
Yes.
Okay, so why did you sell Yara?
¿Cuándo fue que usted vendió Yara? El 21.
¿Por qué vendió Yara?
El 20.
En el 20. Ahí
El
fue que usted
tipo
se
ya
enfermó.
era porque me enfermé en esos tiempos.
Yeah, that's when he got
Me
sick.
enfermé en esos tiempos.
Okay. Yes, that's when I got sick.
I don't know, I'm picking up.
2020.
Yeah, business. That's the sense I'm getting.
Okay.
The members,
So you're committing to not bulletproof, right?
Yes. So basically, since we've been sitting here, I explained to him that the best way to go about it is what a proposal that you guys made to the previous applicant where they can enclose the cashier. The reason why is the neighborhood is still upcoming. There's a lot of danger. And as you can see, the 2 stores nearest to him, they're both bulletproof. So he's willing to make that adjustment and basically close in the cashier.
interpreter.
Ok, entonces lo que se está haciendo es en la aplicación, se va a cambiar para indicar que la licencia que no sea, o la aplicación que no sea para una tienda antibalas. Sin embargo, pues va a haber protección para el cajero o la cajera debido a que las otras tiendas de licor cerca pues tienen esas 2 tiendas protección antibalas y también pues que van a proteger a la cajera o al cajero.
Hay que protegerla y los empleados que tú tengas.
Yes, I have to protect the cashier.
No.
Okay.
The members ready to vote?
Oh, yeah. I'm ready.
All right. Commissioner DeLi.
Excuse me. Okay, we did get 2 protests from H&A and 2171 Liquor, although they're not present here today. Let me note for the record that there is 1 store around the corner, another 3 blocks away, and the sales figures are down. So it's nothing against these particular applicants, but I don't know that this location is the right location under these circumstances. So for those reasons, I will have to respectfully vote to deny.
And
interpreter.
El primer voto es que debido a que hay otras tiendas, hay 2 protestas y también pues que hay 2 tiendas cerca con las ventas que han disminuido y basado en esta situación no creo que es la ubicación adecuada y por ello estoy negando mi voto.
Commissioner Maya.
I'm noting their record since 1994, 1 violation, their experience in the business, and taking Commissioner De Leon's comment into great consideration. I will still, insofar as the numbers in the neighborhood, however, I believe these are experienced liquor store owners, so I vote to approve.
Thank you.
And the interpreter.
Que, sí, mirando pues que desde que empezaron el negocio en 1994 han tenido una violación y también teniendo en cuenta los comentarios del comisionado de León y mirando los números que se han presentado, voy a votar aprobando.
And chair.
Were you an individual applicant for the last 2 stores?
¿Fue usted el aplicante individual de las últimas 2 tiendas?
Sí.
And now for this particular store, you're adding your wife?
No, he was with his wife in his last.
I'm just asking, for this one, he's applying with the wife on the license.
Yes, he is.
So that's an improvement.
Ok, y por en esta situación está aplicando tanto usted como con su esposa, ¿correcto?
Yes.
All right. I think there's public convenience advantage. There's a Costco a block away to the east of you, while there are 3 stores that are close by. If you commit to being an open store, with the exception of protecting the cashier space, I will vote to approve.
Thank you so much.
Okay. El siguiente voto, teniendo en cuenta que hay un Costco cerca y hay 3 tiendas de licor cerca, con la aplicación de tener la tienda de forma abierta, pues voy a aprobar su aplicación.
And allow me to reflect on the record again that the applicant has exemplary history with our agency. He's been licensed with a liquor store on and off since 1993.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You guys have a great
Y
rest.
también para el
Thank you.
récord, que refleje el récord, es que el aplicante ha estado envuelto, ha tenido un reflejo ejemplar desde el 1993.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. Next is 50B, the 7 Willow Cafe LLC.
Oh my God. All right. This is our guy. He's back. All right.
Another Mr. Lopez. This is his manager.
Okay, good. Thank you. Let's go, Mr. DeLuca. Yes. So just allow the record to reflect that this applicant applied for full liquor last time and was denied because of lack of experience. The 500-foot hearing, I believe at the time, came out in the negative. He came to full board a number of times to learn how this process works. We appreciate that and want to note that. And now he's applying for a restaurant wine and have since gained the mayor's support.
Yes.
And also has returned with an experienced manager with a PQ on the record.
Interpreter?
My client said he would only use the interpreter if there was something he didn't understand. And is that okay with the board?
That's kind of not how it works. So if you use an interpreter, we got to go.
All right.
Full
I just,
interpreter. I apologize to everybody.
He had said to me that.
Just go ahead and let the interpreter.
Let him go.
Short version, sir.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Sí, hay que notar que el aplicante pues, fue negado a aplicaciones anteriores. En este caso, pues ha venido para presentar una aplicación para un restaurante con licencia también de vino y también pues ha empleado un manager que tiene experiencia en este negocio.
I don't know if you did. Can you put everyone's name on the record?
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah.
Patrick DeLuca. This is my client.
I'm Luis Lopez.
Luis Lopez and Erin Lopez.
Either Melchor.
Okay, what are your hours?
Your hours.
11 to 11.
11 to 11, 7 days a week?
No, Monday to Thursday.
Yes, we would like to have the weekends, Friday and Saturday at 2 p.m. if it's possible.
You mean 2 a.m.?
2 a.m., sorry.
Thursday to Saturday, 2 a.m.?
No, yes.
Friday, Saturday, 2 a.m.?
Friday, Saturday, 2 a.m.
Okay, what's the music situation?
Everything on the application.
Live music, DJ, karaoke, and dancing.
All right, and if the interpreter can kind of.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Sir.
Entonces la aplicación incluye que va a haber apertura durante la semana, con la excepción del domingo y especialmente los viernes y los sábados, se está pidiendo apertura que va a incluir música con un DJ y también pues, con un karaoke hasta las 2 de
I
la
know,
mañana.
I'm just saying that before it was a
It was a
500-foot case, right?
Correct, in the ALG.
But this temp can only go until midnight? No, this temp can be
No,
whatever.
It can be whatever.
It can be,
Yeah.
right, okay, all right. So, you guys have questions?
Is that the manager? And what's your experience, sir?
So I've been working, my name is Major. So I've been working in the restaurant business for over 12 years. So I've been a general manager for 2 restaurants, been in charge of over 50 people. I've been general manager for outside, inside of the restaurants. So I know I got experience about how to run. I've been teaching how the people, how to the laws on how to use alcohol and sell alcohol.
The interpreter.
Okay, see, I have experience of 12 years managing restaurants
You're
as
in
a
English.
GM with 2 different restaurants with over 50 people inside and outside, and I also have experience handling alcohol.
That was English.
Oh my God! Sorry,
I understood every word. I understood every word.
Okay.
This is why it's
Se lo
better to be in the
repito.
room, but we appreciate the work. All right, go ahead.
Ok, sí, tengo experiencia por 12 años en el negocio de restauración, siendo director general de 2 restaurantes con más de 50 personas y estando dentro y fuera. Y también tengo experiencia en manejar la parte de alcohol.
Okay, are you okay? What kind of live music?
Interpreter, if you want to.
Sí, ¿qué tipo de música está hablando? Tipo de música directa.
A small band.
What does that mean? Is that like a band with amplified music, or is it a mariachi band, or it's a singer from overseas? What kind of live music?
Sí, ¿qué tipo de música? ¿Es con amplificador? ¿Qué tipo es? ¿Banda?
A mariachi can be like sometimes country music from Peru, because I'm from Peru.
Okay, is it going to be amplified music, like with loud bass and speakers, or it's acoustic?
It's not really necessary because it's a closed space and it's a big loud music.
I'm just asking, are you planning on having amplified music or not? Because I can just limit it to acoustic if it's just going to be acoustic, but then you can't have a speaker.
The interpreter.
Rock and roll.
Sí, no sé si entendió. Entonces lo que está diciendo es que si va a tener música con amplificador o acústica, ¿no? Porque la licencia pues va a reflejar eso directamente.
Usualmente ellos usan un amplificador.
Normally we used amplifiers.
Normally they use amplifiers.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess because he's allowed to operate. He's been operating. He's a restaurant right now. So is there a stage?
No.
Si hay un escenario.
Okay. Do you plan on doing weddings?
Yes.
Está pensando
And in which case you will close. Sorry. Go ahead, sir.
No, I translated that already. Thank you.
Okay. And when you do weddings, you plan to close the whole establishment for a private event, right?
Yes.
How many of those a year are you going to do?
4, maybe,
For a year or for a month?
for a year, 4, 5.
Okay, so it's 10 private events good enough, then, Mr.
I think
DeLuca?
so. If he,
Yes.
if he's lucky and becomes, successful, I'll reapply for
I
a
know, I
change
just
in
don't want to
mode.
create more work, so should I say one a month?
Yes, yes, that would be fair. Thank you.
Okay. Sí, entonces
Okay,
lo
I'm gonna,
que... Would you like me to translate that or?
yes, go ahead.
Ok, entonces para aclararlo, lo que está diciendo es que si usted va a utilizar el sitio para tener bodas o eventos especiales, pues se indicó que va a tener de 4 a 5 al año, pero para evitar que se presenten otra vez ahí, pues se va a poner en la aplicación 12 al año.
So I just want to clarify that when I say once a month, it means 12 for the year. It doesn't mean that he can only do one a month.
Yes, ma'am.
Obviously, summer months are more busy, so I don't want you to think that it's
Hopefully
one a
we
month.
come back to change that.
Okay.
It's busy. Yeah.
Okay,
Sí,
so,
dice que quiere clarificar que son 12 al
place-
año, que no tiene que ser
Okay, so let me
necesariamente
just-
uno cada mes.
The place is beautiful and he built it himself. You have to see it.
okay, I understand. I've seen some pictures. So you understand that when you get a beer and wine license and run a restaurant, you're not allowed to clear the tables for dance floor, even though you've requested for dancing. You understand that?
Sí, usted comprende que cuando recibe una licencia de cerveza y vino, que no puede quitar las mesas. Usted comprende eso, ¿verdad? Para eventos especiales.
Sí, yes.
Okay, so you're committing that on Friday, Saturday, even when dinner service is over, it's not going to become a nightclub, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to hold you to that. So I'm going to give you the dancing, but there's no dance floor.
No.
You understand that, right? Okay.
Y comprende eso, ¿verdad? Que se dan permiso para que bailen, pero que no va a haber un suelo de baile.
Okay. And also under this license type, you're not allowed to have ticketed events. So you can have a private event where guests are being invited by the host who's paying for the event, but you cannot have, a dance party or a third-party promoter that is using a DJ as your establishment to do dancing or promote their own event. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Would you like me to translate that?
Yes, sir.
Ok, sí, lo que está diciendo es que para que le den la licencia quieren aclarar de que este tipo de licencia no va a incluir eventos donde pueda traer un agente de tercero, ¿verdad?, para vender tickets y que lo que va a tener va a ser una persona encargada de todo ello que va a dirigir el evento directamente.
All right, I'm done. You ready? Good. All right, thank you.
Commissioner De Leon.
This is now an application for a wine license.
Permit.
Excuse me. I'm getting tired.
Yeah.
It's supported by the village of Portchester. And I'm encouraged by the fact that a professional manager has been hired. With the stipulations that were addressed by the chair, I will vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya.
And I will also vote to approve.
Chair, do you want to?
All right, I'm going to vote to approve with the following conditions, if the commissioners agree with me. 11 p.m. from Sunday to Thursday, 2 a.m. Friday, Saturday, live music, DJ, karaoke, and dancing. No third-party promoter, 12 private events every year. And I'm going to ask for the actual license to come back to full board. And with the mayor and the village's support, and thank you for your diligence, sir. I understand this is important to you. So I'm going to vote to approve. Thank you.
Okay. Entonces se está aprobando con las condiciones que se han especificado con las horas que se han especificado y con la condición de que no va a haber otros promotores de aparte de los que están celebrando el evento directamente, y con estas estipulaciones pues se le ha aprobado también.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. Good luck.
Mr. Roper, do we have to agree to the new conditions, which I do?
Yeah. Go ahead, put it on the record.
Okay, yeah.
You agree with the conditions
Yeah,
that
yeah.
Chair and Commissioner De Leon?
Sure.
So we're gonna go off the record for a brief recess. We do need you. I'm sorry. We have a couple more.
Really?
Sorry.
I'll be available as long as you want me to be here, so I'll be delighted to be here with you. Just let me know what time you would like me to come back.
Just give us 5 minutes.
Yeah, just stay on, and then
Okay,
I'll
stay on then. Okay, great. Thank you.
We're back on the record after a brief recess. Next one is 50A, Ceylon Deli Corp.
Excuse me, what was the number? sir?
50A.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Board. I'm Teddy Gonzalez, my client Leonardo de Cruz Felix. The reason I think we're up here is because this entity came up, I think, in 21, and it was disapproved. So Mr. Leonardo purchased the business from the previous owner, but kept the corporation name.
Okay.
And if I recall correctly, I watched it on YouTube, and the documents that were submitted were very incorrect. I even remember Commissioner De Leon saying that the woman was the applicant was a woman, and it said male on the personal questionnaire.
The
So it was a mess.
Wait, he wasn't here in 21, were you?
No. Well, 22, maybe 22, I don't remember.
No, I got here in 23.
Right.
The interpreter catch up?
I'm confused.
Wasn't me.
Oh, you're
Maybe I'm
muted,
wrong.
sir. Sorry, you're muted. The interpreter is muted, Mr. You're muted.
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
No, you're muted, sir. No, you're.
Can you hear us?
I think we're muted too. Everybody's
No,
muted.
no. We're green. You should be able to hear us.
My apologies. I put my
All right.
monitor on mute. Sí, tenemos aquí al señor, my apologies. Tenemos aquí al señor de Cruz, perdón, estuvo aquí anteriormente en el 2021 y no se aprobó su petición. Entonces, desde entonces, dice que se compró el negocio.
That was wrong. Yeah, what I said was the entity was here before, applied for a license. It was a woman that applied. It was disapproved because the documentation was submitted was incorrect, and also they didn't provide the additional documentation. She got frustrated after it was disapproved. She sold the business to Leonardo de la Cruz, Felix.
Okay, and who was this person who sold the business?
Eunices Gabriela Garcia de Chile.
Okay, so
Wow, he's asking the question.
So Miss Eunices Gabriela
I love it.
Garcia
got the business, and she was there, and the business.
She can run the board meeting.
application got disapproved. She got frustrated and decided to sell to Mr. De Cruz. That's the short version. Did I get it right?
Yes, that's the right version.
Now in Spanish, please.
Yeah, now in Spanish.
Okay. Entonces, I just wanted to make sure that I'm translating the right thing.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay. Entonces,
You're doing good.
tenemos la señora Eunices Gabriela, que fue la dueña del negocio, ¿verdad? Entonces, hizo la aplicación, se denegó la aplicación y se frustró y vendió el negocio al señor de la Cruz.
Can I let you know what I have, and then you can address it?
Okay,
Maybe
sure.
it might be a better way. Interpreter?
Yes, I want to make sure that I present what I have, and then you tell me.
Oh, well, all right. What I have is that the applicant's previous application was denied for an undisclosed interest.
Okay, sí, quiero decir que la aplicación previa se denegó por intereses que no se presentaron.
I also have that a previous license at the location was canceled in June of 2021 for numerous charges, including gambling.
Okay, sí, entonces también quiero indicar que la licencia previa se canceló en el 2021 por hacer, se me está olvidando la palabra. Gambling is,
Numerous charges, including gambling.
sí, varios cargos, incluyendo el jugar.
I have that the applicant has the same residence as the previous applicant, Genesis Haridia. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right.
Sí, y tenemos que el aplicante tiene la misma dirección que el aplicante anterior. Se llama Genesis Arribia, ¿correcto?
Can I address it before they all lump
Yeah, I
them
just
up?
have one more, and then you
Okay.
can kind of just bullet point them.
All right.
And that there's the previously disapproved, so I don't know if this applies, holds a $27,500 promissory note, which is payable by September of 2025. And I wanted to know if any payments had been made towards that note, and if so, how are those payments being made?
Okay, so the first question was,
Let him.
oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so the promissory note was for what? 20,000 what?
27,500.
Okay, thank you so much. Sí, entonces la situación previa incluyó una nota promisoria de $27,500 y quieren saber pues cómo se utilizó esto, cómo se aplicó esto.
I wanted to know if any payments had been made towards that note, and if so, how were the payments being made?
Si quiere saber si se han hecho pagos contra esa nota y cómo esos pagos se han hecho.
Okay. First question, he has something to do with the previous applicant, okay? He does, I didn't represent your application before either, okay? As far as the note, he hasn't paid her yet because he wanted to make sure he gets a temporary license first. So, I mean, she went back to her business she was doing before. He doesn't have the same address as her. He has nothing to do with her.
It has nothing to do with Genesis?
No, he has nothing to do with her. No.
That's the information we have that has the same address as her.
¿Cuánto vive? ¿Cuánto vive?
Interpreter.
Sí, la primera pregunta es que en la aplicación previa pues se mencionó que esa nota no ha sido pagada porque pendiente a la aplicación, que se aprobara la aplicación temporal. Y mientras tanto, pues no ha pasado nada.
I'm sorry, where are you getting that? I think,
Yeah.
but it says there does not appear to be any connection. What am I missing?
It says that too.
The applicant principal, which is the same on file for previous. Oh, I see. Where, Morse Avenue is your address? Morse Avenue?
Interpreter.
Sí, su dirección es Morse, Avenida Morse.
Sí.
Yes.
Then who's Genesis Heredia?
That was the
No,
person.
let him answer.
Sí, ¿quién es Genesis Heredia?
No, yo no la conozco.
¿Usted no la conoce? I don't know her.
Genesis used to be I think the previous principal. And that license was canceled.
You represented her too?
Yes, at that time.
Did she
I was-
or he live at the premises? No.
No, she don't work there at all. He has no affiliation with her at all whatsoever. The only affiliation he has is with me because when the other person applied, got disapproved, then she called her and told us, why don't you use Teddy Gonzalez? That's the only reason.
Okay. Sí, dice que no hay afiliación entre usted y esta persona, Genesis. Y esta
But how is it
persona
possible that
fue la dueña previa, ¿verdad? Y la licencia pues se canceló.
Dionisio era la dueña. No, that's.
Is there a paperwork problem?
No, there's no paperwork problem.
I know, but they both have the same address.
Tienen la misma dirección.
May I
Like
ask?
home address.
Right. Mr. Interpreter, the
I just said
applicant,
that, que tienen la misma dirección.
if I may ask, the applicant and I think what we're getting to, the applicant and Genesis Heredia have shared the same address at different times.
Can you explain it?
Ok, sí, lo que quieren preguntarle es que el aplicante, usted y Genesis, han compartido la misma dirección en tiempos diferentes.
Can you explain that?
¿Puede explicar eso?
Yes.
No, porque yo vivo con Luisana Martínez, mi esposa, pero
He lives with his wife,
What's her name?
but she's not on the license.
yo le compré fue
I mean, they're not married legally.
Yo le compré.
Sí.
We let the interpreter tell us.
You're right.
So,
Yo le compré a Yunice Graviela de Cilie.
But I think I had to clarify.
I'm having a hard time hearing.
You're speaking to the microphone.
If you could speak into the microphone.
Habla aquí.
Sí,
Repítame
puedes
la pregunta.
explicar, sí.
Genesis applied in 2019 for
Can I
their
get an answer?
affiliate
Sorry.
license and disclosed an address.
Wait, before you
of Morris
give
Avenue.
him that, let him answer.
Answer. Sir, you've got to clarify this. Can you just go outside
Yeah.
and figure this out?
I'll come back, yeah.
Because we're checking our records. He has no complaints. He's operating on a temp. But you've got to.
We're here for the temp.
This is just for a temp.
We're here for the temp.
Oh, I thought they were operating on a temp.
No, we're here for the temp.
All right, can you just clarify it
Yeah,
with him?
Sí,
Can you just
queremos
have
que
that conversation?
clarifiquen la situación.
Yeah, can you
sí.
go with him? All right. Sorry, sir, you gotta wait. Is there another one that needs interpretation?
22,
Wow.
JREY Corp.
222.
22.
Oh, my God.
Buenas tardes.
Hola,
All
buenas
right, talk
tardes.
to the interpreter.
Good
Can
afternoon.
you introduce yourselves? Can you ask them to introduce themselves?
¿Se quiere presentar, por
Mi
favor?
nombre es Jorge Reyes.
My name is Jorge Reyes.
And who is with you today?
My son.
Okay.
Y mi hijo está conmigo.
Okay. Do you know the people that own this location before you?
¿Usted conoce las
no.
personas que eran los dueños de esta ubicación anteriormente?
No mucho.
Not very much.
What did he say? Not very
Not
much?
much.
What does that mean?
Not much. ¿Qué quiere decir con eso?
La vi few times. Donde le compré el negocio.
I bought the business.
I see. So they went out of business and you bought it from them. That's
Yeah.
how you know them.
Yeah.
O sea
How did
que
you find this?
ellos cerraron el negocio y usted lo compró, ¿correcto?
Sí, porque my friend is working for her, for the lady. He told me just sell it. Just buy I bought it.
Okay. And you were a bar manager before?
What happened?
You
¿Usted
were a
era
bar,
un
you managed a bar
manager de un
before?
bar?
Oh, sí.
You owned the previous license that was suspended in 16 and then canceled in 17?
Sí.
Okay.
Ok. No sé si entendió bien o...
Sí, yo tuve una licencia.
Sí, quiere saber que usted tuvo la licencia, que se suspendió
Sí.
en el 2016 y se canceló en el 2017.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have an explanation for what happened at your previous establishment? It's not the easiest thing to earn that kind of record at this agency, and so I want to give you some opportunity to explain why you have the fitness and character to hold another license now.
Okay.
Sir.
Sí, quiere saber si nos puede dar una explicación del establecimiento previo, porque naturalmente pues quieren saber que usted tiene la preparación y el carácter para que le concedan una licencia.
Sí, ahorita va a ser diferente. Ahorita va a ser un restaurante que la gente va a comer, no como antes que la gente iba, gente que
quería pelear nomás y ahora sí que en que yo tenía securities, pero no podían controlar eso.
Yeah, it's going to be different because in the new establishment, it will be a restaurant where people will go to eat compared to the previous establishment where people just went to argue.
Sorry, that's funny. Okay. That's funny.
It's literal translation, okay?
Okay, I like that. So you how far is this location from your prior location?
¿Qué tan
Maybe-
lejos está esta ubicación comparada con la ubicación anterior?
Maybe 100, como 5 cuadras, 5 blocks.
5 blocks, yeah.
Okay. Do you know if you submitted cancel and bond last time because of the potential penalties, or it was canceled because you went to hearing last time? And it was canceled by the board, right? Okay.
Sí, quieren saber que si quieren confirmar que la licencia pues la canceló la Junta, ¿verdad?
Sí. Yes,
yes.
the church next door doesn't matter because it's
Who's gonna be cooking here?
¿Quién va a cocinar?
Un cocinero que tengo 3 cocineros.
I have three cooks.
Okay, and you've been operating on a temp with no issues, right?
Yeah.
Y he estado operando con una licencia temporal sin problemas.
Sí.
So I just want to put on the record, no, you can't do that. It's 3:30. It's a restaurant wine application, and so the standard is good cause. The application asks for DJ karaoke, recorded and live music. The hours are Sunday to Thursday, 1 a.m., Friday to Saturday, 2 a.m. Is your son managing?
Yeah, he's gonna work.
He's gonna work there?
Yeah.
Do you have a personal questionnaire on file? Okay, do you have any experience?
Yes, I work at Angelina's for
You can speak in the mic, please, so that it's.
Yes, ma'am. I worked at Angelina's for 2 years. I managed Mr. Childs for 1.5 years, and I worked at a bar after for 6 months.
Okay. You're gonna be there full time?
Full time.
You're both gonna be there full time?
Yes, ma'am. If I may add, last time he was by himself, he didn't really understand because my father didn't go to school. So he really didn't understand the rules that were going on, like what's it called? A lot of people, there was a lot of gang fights at that bar. So that was what he couldn't really control because it was either outside and he wasn't doing, you know.
Yeah, and this is a better location, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Está diciendo que esta es una ubicación mejor y que usted entonces pues no comprendía lo que pasaba con la clientela, donde iban ahí la gente a pelearse, ¿verdad? Y ahora pues va a ser diferente porque tanto usted como su hijo van a estar envueltos totalmente en el negocio.
Deli? Okay. Does it? Yeah. And there's another deli pending, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
¿Y tiene una deli pendiente?
Sí.
All right. Before this board, Commissioner Ford and I used to have a what the hell of the day. This would fall into that category, given that it's a restaurant wine, and I believe in second chances, and I was not here when this was previously canceled, so for lack of better judgment, I'm gonna Vote for a second chance and vote to approve with the following conditions. Sunday to Thursday, 1 a.m., Friday, Saturday, 2 a.m. Indoor music only, DJ karaoke, recorded live music.
Interpreter?
Ok, entonces se va a aprobar con condiciones porque creo que usted necesita una segunda oportunidad o requiere una segunda oportunidad, pero se va a aprobar pues con las condiciones de que el lugar pues se cierra a la 1, con la excepción del viernes y el sábado, que se cerrará a las 2. Y entonces pues no tiene que tener pues música demasiado alta ni karaoke y todo eso. Entonces condicionalmente lo van a aprobar.
Ok, está bien.
Commissioner De Leon?
Sir, where do you work now?
Interpreter.
¿Dónde trabaja ahora, señor?
Oh, en un restaurante.
I work in a restaurant.
This restaurant or another restaurant?
He works at that restaurant.
¿En este restaurante o en otro restaurante?
En el otro restaurante.
At another restaurant.
All right. The applicant here has a previous summary suspension from 2016, cancellation in 2017. Reasons involve police attention and referrals, numerous altercations and assaults.
Entonces, el aplicante pues tiene una suspensión de licencia en el 2016, cancelación en el 2017 y numerosas llamadas a la policía que requirieron la atención policial.
He was a bar manager at that same location where the license was canceled.
Is right now.
And is,
Right?
yeah.
Sí, y había un manager del bar en la misma ubicación donde se canceló la licencia.
Based on the record before me, I have to respectfully deny the application.
Okay, y voy a negar la aplicación basado en la información que se ha presentado o que se me ha presentado.
Commissioner Maya?
Yeah, just one question, please. I don't mean to point. Are you the licensee at J Pizza Deli?
Yeah, I play, yeah. Yeah.
Sí, sí, entendió. Quiere saber si usted tiene la licencia de J Pizza Deli.
Sí.
Okay. Does he work there? Does he work
¿Usted trabaja ahí?
No, no está abierto todavía.
Okay,
It
then
hasn't opened yet.
I'm ready to vote, of course, and I'll vote also to approve with all the conditions set forth by Chair Fan.
Ok, entonces se va a aprobar condicionalmente a lo que se mencionó anteriormente.
Okay, you've been approved.
Do you need me to say them again?
No.
Okay.
Members, do you want the deli application, J Pizza Deli, to come to the board? No, okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Que tenga un buen día.
Bye. Thank you.
You ready again for?
All right, you want to come up?
Yeah, come back up. Again,
Is this the last
50A.
one for the interpreter or?
50A.
Okay. All right,
Ceylon
last
Deli
bit,
Board.
sir.
Thank you.
So the clarification on that is that when he got here in 2020, Janice used to live there, they rented a room. She rented a room in that apartment, in that building, okay? She moved out in 2019. So when he got here, he never met her at all. I just spoke to Denise right now.
Interpreter.
How is that possible?
Why?
It's the same apartment?
Above the business?
Apartment.
Is
I'm
this
sorry?
the same address?
Yes, the same address.
Interpreter.
No.
Sí, dice que es la misma dirección que la señora Denise vivió ahí y se mudó en el 2019 y usted no entró ahí hasta el 2020, ¿correcto?
Yo llegué al país en el 2020, pero yo me mudé como en el 2021 con la señora que vive ahí, que es mi esposa.
Okay, and I relocated there in 2021 with my wife.
So you just called her, the woman we're asking about, because you know her? 'Cause
I
you-
know from the previous cancellation, so I still have her number.
Okay. And can you explain
la-
why, how it was that they ended up in the same building and didn't know that? Describe what's happening here.
He lived, okay, his common law wife, okay, rented a room to JDC'S. When JDC'S left in 2019. When he got to this country in 2020, he met his girlfriend, and then he started living with her.
His wife owns the building that both the.
No, his common law wife
Common
has
law
the apartment where he lives now, and she had rented a room to JDC'S, a room, when she applied for the license, I guess. In 2019, JDC'S left and gave up the room. I mean, she rented the room from the lady.
And he's never heard of her, even though he just got the same restaurant.
He has no relationship with her at all.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead, interpreter, and then I want
Okay,
to say something.
thank you. Sí, lo que se está diciendo es que están tratando de hacer una conexión lógica entre JDC'S, quien parece que estaba alquilando un dormitorio, un cuarto, pero ella se marchó en el 2019. Usted entró ahí en el 2020, estuvo con su esposa extraoficialmente y parece que eso es lo que tenía. ¿Desea algo?
So his girlfriend has a relationship with JDC'S, but he doesn't.
He said he never heard of her earlier. Is
I'm sorry?
He said he never heard of her earlier. Is
Well,
that
you should have said he heard of her, but had no relationship with her.
Dice que ha oído de ella, pero que no ha tenido relación con ella.
No, no conozco de ella, no.
Says, I don't know her.
Okay, Genesis applied for the license in December 2019. Personal questionnaire, and her address at that time was Morris Avenue, apartment 5F. And her personal questionnaire said that she had been living at that location since 2011.
Que sí, Genesis, cuando hizo la aplicación en diciembre del 2019, indicó que vivía en la avenida Morris, en el apartamento 5F, y que había vivido ahí desde el 2011.
But again, she moved out in 2019.
Did the members have
Mi
any other?
esposa que tiene vínculo con ella, yo no.
So my wife is the one who has the relationship with her, but not me.
Ya, ella le alquiló, creo que fue una habitación que le alquiló, porque la mujer mía alquilaba la habitación, ya no. Entonces, yo llegué ahí, cuando yo llegué ella no estaba. Yo no la conozco.
What do you want to do?
Okay, when I got to this country, she had already left, and I never met her.
The members ready to vote?
Everybody ready?
I'm more confused than I
Están
was.
diciendo si están listos para votar.
And let me just point out that he purchased the business from JDC'S, Gabriela, not from Genesis.
What year was it canceled? It was canceled in 2021. Is that right?
Previous application was denied for an undisclosed interest. And
Again, I didn't represent it, so I don't know.
right, the concern is Genesis is the undisclosed
So
interest.
Genesis was
Genesis-
canceled in 21.
2021, correct. And then another applicant came in who was Unisys.
Right.
They were disapproved. and you purchased the business from Unisys, who was
Right,
disapproved.
I'm sorry. Translate.
Sí, yeah, easy for you to say. Se dice que compré el sitio, la ubicación de Unisys. La cancelación tuvo lugar en el 2021.
You want to try to David from
Con Genesis.
Why was
Genesis?
This is just a temp.
Why was the previous denied?
Excuse me. Can you repeat the question so we can say it correctly, please?
Sí, quiere decir, si puede repetir la pregunta.
Interpreter, can you repeat it in English?
Yeah, if you can ask the question. That's...
So what?
No, she forgot her question. Do you know the question?
I remember it.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
Just tell us.
Right,
It's
okay.
close to 4 o'clock.
So the previous applicant, the previous principal, Unisys, she purchased the business from, I guess, Genesis. And then her license was canceled in 2021. And then Unisys applied for a license, right? And it was disapproved because undisclosed information. She turned around and sold it to him because she got frustrated. And he purchased it from Unisys, but it kept the same corporation. Against my advice, but that's why we're
He was
here.
working there since 21.
He was working there.
With Unisys.
Do you guys want to get an affidavit from Genesis?
Yeah.
They're obviously in touch with her.
I mean, I don't know that I would trust that at this point. There are just too many inconsistencies here. So if we have to put it to a vote now, if everybody's ready, respectfully, sir, I'm going to have to deny the application based on the record I have in front of me.
But my question to you, he has nothing to do with the person before, and that was the previous licensee. And the only relation he has now is the one that applied for, the one that Unisys applied for that was disapproved. So what is you see a connection, how do you see a connection? Just because his girlfriend knows Unisys doesn't mean she's part of the business.
I already cast my vote.
Okay.
We still have 2 other votes to go.
The interpreter, if you could.
Ok, el primer voto es negativo.
Mr. Maya.
Okay. My position is I think this should be put onto another date. Because I have to say frankly, there's something that I cannot figure out about this. And I would rather it go to another date. And I don't know if that's, is that a proper way to vote or is that just my comment?
All right, so, but let's make it a reason, let's add some condition, right? I mean, it's, you know, the idea of kicking it down the road is that there is going to be something that may help you make a determination. So I'm going to put a condition that you either you probably should come with your girlfriend and maybe Genesis. If that cannot happen, then I would like to see an affidavit from Genesis saying that she's not part of
I
this.
can get you an affidavit, that's not a problem at all.
Is anyone in touch with the other woman?
I'm sorry?
Is anyone in touch with?
The seller, well, he's obviously in touch with her because.
Yeah, he's owed her the money.
He
Yeah,
owes
that's
her
right.
the money and he worked for her.
Yes.
And your applicant purchased the shares.
Right, it's a stock purchase agreement, yes.
Okay,
That's what I submitted with the application.
And he purchased the shares from, okay.
Unisys, not from,
And it sounds like she purchased the shares from.
no, she opened a new corporation. Unisys opened a new corporation.
Okay, that clarifies.
Yes.
Okay.
She opened a new corporation, purchased it from Unisys, and then Unisys applied for the license under SAYLON DELI Corp.
His application at this premises was disapproved before, right?
Right, under Unisys.
In 2023.
On the JDC'S, yes.
What do you mean?
She was a principal.
Because she was on there as well. It's his application though, right?
No, he wasn't on the application at all. He had nothing to do with her.
Okay.
The commissioner said it was disapproved based on undisclosed information, which I don't know because I never represented her.
So can I say, I think the concern is that Genesis, Miss Harrienda, she was canceled at this
Right.
location.
Right.
I think the members are concerned because she was canceled and the connection, we want to make sure that she's no longer involved in that business.
I can give you after that. It's not a problem at all.
Okay. Sí, quieren saber, asegurarse de que Genesis no tiene conexión con la aplicación o con el negocio. Entonces se va a poner condiciones ahora.
What date?
Affidavit.
What date do you want?
10:30. Can't promise anything. It's an uphill battle, but let's try. Okay?
Okay.
10:30.
Thank you.
You want to submit something in writing and lay out this picture?
I will.
You know, more presentable way.
Y el abogado pues va a presentar un affidavit de las personas envueltas de Genesis.
All right, good luck.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you.
Yep, no worries.
Tenga un buen día.
Thank you so much, Thank you so much, Jose. We're
Oh,
done.
my
with you.
pleasure. It's been great being with you. I sure made
Thank
for a
you.
fun afternoon. Have a great
Thank
day.
you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, next is 40 HHLP Union Square Associates LLC, HHLP Union Square LESSEE LLC, HERSHA Hospitality Management LP as manager, and Union Square Fourth F&B Management LLC as manager.
Is it 40?
40. 40.
Now he's the second person trying to apply. They all live in the same apartment.
What number?
40.
Good afternoon, Donald Bernstein, Redon, and Savetsky on behalf of the licensee. This is, as you will recall, a hotel that has been licensed for a number of years with various co-licensees, including a food and beverage operator, and we had filed back last year an endorsement to replace the food and beverage operator with a new company that is owned by Eitan Sugarman. The community board had some concerns when we appeared before you, I think in July. The community board asked us to go see them, which is unusual because that's not required or typical on an endorsement application. Mr. Levy and his client did, however, do that, and they went there in August. I
Wait,
think
that's your
there's,
client too, right?
he's not my, well,
Not your client. Who you represent?
I represent the hotel.
Hotel.
And the
Okay,
hotel
so-
management company.
Okay, got it.
So, right. And I think that Mr. Levy can address that issue, and I know that he's exchanged some information with the authority, so I will defer to him.
Good afternoon. Joseph Levy here on behalf of the prospective co-licensee pursuant to this endorsement application, Eitan Sugarman. When we last appeared before the members, there was a discussion about supplying documentation to the authority to substantiate that Mr. Sugarman was not an owner in a space in question. That request became a lot greater. We provided that information. I've submitted information to both enforcement as well as to the members. We're here to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. You guys have any questions?
So he is not a member, Sugarman.
Of the space in question that was discussed last time, correct. He is not a member, and I supplied documentation to that effect.
He is a consultant.
Correct. And by way of some history in this particular space, he originally signed a lease for this space, had every intention to open a space here. The community board did not want him in this space, so he was sort of forced to sell his space to someone else. So he held a note, which he still holds, to a new operator in the space of which he is not an owner of. So he holds a note, which was disclosed to the liquor authority. They received all the documentation with the original application, but he is not an owner on this license. He was brought in to help consult because the individual who took over the space was just not getting it done. So in a way to help to secure his future payback of that note and try to make the space work, they had a relationship, so he, tried to help out the best he could, and thankfully it's working so far.
I think I have here that there's still opposition from the West Village Residents Association.
There may be, the community board's here, so I'm happy to cede the floor to them. We did attend a community board meeting post our last full board appearance on this matter, where the community board did just reiterate what the stipulations were for this particular hotel location that we're taking over. We acknowledge that we're in receipt of a copy of those stipulations, and we agree to abide 100% by the stipulations that have been in place for a very long time. We understood some of the issues the board had with Mr. Sugarman, and we made the representation that, we're doing our best to try to make sure that things are as clean as can be, and we're addressing any issues that popped up and tried to provide a little context for, the big issue that everyone has had. This has been generally a very good operator for a very long time, and there was a small amount of time where, he let one of his places get away from him due to frankly, a lot of personal circumstances, and we've tried to provide some context to that.
All right, just allow the record to also reflect that since we last met, the
2 letters of support from NYPD individuals.
Right. So, as he said, the NYPD have submitted a letter of support, and NYPD with arms wide open has also suggested that they support this application. And I want to note also for the record that, as council mentioned multiple times, that this is an endorsement application, which generally does not come here or require community board input. And again, this is a hotel restaurant management request for endorsement. All right, so do you guys have something?
Yeah, I mean, this was brought up last time, but I'm still, the community board, when they recommended approval of this license for the Sao Paulo hospitality, it was based on the attorney at the time submitting documentation to us and to the authority that said that Mr. Sugarman has no affiliation with the applicant other than being the person that sold the premises to the applicant. Not that he was still holding a note, not that anything, he had no involvement done. And so he clearly still has involvement. The
I'm sorry, you're talking about some other location.
I'm talking
right?
about the
That's
Sao
not this
Paulo one, not the hotel, but the Sao Paulo one that we brought up last time.
Okay, I understand.
And that was when I believe you were looking into along with other things.
Right,
But
and I just also allow the record to reflect that counsel representing the applicant has done a lot of work showing us his ownership interests, and it's
not,
it's not
yes,
a
I
licensee
I
on-
saw that. And
on Sao
so,
Paulo. And just so you know, the hunt and fish, he's 60%, not 30.
Yeah, I'm going back and forth with enforcement on that separate issue. Yeah.
but the community board's point and the community, when they recommended approval of this license, was that he had no involvement. Not that,
Of Sao Paulo,
of
again,
Sao
it's
Paulo,
not this one,
correct.
because the community board doesn't have an opinion over endorsement application.
Exactly. So over the Sao Paulo, when we recommended approval of that one, it was based on that Mr. Sugarman had no involvement, not no financial, we were told.
I understand
that it
that,
has
but
none.
he owns that, he used to own the business, so he has to recoup his money somehow.
Well, he never opened a business there. I mean, to us, he never had a business there. He may have to recoup his money somehow, but our recommendation of approval was based on him
I
having no
understand,
involvement.
but at
So
some point you have to be fair because him.
I am being fair. So let me just finish though. I don't understand how all the finances work and how he's not on this license. But in our exhibits that we put in July, the chef that he has put in place in Umbra has on his personal bio that after partnering up with Eton Sugarman and team together opened Umbra. So that says that he's partnering with them. He has Hudson Street Hospitality is under Mr. Sugarman. Umbra is under Hudson Street Hospitality. Again, I'm not quite sure how the finances work, but this clearly is not what the community had in mind, nor the community board, when we recommended approval of this. And we're told that Mr. Sugarman has no affiliation with the applicant other than being the person. It's now under his umbrella of his hospitality group. Mr. Sugarman has posted that on his Instagram. He has that. He has it, Halt Living, another exhibit G that we put to you, says that he has an ownership stake and recently opened the Italian restaurant Ambra. So I'm personally confused as to the no involvement when it's under his
Also,
hospitality
For
group.
the most part, he is an upstanding citizen. He's not a criminal. He is capable of holding licenses.
Yes,
You know,
but-
I think this cat and mouse game is creating a situation where he does not want to be on the license because, you know, he is being ostracized by the board. And at some point, that's not fair to an individual who works in this business.
And I would say that it's not fair to the community board to have misrepresentation when we went out of our way to approve this other application based on the certain circumstances. And now we find out those are not the circumstances. And he came to us initially and
We're
this was
repeating ourselves here. We
set up
looked
from the
into it.
beginning.
We are comfortable that he's not on the license of Sing Palo. And he, you know, if he's, you know, out of his goodness of his heart, helping whoever's operating there and using, because his credibility obviously sells in other areas where there are chefs publicly saying, I want to partner with him. If he's not a good reputed person, they wouldn't be posting that. So.
But the
I'm-
representation that was made to the community
I
is
understand.
completely different
Do you have a
from this.
problem with him operating this hotel restaurant that is inside of the hotel?
If he's going to abide by the stipulations, then we did not have a problem with the stipulations originally, so.
Okay,
I
are
have a
you guys
problem.
okay with abiding by the stipulations?
And I just want to bring up one other thing. You voted yourself, along with the other members of the authority at the time, on October 26, 2022, based on the representations that Mr. Sugarman was not involved in that other application. That's why, because you called this out for disciplinary history, and we noticed that that wasn't a part of it. And we went back and looked and said, you know, how is this involved? In fact, you know, former Chair Bradley started to go here, but the votes had already been happening and said this was a part of what he was concerned about at that time. And so, and I'm sorry, but I'm not sure, perhaps you guys have experience with the New York City Police Department, but I don't think a police officer writing a letter represents the position of the New York City Police Department. If you'd like, I can read to you contemporaneous text from the time that you find these, you know, one of his operations, one of the largest fines, I think, during COVID. I can read the contemporaneous text from the officers who were on the ground regularly, and you guys know they didn't work, the NYPD did not work so well with the authority.
Mr. Booth, I
So-
don't think, first of all, you should know, I'm not giving a lot of credence to these letters from the NYPD. One doesn't appear to be an active member of the service, is some kind of other agency, and the other one comes from the crime prevention officer in the 6th precinct. Letters like this generally come from the commanding officer and should come from the commanding officer. So that is my experience with NYPD. But all that put to the side, at the end of the day, I think that we are satisfied that he is not involved. Does he have an interest? Does he loan money? Does he want to get that money back? Yes. And as the chair has pointed out, he's not a person that we can per se say no to. I don't feel that way. So I think this issue has been fully vetted on all sides. And if my colleagues are ready to vote, I'm ready to vote. I think Mr. Bernstein has something else he wants to say.
No, I think the questions have been answered. I think the chair's question to the community board, are you agreeable? Is it okay? Is it acceptable to you if they abide by the stipulation? The answer was yes. I think that's the end of the inquiry.
Well, yeah, if you're gonna, that would be a condition, right? You have stipulations and they have to be abided by. That would be one of
The
my.
existing stipulations don't change.
Commissioner, if the members are ready to vote.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
Yeah, I vote to approve with the conditions, stipulated to with the community board.
Commissioner Meyer.
I vote to approve with the same stipulations as set forth by Commissioner De Leon.
And Chair.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve.
Thank you.
All right. Next is 41 BTH Bar Brooklyn LLC. Have a good day. 41.
Hi, how are you? Tal on behalf of BTH Bar Brooklyn. How are you?
You have a temp.
What is it?
You have a temporary license?
Yes, we do. Yeah, we have it for several, I think, probably a couple of years already by now.
Are you serving food here?
Yes, we are.
You need to constantly be serving food?
Yes.
I want you to be aware of that.
Yes, we do have a full kitchen. Not full kitchen, a kitchen.
Okay, you have a kitchen.
Yes.
So you need to be constantly serving food.
Yes, we are.
Your hours are Monday to Friday at 10 p.m., Saturday, Sunday, 11:30 p.m.
Yes.
Recorded music only, no dancing.
No dancing.
Okay. Are you guys okay?
I'm ready.
Yeah, questions?
I'm okay.
Mr. De Leon?
Okay, yeah, we wanted you to meet with the community board. You did. There are stipulations. You agreed with the stipulations?
I'm not aware of stipulations, but I will agree for any of them.
This right here.
They were full board stipulations currently,
Page
Monday
20.
through
I can
Friday,
hear
10 p.m., Saturday, Sunday, 11:30, and recorded music only.
You said they were the full board stipulations? From the previous license? From the current license?
From the current
The
license.
current license. But
From
what
the
was
temp, right?
stipulations? I don't remember anything.
They're not from the temp, from the previous license.
Okay.
This is a class change. So they're
Yes.
changing from an on-premise wine to an on-premise liquor. They're operating under a temp for the liquor. But the previous license that was on-premise wine had full board stipulations.
Okay, yep, fine.
And you know what they are, right? You don't need to repeat them again?
I have to go back to my records, but whatever we agreed upon, we definitely will agree.
You were
Yeah.
operating with your other license Monday through Friday, 10 p.m., Saturday and Sunday, 11:30 p.m., and recorded music only. Are you okay with those?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
That's what we do.
And I'll note you have a petition in support.
Yes,
and
we do.
The Buildings Department has no objection, so I will vote to approve.
Thank you.
Commissioner Myers?
I vote to approve, sure.
I'm gonna vote to approve, Monday to Friday. Is it okay if we actually just do midnight across the board? It's a
Fine.
Hatchet place.
It's a what?
Access, yeah.
Oh, they told, really?
Yeah.
Access on the beer
Fine,
cans.
that's fine.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do midnight across the board if the commissioners are okay with that.
No hatchet throwing after 11?
No,
No, I'm just joking.
11:45.
I'm gonna do midnight across the board, recorded music only, no dancing. There are no complaints on the temp. You need to be constantly serving food.
Yes.
No third-party promoters and no private parties.
Yes.
Commissioners, you're okay with those?
I'm okay with those stipulations, or those conditions.
Thank you.
I agree.
That's it.
Thank you, yes.
That was the fastest one. Thank you.
All right, thank you for waiting. I'm sorry, it's such a long day.
Next is 14 98th Street H&E Restaurant and Sports Bar Corp.
1490, 14.
14.
All right. We're doing good, we're doing good.
This is 14?
Good afternoon, my name is Frank Palillo, seriously considering changing my practice to liquor stores with principals only require interpreters.
It's just today.
Introduce yourself, please.
It is a happier land now.
Just by way of history on this one, this feels too close. We had a disciplinary matter, we were before the board, I believe, in December of '23. We paid a fine. We were also back last month to open the default. We were hoping to dispose of it then, we couldn't. I just would note that we've had this trade name for over a year and a half now. And I think that if this trade name charge was brought originally, I probably could have included it in the offer at that time. As a result, I'm hoping the members would consider a letter of warning on this.
No, you still haven't filed a change of DBA though.
Premises are being sold. In fact, has temporary been issued?
I think the applicant is approved.
The next guy's temp, I think, has been approved. Do you know the corporate name?
Oh, I see.
It expired on the 30th of September. The license expired.
What was that?
Two.
It's fine. He sold his.
And it expired.
We voting?
Ready to vote?
Yeah,
Yeah.
let her vote it.
Thank you.
Mr. Maya?
Letter warning.
Chair?
Level of warning.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Yeah, good things come to those who wait.
Next is 13, Michael Mia LLC.
We're almost there. We are almost there.
Hello.
My name is Michael Delcali. I'm the owner operator.
Okay, sir. We have an altercation here between staff and patrons. Bartender assaulted a victim. Had a bench warrant also. Also, 8 open warrants. Who is this bartender, sir?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Who is the bartender?
His name is Brian Lopez.
Is he still with you?
He is no longer with us.
He offers $1,000. I'll accept 1,000.
Mr. Maya?
1,000.
1,000. Thank you.
Can I pay?
You have to wait for a letter. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Email, check your email.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Yep. 48 K&K Deli and Groceries, Inc.
Good afternoon, Timothy Allen for the licensee. This is a CNC offering cancellation. The license is already surrendered. And
Cancel
yeah,
and bond.
Cancel and bond.
thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Next is 18 12-7-1-0 Kitchen Corp.
Good afternoon, everyone. Arhelio Rodriguez here for 12710 Kitchen Corp. And I'm here with Jagde Fakardine, who's the principal. This is a disciplinary case with four charges, books and records, failure to display license, and 2 failure to post warning signs. Together with the notice of pleading, the authority provided a proposal for a CNC of 4,000, and we sent that CNC, and we're here today.
Were the books and records also submitted?
Yes, they were in fact submitted to Margarita Marcico.
I'm fine with 4,000.
4,000.
4,000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 50C East Side Convenience Corp.
That's 50B.
50C, C as in cat.
50 Charles.
Sam Park, representative. I'm here for Eastside Convenience Corp.
That's the applicant.
State your name.
Mohsin Al Saidi, the owner.
Sir, I'll let you know what I have and let you comment. I have that the previous application at this location was disapproved for cause. Applicant failed to disclose previous license and canceled. Did not pay the civil penalty. Said he owned 5%, really owned 100%, 100 shares. Also denied prior relationship with prior licensee who was his business partner on canceled license. Reconsideration was denied July 22nd, 2024. The application he did disclose. Can you address those issues, sir? Particularly, I want you to know something, that not paying the fine is money that goes to the state.
Because first of all, he's the one of the partner at the Bronx, the grocery, and then he's working at the East Side Convenience, and then he's just in the partnership at the location. So he doesn't know at all what happened, that cancellations at the location and the sale to minors. And he just find out that when he just working at this location, East Side, and then he was taking over this location in 2023 and then apply for a new license. And then suddenly he find out at the time and that there are cancellation at the Bronx East Side Deli groceries.
I
Are there multiple licensee on the other one?
I'm confused.
Well, what he's saying is that he did not run it, but are there?
But you were the licensee.
Yes, he was a licensee.
All right, well, even if he wasn't running it, he's still responsible.
Yes, correct, but he doesn't know about it, about the cancellation and the violation at the locations.
So for the disapproval, okay, we're talking about for Eastside Convenience Corp. That was disapproved.
No,
Yeah.
no, for the
Bronx
one
East
that
Deli-
he
Deli.
had the outstanding fine.
In the Bronx East Deli Grocery.
Who's the licensee on that? How many people are there?
It was how many people is the license in the Bronx? 2 people?
It's me and Ali. Yeah.
He's a partner, Ali, and then the applicant, the owners.
Yeah, Ali Al-Sadai.
Ali Asai. Yeah.
I see. So there are 2 licensees on that and you were not the one operating. Is that right?
Do you operate in the Bronx Deli Grocery?
What does it mean, operator?
Running the stores. You
No.
working at the stores.
No, in the Bronx, no. I don't work in the Bronx.
You don't work.
I work here in Manhattan.
All right.
So first of all, actually, he has applied for application, and then he using the attorney or the rep, and then there is a miscommunication. They put it the wrong, incorrect questionnaire at the place, and then so application was denied, reason due
Okay.
to the incorrect
And
information.
you only have this license, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, as the commissioner mentioned, it's very bad to get a cancellation because you didn't pay the fine. That reflects poorly against you and your commitment to be a tax-paying citizen of this state. But that was 6 years ago, so what do you want to do? Donald, go ahead.
Voting?
Ready to vote?
Yeah.
Based on the record as I've, based on the facts as I've placed on the record, respectfully, I vote to deny.
Commissioner Maya?
A minute, okay? I vote to deny.
And Chair.
All right, I would have voted to approve,
So
But
it's a-
it's denied.
but it's denied.
So we can come in for a new application?
Yeah, you can ask for reconsideration if you have new facts.
Okay.
The main license application continues reviewed and
Or is it
comes back here, or is it disapproved too?
I think you have to bring that here again and try again.
Maybe clear this up a little better, because
There's no way to clean it up. I mean, in a way, they got the cancellation on the record because they didn't have money to pay the fine. I mean, that's one way to look at it. It's, the price is the cancellation, which now he's paying further on, right? So that's kind of where we're at.
So it was canceled by the 1,000 bond?
So what are we saying? It has to come back? I think it does.
I know, but he can't cure that. Even if he wants to, the license is canceled, we can't take the money if he wants to pay it. I don't know how much it was, but I don't think it was a lot of money.
If you that, and then we can pay for it.
A bit over 5,000.
Yes.
You can't pay it. I mean, there's
I
no
know,
way
but
to
you
pay
can't
it.
pay it. It was 2018, so it's
It
kind
would
of.
have been over 5,000 if the alternate penalty was cancellation. Like,
All
but
right,
again,
so the temp is denied, the actual application will keep moving forward.
Temporary was denied, so since last year, and then he didn't sell any beer right now until current right now.
I know,
But this is actually first application was denied, and then he came back to my office, and then this is actually second application we submitted this one.
right, but this is not the temp, this is an actual
This
license.
is a temp.
This is the temp. So this is just the temp. And then there's an actual application.
But he did have a denial.
Yeah.
I know, but that's what he's saying, is that this is already the second time he's applying. So you got to come back and make a stronger argument the next time. I mean, at some point, you know.
If you would you pay for a civil penalty current right now, I'll pay for it. So, but it was 5
I
years
know,
ago.
but we
yeah.
can't take the money now because the license is already canceled. And so,
Like I said, you'll come back. We'll be back here.
Okay, I'll put in the reconsideration. Thank you very much.
yeah.
You pay outside.
All right, next is 20 Village Food Mart, Inc. 20.
Come here, CNC offer for 3,000.
So you can't sell flavored vape products. You're aware of that, right?
I am aware of it, but what they found, we know the flavor vape is illegal to sell, but it said clear on it. We know that without flavor, you can sell it, and that's the only one we have. It says clear. So the officer that came in, they said, you can't even sell clear. So I know clear is no flavor.
Okay,
So since then, we haven't sold clear
Any
vape
vape.
either, no.
Okay. All right, I'll accept 3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
Thank you, Bobby.
All right, thanks.
What a flavor.
All right,
vape.
that's it, right?
Nope, we got one more.
We got one more?
35 Parm Battery Park LLC. This is the latest that someone from this law firm has been at this meeting.
Want to know? Okay.
Good afternoon, members. Eleanor Shotton from Pizzetsky and Bookman for the licensee. It's a $2,500 conditional no contest. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Bottles to go is not allowed, but I think they're in compliance now.
Yes,
so-
we've removed, or they're not selling any alcohol on any online retail applications, even permissible single servings with food.
Okay. They also cannot sell bottles to go from the establishments. which
Yes,
I'm
they
sure
they
you
are
know
aware of that as well.
So 2,500, I accept.
What? 2,500.
2,500.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for the long wait.
That's all right.
All right, now there's no one. All right. 7 is a new grocery store beer wine products application.
Excuse me?
Number 7.
Please go ahead.
It's weird that.
I didn't hear what you said.
Number 7.
Number 7. It's a new grocery store beer and wine products application.
Do you guys want to see the applicant?
I think so.
All right, hold this over at 10:30.
10:30.
Okay.
9 is an offer of 2,000.
This is a CBD seltzer sale from a liquor store. I'm gonna counter at 5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
10 is an offer of 6,500.
6,500.
6,500.
6,500.
11 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
12 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
15 is an offer of 6,500.
6,500.
You gotta say that out loud.
6,500, I'm sorry.
6,500.
So 17, this was adjourned to November 20th prior to the meeting.
Number 20.
21 is an offer of 5,000.
5,000.
The slot machines are removed. 5,000.
5,000.
So 23 was withdrawn by the applicant prior to the meeting.
Drawn.
What is that?
It means they're withdrawing their application.
Completely?
Yeah.
Okay.
So 30, they were here but had to leave, so they asked to have it adjourned to 10:30.
You know, I was gonna lower this. I don't think they need to come back.
Okay.
Okay.
I was gonna lower this to 6,000 with the scanner. It was too high anyway.
6,000. Excuse me, 6,000 with a scanner.
6,000 with scanner.
Yeah, so Donald, make sure they know that they do not have to come.
Okay.
31 is an offer of 4,000.
4,000.
Um,
1 points completed.
This is a sale to minor, 18 and under with a history, so, and it's a liquor store. It really should be 6,000, but
This was the SLA offer, that's why I went with 4.
yeah, but I'm okay with it. 4,000.
4,000.
32 is an offer of letter of warning.
All charges dismissed, speedy trial grounds, not on the merits.
This should be 1,000 per the delegation.
Delegation. 1,000.
1,000 counter.
33 and 50F, they were adjourned to October 30th.
10:30.
37 is an offer of 1,200.
1,200, okay.
That's a delegate.
1,200.
Yeah, 1,200.
38 is an offer of 9,000.
This should be 6,000. 6,000. Counter at 6,000.
What's
It's
a reduce, right? It's 38.
It's a second sale to a minor. They offered 9. Well, you're gonna take 6, all right? Did you say 6 or 6?
Yeah, 6,000.
6,000.
6,000.
Okay. 42 was adjourned to 11:20 prior to the meeting.
Why is that? This
What does
is,
that mean prior to the?
they don't need to keep adjourning.
11:20.
What's going on with that? The lawyers?
So the lawyer says they're still waiting for a municipal FOIL request, and then I also received an email from community board saying that they had a meeting in the afternoon, that they couldn't make it. They opposed.
Okay. All right.
45, this was default at pleading.
The license
They
expired.
did not renew, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
46 is an offer of 4,000.
This should be, this is a liquor store, second sale, 18 and under. This should be 6,500 or 7,000.
You want 6,500?
Sure. 6,500.
6,500.
47 is an offer of 7,500.
This should be 6,000. 6,000.
6,000.
Or De Leon.
6,000.
50E is a new temporary retail permit application.
I'm surprised they did not come.
Spring Valley PD opposes these types of business. I don't know what that means. They're in a give zone.
I know, that's the thing. This is country, you guys want them to come in?
Yeah.
Yeah, they should come in. There's a lot of activity on this. If they want it, they need to come. If they don't come, it's getting denied.
10:30?
Yes, 10:30, please.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes, 10:30.
All right, thank you.
Have nothing else? Jared, do you have anything?
No, we're good.
Meeting adjourned.
You know.